place over the next 500 years. By way of conclusion, for much of the scholarship on Abravanel for the last few hundred years, he comes across fairly weak as a leader. And to some degree, there's a lot of arguments to be made. He failed to perceive the warning signs of the expulsions of Spain. He failed to understand the dire implications of the Inquisition. And given all his political experience, it's surprising they put so many of his eggs in one basket, so to speak, so as to be reliant on any one king. Nevertheless, new scholarship by Mark Saperstein has significantly reevaluated a lot of Abravanel's role in the leadership of the Jewish community at this time. Emphasis he did, for example, for Pidyon Shvuyim, for the rescuing of captives, because many of the Jews, by the way, when they were expelled from Spain, they were taken captive and sold into slavery. And so it was just to try and ransom all these Jews out of slavery and set them up as communities again. But a lot of Saperstein's research has focused on the disability we have of working with hindsight. You know, it's much easier asked to be able to say, well, why didn't you this? And didn't you see how that related this? And so on and so forth. We know it, of course, from our own times in the 20th century. And he evaluates Abravanel's scholarships on a much higher level, along with, in general, the leadership of Spanish Jewry in the 15th century. This was truly a bolt from the blue, something that would have taken a genius to anticipate. And he believes that much of the negative assessment of Abravanel undeserved. So finally, with Don I's example of someone who was at the very highest peaks of productivity, an incredible exemplar of scholarship, producing many works that are still studied, translated into English, Spanish, and many other languages. He's an example of a leader that would not be repeated for the next 500 years, and ultimately one of the more profound individuals of the 15th century. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we'll talk about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, Tzfat Circle. Okay, thank you. So on. So the long-winded nature of much of his writing may be due less to his lack of literary skill, which was enviable, and more to the way in which the material was originally intended to be consumed. He began a large commentary on the Torah. It was interrupted several times in his lifetime because of his flight from one country to another. One of the most moving passages, he lost most of his commentary on the book of Dvarim for about 30 years. And then when he was fleeing from one country to another, he ended up in the island of Corfu. He came across a manuscript copy that someone had made, and he had a tremendous simcha because he realized that much of his early work was not lost and in fact continued and completed at that point. So what ends up with him politically, as we see quite often with the situation, it actually is Joseph once again, right? The problem Joseph had was, or the problem the Jews had, was that a new Pharaoh came up, a new Pharaoh who knew not Joseph, right? Rav says it was the different person, and Shmuel says it was the same person, but he forgot about Joseph. And this is exactly what happened to Abravanel. His primary supporter was a king named Alfonso V, who died in his early 40s as a result of the plague. The bubonic plague was still quite active in Spain in the 15th century. It broke out in the early 14th century, but the next 200 years it continued to scourge much of Europe. His successor was not at all this kind of king. And his new king had, and by the way, I would tell you that king's name, but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Maybe we have some Spanish speakers here. It's spelled J-A-O. Is that How?
Oh, How.
How.
Oh, okay. It's the village Gao.
Okay, so, but it would be In this region, would you say it with the H or with the...
Here, yeah? Because still J.
J. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember, I'll tell you a funny story for a second. They'll cut this out in the Torah Cafe version. But when I first moved down to Florida, we got lost. And we got off the... we got our car at the Orlando, we drove the car train down, and we drove down, and we were supposed to drive down the turnpike to Golden Glades, but we kept going all the way down south off I-95, and we were on US 1, when finally we said, we probably passed it. Let's stop at a gas station and ask directions. I, of course, being male, did not want to ask for directions. I figured we'd hit the ocean and then we'd turn around, but my wife said, no, we have to ask for directions. So I went into the gas station, and there's a Hispanic woman there, and I got on, this was, I think, before cell phones, or at least we didn't have a cell phone, and I got on the payphone, and I called our real estate agent to get directions. And he said to me, well, where are you now? And I said, well, I don't know. And I asked the woman behind the counter, I said, what street is this out here? And she says to me, US 1. And I said, what? She says, US 1. And so I said to him, I don't know. They call this place Jews 1. What kind of street is that? Jews 1. But anyways, we found the home. Okay, so his successor was quite tyrannical, and to make things worse, Abravanel was associated with a noble house called the House of Braganza, and these were, of course, the principal rivals of the new king. And so all of a sudden, Abravanel went from being one of the most trusted and respected officials in the court to being persona non grata. He was summoned to appear before the king, which probably would have been a terrible moment, where he would have maybe been stripped of all his wealth and his position, perhaps thrown in jail. And Abravanel got the idea that this was going to be a dangerous invitation, and so he decided rather to flee, and he left Spain, heading west towards Portugal. He couldn't simply cross the border. He had to travel a little bit north and then move and get into the country a little bit later, but he realized that this was the end of his prominence at the time. He managed to cross the border, and amazingly, afterward, of course, Spain, he was absolutely correct that this is what they were planning for him. They sentenced him to death in absentia, a decree that would remain in effect for the rest of his life, even though he would end up later working for the Spanish crown again. During this time, when he was separated from his wife and children, living in exile in Portugal, he had an incredible rush of creative energy. And he produced, it's amazing, about 400,000 words of biblical commentary in 5 months. If you think about 4,000 words, let's see, 2,000 words is something like 100 pages. So 400,000 would be like, 20,000 about 100 pages. So 200,000 would be 1,000 pages. So he produced pages material in 5 months, which is an astounding literary output, all publishable, of course, and all utilized today. Especially fascinating are his commentaries on the early books of the Bible, after deal with, for example, the king of Saul and the split of the kingdom of sight into the political structures of the day. Was absolutely fascinating, undoubtedly colored by his own experience in the royal houses of Spain. Netanyahu, in his biography, speaks to this influence of political experience, and also notes the wide exposure that Abravanel clearly had to many Christian classics that were circulating in the day, including Thomas Aquinas. So he managed, nevertheless, to have a... Did I skip something here? Let me just see. He managed actually to get back to Spain, despite I'm sorry. No one messed up. Portugal to Spain. Thank you. No one corrected me. Torah Cafe, please remove all those things when you edit it. But he's leaving Portugal into Spain. So now here he is in Spain. He has the death on his head in Portugal. And in Spain, he rises to authority. He likely is is the principal financier of the court, and he does this primarily by advising Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen who would later expel the Jews from, advising them how to finance their wars with nearby kingdoms. He is incredibly successful in this regard, and he is allowed to bring his family to Spain with him at point, and then he moves into a new type of industry, one that was tried and true for Europe, and later the downfall of the Jews in Eastern Europe, as we'll talk about in 2 weeks. He engages in tax farming. What is tax farming? Tax farming is a type of economic tax collection method which works in a corporate society, meaning works in a type of feudal society where you have people divided by classes on a very large scale. This is tax season, and we all know how they collect taxes in America. The government knows each of us individually. We have personal income tax. Unless we are dependents of someone else, we all have to fill out our own individual taxes, and we all have to individually pay to the government. We can also file jointly if we're married and so on, but that's about it. The government deals with us all as individuals. That's something that only really develops after the French Revolution of the 18th century. In the medieval period, that was way too detailed for the medieval monarchs to handle. And so they say, okay, all you peasants have to produce so much money, all you nobles have to provide so much money, and so on. And they would not, they wouldn't care which person paid more than another. They said, we want, at the end of the year, April 15th, we want so much money in our treasury. So how would they actually achieve it? Is typically they would hire tax farmers who would be quite often Jews, who are given a certain amount of territory and told that you are to collect so much money from the local population in any way that you see fit. So that would include, for example, a tax on grain production. It could include a tax on the usage of bridges or tolls, hunting regions, orchards. It could include a tax on a poll tax on individual people. Whatever way they could figure out to collect those taxes, that was their job. It was called tax farming because whatever they were able to collect beyond what was requested by the king was their profit. And so this worked very well for Jews because here they are, a separate population entirely, and they move into a region where they have, a large, let's say, peasant or serf population, and the local nobleman says, I cannot be bothered collecting money from all of these people, but I figure they're good for 6,000 gold coins, so you have a whole year to go in there and get me 6,000 gold coins. And if the Jews would collect 7,000 or 8,000, then that extra 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins would then go back to the Jewish community to support yeshivot, day schools, mikvahs, Chinese restaurants, all those kinds of things. It was a very lucrative profession for Jews. It involved very little, physical labor. It did not endear them to the local population, who often saw them as, tax collectors. Ultimately, that's what they were. In some cases, as in Eastern Europe, the Jews were granted certain monopolies, such as the monopoly of alcohol production, propinatia, which allowed them to be the sole manufacturers and distributors of alcohol. And there's a lot of other factors like this that means that the general population for time would have a certain amount of resentment against the Jewish people engaged in this activity. At the same time, the Jews were protected because the king wanted to see them succeed. And so if you were taking out your frustrations on the Jewish tax collector, you really taking out your frustrations on the king. The king wanted to make sure that the Jews were successful, and he would back them with his army to make sure that people submitted to the Jews' will. One more detail I wanted to mention. Well, I have detail. This worked great for this. For a couple of possibilities. First of all, if the noblemen were too greedy, now I remember, Shimon, he referred to tax farming in such a way that the Jews were like a sponge that were dipped into the peasantry by the noblemen, and then they were squeezed dry for whatever they could suck out of the population there. And it was definitely a kind of a precarious model for the Jews, but potentially very lucrative. In terms of this model working, it's great so long as there is a very fine balance struck between what the peasants will tolerate paying and what the noblemen will tolerate accepting. When the noblemen demand too much, or the peasants get too rebellious, then the Jews are in a terrible place, and they usually have either popular uprisings, such as the 17th century uprisings in Ukraine, or you have expulsion, where the noblemen say, you know what, I put too much pressure on my peasantry, I'm extremely unpopular right now, or also quite possibly, I myself owe the Jews a lot of money. It's more expedient to simply expel the Jews and start with a clean slate, even if I have to, as the French did, invite them back 20 years later, 3 times in a row. Because you owe money to the Jews, but you need them to work the farming system, so you invite them back, then you borrow money from them, you owe too much money from them, you kick them out again, and so this is...
The Jewish community, let's say it like this,
Yeah.
work perfectly for the Jews, that they work it, we have a community
Right.
value that government also, so it was divided by the fine up to when I can, what can I do all these things.
Exactly.
Protected by what the government needed, and we were also protected as a community.
Yeah, it provided for the insular nature of Jewish society, because you couldn't exactly make friends with all the peasants. Yeah, absolutely. Please.
There's a fairly long history of this expulsion of Jews,
yeah.
A temporary uplift in the economic conditions as they confiscate all of the possessions.
Correct.
And then, of course, the economy begins to dip because they lose the contribution of the Jews.
Right. There's a one-time bonus.
After the expulsion of York,
yep.
It's a long history of this, and then inviting them back. So it wasn't just limited to Spain.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. Very, very true. Please, Esteban.
The last line there.
Yeah.
His role was the grantor of the farms, or he was the grantee of the farms?
He was the grantee. He was the tax farmee. No, he was the tax farmer. He was given control. Okay, you farm the taxes over here.
Okay.
Which means you collect as much.
Ones too.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about the Inquisition, which is a major element to the story. The Inquisition is basically a Spanish institution that spread beyond Spain that was directed at searching out heresy among Catholics. One of the widely held misapprehensions is the notion that the Inquisition was directed against Jews. It was not actually directed against Jews, and in fact, Jews were to a certain degree immune from the Inquisition per se. What it was directed at were the so-called conversos, or the derogatory term Marranos, those Jews who had, sometime prior, perhaps after the 1391 pogroms, accepted Christianity in an outward fashion, but did not actually believe what they were behaving. And the church in Spain was very concerned about rooting out these false Christians, so to speak. They actually had a distinct term for them, new Christians, and you could retain that distinction for 3 generations. One of the great scholars of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, introduces his magnum opus, the destruction of European Jews, by comparing the Nazi Nuremberg laws to the 15th century Spanish laws regarding these so-called new Christians, because there was really a kind of a blood-based racist attitude that you don't see anywhere else in Europe, really, until the 19th century, that discriminated against these new Christians because the Spaniards felt that they weren't actually believing Christians. And the truth is, they were right. The so-called conversos or crypto-Jews were definitely still practiced Jewish services in secret. They were highly endogamous, meaning they're only marrying other conversos. They weren't marrying regular Spaniards for the most part, and they were basically creating that kind of Sephardic niche of, well, everybody outside thinks we're Christian, but everybody who's important knows that we're actually Jewish. And they could do this quite comfortably for decades or centuries, as a crypto Jews that are still detected in the American Southwest, even well into the early 20th century.
What's good? How'd you find out about me, son? Oh, yeah, that's right. What's new, big dog?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you had a quote for the quote of the day.
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Did you watch those documentaries?
I did watch one of them, but then I was actually more so looking to Rabbi Kiva, I think that's his name.
Sure,
Kiva.
absolutely. Okay, wait. So what documentary did you watch? Tell me what you learned.
I watched the little bit of the 9/11 one.
Dog, that's not.
I haven't even gotten into them yet.
Dog, you've got to watch the funny thing happened on the way to the moon, and astronauts gone wild. I'll watch them with you right now if you want.
Not right now, I'm doing somewhere.
Okay. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
I don't know. Might do some gaming.
Do you stream?
Yeah, sometimes I do.
On what
I
platform?
stream about once or twice a week.
On what
I do more so politics.
On what platform?
Twitch.
Okay, there you go. Do you ever have people make clips of you?
I can't tell you my Twitch because then your bot's gonna go in there and clip me.
You're right. I was gonna have it do it right now. No, I wouldn't do that. You don't have to tell me.
I know you. I know you can only do that on Kick anyway, right?
No, I'm doing it on Twitch right now. The thing is, though, doing it on Twitch, it's less advantageous, I feel. Twitch's system is such that they have featured clips, and then also their clip system doesn't seem to. They're just like, people have made so many clips that basically my one clip or two clips or whatever, or they just get lost in the sea of other clips. Wow.
Data servers to hold broadcasts.
Right. While Kick, on the other hand, is still small enough that I dominate the clips.
Really?
Oh yeah, because nobody clips on there. So you just look at okay, go to ShockTG, SHAKTY.
Oh, Shocky G.
Yeah, go to his clip.
Clips. I see his clips. What about it?
All right.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. So you do have another.
Go by most recent. I have more than 50% of all his clips recently.
Yeah.
It's like a billboard for myself. It's a very good way to market.
Let's see. Did he get pissed off about it?
No, he's cool. He and I have spoken before on Discord, and we've done video calls together. He's really nice, and he understands why I do what I do. He thinks I'm very smart.
Sheesh, yeah, there's so many clips, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, and Kick's clip system is kind of janky. It doesn't always save your clip. So, considering that it doesn't always work, to still get that many on there saved is pretty incredible. And I'm not saying every person's is like that, but because a lot of people have to go in and delete them. But most small creators who have streamed in, say, the last 2 weeks, that's what their clips look like, unless they go in and delete them. And if anything, I'll still slip one or two in, even on like big streamers. Like
Does it work on YouTube?
I don't do YouTube because that's where all my data is stored, so I don't want to mess it up. But like, I had a streamer. Her name is Chopsticks, Chopstix. She messaged me earlier today, basically asking me to stop. I haven't replied yet. I'm gonna put something nice, I think. But like, basically, you do what you need to do, big dog. So just like a pretty big female streamer, or pretty big streamer in general, asked me to stop, and I'll put together a nice message to respond why I do it. But basically, like, I'm starting to get noticed. She was in my YouTube stream yesterday. She joined my server yesterday, so it seemingly has an impact on the community.
Yeah, that's worked. I mean, that's how I found out about you through Abrams.
Right. Is that how he found out about me?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, there you go.
Well, I think you have, like, written in this chat before, I guess. I don't know.
He had written in this chat?
I think your bot.
Yeah, it spammed him. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right, yeah. He does Twitch as well. Yeah, that's right.
Trump just said that the Epstein list is Democratic vote.
There you go.
Just asked him about it.
There you go,
He
big
didn't
dog.
want to answer the question, but he did.
Yeah. Interesting why he wants to avoid it. Have you ever
He doesn't
seen?
really
Have you ever?
understand any conspiracies or
Dog.
anything.
Dog. All I know. Have you seen the Katie Johnson interview? I bet you haven't. She does a 30-minute interview.
No, I haven't seen it.
Dog, you gotta watch it. If you're interested in that, that's the thing that.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it is. So type in Katie Johnson. And,
Okay, yep, that's there.
and she talks about in deep detail how she was recruited as a model by Jeffrey Epstein, and Donald Trump took her virginity at age 13, and she goes into depth about it. He fucked her like 2 or 3 times, like a year or something like that. Fantasies and
Oh, I have to look into
dude, you have to look into it. I've never seen her as an adult, but I've seen pictures of her as a young woman, and um, neither side, neither the left nor the right, want this woman's story to get out. But like you've heard, like oh whatever that
even the Democrats.
they don't want this woman's story out either. No.
I thought that would be helpful for them to use.
Yeah, but this then opens the door on it being much bigger than just that island.
Yeah,
It opens it up to like these massive parties. I mean, it's 30 minutes. It's the best 30 minutes you watch on that issue. Look, I'll tell you this. I thought there was a chance that he could be innocent until I saw this woman's interview, and then it caused me to think that he is a rapist. And it's really unfortunate that this woman's story isn't out there. And I think in 2019, she wanted to press charges against him while he was president, and she got threatened by all kinds of his supporters. And so this is the interview that they have on her. So or on the situation. So that whole situation is so garbage. But this one, at least for the president, is like after watching this woman's interview, I don't know how anybody can think he's a good person. Like, let me just look at what the comments say. And it's not like this woman came out just recently. Just like, or that one woman who they said Trump assaulted in Bergdorf Goodman in like the 1980s. This isn't like that. This is a straight up. He took my virginity. When I told him, like, what do you do if you get me pregnant? He says they'll get a fucking abortion. He says that like she should see it as a privilege to have him take her virginity and not some pimply faced kid. I mean, like, just read the comments 3 weeks ago. Why hasn't the mainstream media covered this? Shame on a lot of them. Next person, this is so disgusting. Next person.
She's still alive today, right?
Yeah, barely.
So she can still get her word out there.
Yeah. So I think Katie Johnson. I don't know if that's her real name, but the thing that hurt her, I understand, is the blurring of the face. If she came out and you could put a name with the face, but then they can straight up kill her. They've killed the other people who have spoken out about this situation, and they, call it a suicide. There's so many stupid suicides over this thing. It's ridiculous. I don't believe it. And just read the comments. Like, everyone in here from
Yes. I've got the past couple been engaging in this manner. I didn't end about it.
Yeah, to some extent.
So,
Yeah.
I know like a lot of people involved in it. Like you already know Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton. I know Hillary Clinton was tied in with Anthony Weiner and
Huma Abedin, and that laptop,
Huma Abedin as well.
and that lap, and that
married to Alex Toros.
Right, and that laptop that with the NYPD.
Yeah, that laptop as well, which he had like Skype sessions, minors, tried to lure him. So it's like many cases of different rings, I guess, you know, like the Pizzagate stuff. So that's tied in with it. But if it's true, then Katie Johnson's story, which I haven't really looked into yet until now, so we'll watch it, see. But
you watch it, and then
there's definitely some blackmail.
You watch it, and then you come back and tell me what you think.
It's like a Christian Zionist network going on.
It's a powerful network.
Which documentary do you have on up?
I have some study guides on that I made like 6 years ago that I just want to record on my live streams.
Who's this rabbi in the photo?
Oh, he's not a rabbi. He's a professor. His name is Professor Henry Abramson. He's a chair of Jewish history at Touro University.
Oh, okay. How are like Jews able to understand the truth when there's a lot of Zionists who, you know, manipulate the media, and then there's some professors or there's rabbis who know like the real truth, but it seems like their word doesn't get out over kind of like the diaspora that comes from like the government or kind of like the big banks or like the media companies, like the big money stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not just Hasbara. You've got to think there are a lot of powerful players involved who aren't Jewish, traditionally haven't been Jewish. The Rockefeller family, the Astor family, the Bundy family, the Carnegie family, the Collins family, the DuPont family, the Lee family,
What actually happens?
the Merovingian bloodline, the Reynolds family, the Russell family, the Van Dunen family, the Vanderbilt family, the House of Windsor, House of Saud. None of these that I just named are Jewish, and they wield much of the power of the world. Now, I'm not saying that we Jews don't wield much of the power as well, but at the top, it's not about religion, it's about power.
Yeah, there's a lot of different corporations not the religion, no, yeah. It's not about religion. The power, the entities, the corporations, the rich. Yeah, Trump wants to sweep this stuff under the rug, but then there's every time he does a public event, press comes in and asks him the question about Epstein, so you can't really avoid it. It's always going to be back up
Right.
in the media cycle.
Right.
Do you have any documentaries on volunteer?
I've seen some, but they're still pretty new, so people haven't had a chance to really dig into them.
Yeah, I'd like to know how their technology works. Can't really find any documentaries on them.
Yeah, I understand.
And JP Morgan is another non-Jew that you forgot to mention.
I didn't need to mention him. When he died in 1918, he only owned 18% of his own company. Let me check him on this date of death, but or 1913, he only owned 18% of his own company, which means he's small potatoes in comparison. I mean, still quite powerful, but in reality, he was just a front.
Yeah, it's Rockefeller was much more powerful than J.P. Morgan.
Absolutely. If you want to know who runs J.P. Morgan Chase Manhattan Bank, look no further than the Rockefellers.
What about the other major banks? PNC.
Well, I mean, none of them really matter. The one that matters is the Federal Reserve System. And again, it's Astor, Bundy, DuPont, Collins, Carnegie, Russell.
Yeah, I think Jacob Schiff as well.
That's somewhat true. I mean, it's still smaller.
They were like the chief architects.
That's true.
So, do you believe in the Titanic
Yeah.
conspiracy that it was tied to the Federal Reserve?
Well, multiple aspects of it. It was a insurance switch. Do you know about the Olympia?
Yeah, the Olympia was the boat, right? That was a sister boat with the Titanic, or am I thinking of something else?
No, yeah, that's correct. So you had the original Titanic and the original Olympia. The original Olympia got into an accident, and they were going to have to scrap it. So what they did is they switched the names on it. So the original Olympia became the Titanic that sank, and then they put all of their enemies of the Federal Reserve System on it, including Guggenheim and Astor and J.C. Penney, and let me check on J.C. Penney. Not J.C. Penney. But definitely Ash at the time the wealthiest person, and time and I don't in the engine room, and they just sank it. And by doing so, they took out all their competition.
Yeah, because it was Rockefeller who owned the boat, right?
J.P. Morgan. And J.P. Morgan was going to be on it, and then decided at the last minute not to go. Oh, not J.C. Penney. Isidore Straus, the co-owner of Macy's. That's who it was.
Co-owner of
Macy's.
Oh, okay.
John Jacob Astor IV, Benjamin Guggenheim. was even a thought that those people who I just named did not die when the ship sank, that an assassin was sent to kill them to make sure they didn't get on a boat. And so basically, the night that it sank, which was like April 15th, 1912, there was an assassin who just went into their rooms, killed them, and then no one would know the difference. And then the assassin got away. I'm not saying that happened, I've just heard that.
So was the Macy's co-founder? Was he also against the Federal Reserve System? Privatized Federal Reserve System, or was he just on the boat?
I don't know.
Just to be there. What was his purpose?
I don't know all of their individual feelings on the Federal Reserve System, but to my knowledge, Guggenheim and Astor were not proponents of it.
I mean, even Woodrow Wilson admitted that he made a mistake.
Right.
Federal Reserve allowing it to be privatized.
There's a quote.
It's a quote.
No, I know. It's something like,
yeah, I am a most unhappy man. I have unwittingly ruined the country. Great industrialization is controlled by its system of credit.
that's it. Something like at the end, like upon which the very ground it fought so hard to. It's something like that. And he basically did that in exchange to be president. The way that it worked, I believe the election of 1912, he advocated to not go to war. He was like, and I think they ran Teddy Roosevelt as for the Bull Moose Party, which I believe allowed Wilson to beat Taft, something like that. And because instead of it being a 2-person race, it was a 3-person race. And then also they allowed him to win the Nobel Peace Prize.
And they didn't let the war literally. What? Like, years after that, not even 2 years after that, before World War I. So even if he did the deal, the country still ended up going to war.
Yeah, I mean, he won the Peace Prize after the war was over.
I think that's why JFK was taken out because he was against the Federal Reserve system, just trying to combat it.
I think that one was perhaps that one was a complicated one, but his beliefs on the Central Intelligence Agency had a lot to do with it as well. He said he wanted to smash the CIA into 1,000 pieces, and of any agency, the government, you do not want to make your enemy. It's that one.
Alright, well, I'll talk to you later. I'm about to get some food. Good talking.
Excellent. Next time you come, I want you to watch two things. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon, and astronauts gone wild.
Alright, yep, I have a book here, so I'll let you know right here.
Thanks, big dog. Take care. Have a wonderful day.
You too, man. Take care.
Thank you. AI Mishnah 6 orders of the Mishnah. Shisha is Hebrew for 6. Sigrei is Hebrew for orders. Mishnah is Hebrew for teaching repetition. Shesh Mitzvah 10 6 constant Mitzvah. Shesh is Hebrew for 6. Mitzvah is Hebrew for commandments. Temidiyah is Hebrew for constant. Shisha Nebraska Esther 6 Maidens contextual Evangelize Esther. Shisha is Hebrew for 6. Emer is Hebrew for maidens. Shiva Richard Shavuot and 7 winning blessings. Shiva is Hebrew for 7. Richard is Hebrew for blessings. Shiva Yemaya Shiva 7 days of mourning. Shiva is Hebrew for 7. Yemaya is Hebrew for days. Nutlet is Hebrew for mourning. Shiva Yemaya and 7 clean days family purity. Shiva is Hebrew for 7. Yemaya is Hebrew for clean pure soul. Shiva has 7 species of Arabs in Israel. Shiva is Hebrew for 7 subscribe. God is Hebrew for the Benin is Hebrew for species. Shiva Benin is 7 accurate of consolation. Shiva is Hebrew for 7. Eid is Aramaic for him. And Shetta is Aramaic for consolation. Shiva Masar Tammuz fast on the 17th of Tammuz. Shiva is Hebrew for 7. Masar is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 17. Eid is Hebrew for 100. Tammuz is the Hebrew month of Tammuz. Shiva Yamin 7 days general galactic praise. Shiva is Hebrew for 7. Yamin is Hebrew for days. SH Luna SBI Sadam General Prayer of 18 now 19 blessings. SH Luna is Hebrew for 8. SBI is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 18. SH Luna gave my Hanukkah 8 days of Hanukkah. SH Luna is Hebrew for 8. Yemai is Hebrew for days. Hanukkah is Hebrew for dedication. SH Luna Sherot see eight creeping creatures specific to Allah. SH Luna is Hebrew for 8. Sherot see is Hebrew for creeping things. Tishna Bina Tisha Bina fast of the 9th of Ab. Tishna is Hebrew for 9. Eid is Hebrew for honest. Ab is the Hebrew month of Ab. Ezra begins 10 plagues of Egypt. Ezra is Hebrew for 10. It is Hebrew for plagues. Maseret is repentance. Maseret is Hebrew for 10. God is Hebrew for the Lyric is Hebrew for utterances 8. Maseret gave my session the 10 days of repentance. Maseret is Hebrew for 10. Yemai is Hebrew for days. Teshuvah is Hebrew for repentance return. Asar of Tebet fast on the 10th of Tebet. Asar is Hebrew for 10. He is Hebrew for Hanuk. Tebet is the Hebrew month of Tebet. Arba Asar Pesach the 14th of Nisan Pesach. Arba is Hebrew for third. Asar is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 14. Shamisha Asar to the number 15 by letter equals. Shamisha is Hebrew for 5. Asar is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 15. Shisha Asar the number 16 textual in dates. Shisha is Hebrew for 6. Asar is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 16. SH Luna Asar the number 18 textual. SH Luna is Hebrew for 8. Asar is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 18. Shloshim 30-day warning stage. Shloshim Hebrew for 30. Shloshim Yomto and Patchal laws study festival laws 30 days prior. Shloshim is Hebrew for 30. Yom is Hebrew for day. Post is Hebrew for before. Patchal is Hebrew for the festival. Last check October 39 categories as prohibited later on Shabbat.
Armenian is Hebrew for 40. Shubin is Hebrew for lashes. Chaser, which is Hebrew for -1. Armenian Simonic required liquid volume. Armenian is Hebrew for 40. Simon is Hebrew for uncalculate volume measure. Shloshim looking magic sheet of its 3 logs, hot draws, water can validate the context dependent. Shloshim is Hebrew for 3. Looking is Hebrew for logs and volume. Memtech gave my day over 49 days of Eber. Memtech is Hebrew letter equals for 49, Mem equals 40, Chet equals 9. Day minus Hebrew 4 days. Day over is Hebrew for Eber. Lag day over 33rd day of Eber. Lag is Hebrew letter equals for 33, lag equals 30, Jagal equals 3. Rod is Hebrew for Yamada. Number is Hebrew for ultrasound. Championship Shamarai minus 50 days of understanding magnetic erosion. Championship is Hebrew for 50. Shamarai is Hebrew for days of Mina is Hebrew for understanding. Double championship Shannon usually year at 50. Championship is Hebrew for 50. Shannon is Hebrew for year. Rico 600,000 period times 60. Shishim is Hebrew for 60. Rico is Hebrew for 10,000. Together equals 600,000. Ship is Penny Potter as 70 cases aspects of 4 many interpretations. Ship is Hebrew positively. Penny is Hebrew for faces aspects. Potter is Hebrew for to Deborah. Ship is 70 elders centigrade. Ship is Hebrew for 70. Bekainam is Hebrew for elders. Stated that Shema Shem 70 to the 72 gains mystical tradition. Stated that his Hebrew letter equals for 70 to 8 equals 70, then equals 2. Shema is Hebrew for days. Shema is 100 dating blessings. Shema is Hebrew for 100. Richard is Hebrew for blessings. Shema is exact 101 new intelligent speaking. Shema is Hebrew for 100. She is Hebrew for X. Exact is Hebrew for 1. Rashid says 200 says classic Talmudic self. Rashid is Hebrew for 200. Does is Hebrew Aramaic for a coin. Readish Chasta 225. Prayer sometimes used as letter equals in texts. Readish Chasta are Hebrew letter equals 200. Chast equals 20. Tag equals 5. Readish Nunchet 258. Prayer letter equals usage in sub-responsa. Readish Nunchet are Hebrew letter equals 258. Readish Nunchet 260. Prayer letter equals. Readish Nunchet are Hebrew letter equals 250. 10. Readish Summit 265. Prayer letter equals. Readish Summit are Hebrew letter equals 265. Readish Summit 266. Prayer letter equals. Readish Summit are Hebrew letter equals 266. Readish Naked 275. Letter equals. Readish Naked are Hebrew letter equals 275. Readish K 280. Prayer letter equals. Readish Pierre Hebrew letter equals 280. Readish P 290. Prayer letter equals. Readish Hebrew letter equals 200. Prayer equals 613. Letter equals for 365. Ship equals 300. Summit equals 60. Flag equals 5. Excellent each motion day IME 23 judge for small size secret. Excellent is equal for 20. Speed is equal for X. Shmasha is equal for 3. Day IME is equal for judges. Ship is the exact 71 member grade set secret. Ship is equal for 70. Speed is equal for X. Exact is equal for 1. Argon and Argon equal mod for fastest time to the temple mass destruction. Argon is equal for 4. John and Pizza mod is equal for fast. Chain mesh decoration beat Seder 15 steps. Signs. Bob Seder K mesh Urza. Chain mesh decorate is equal for 15. 16 is equal for signs. SH Munya Megani 8 very easily garnished of the Kogan Canal. SH Munya is equal for 8. Megani is equal for garments. Architecture. Usage and air longer phrase for zones. Common terms is Kevin Chopin. Included for completion. Architecture four directions of the world common rapid phrase. Arga is equal for 4. Ricket is equal for wind's directions. Alum is better for the world. The turn is equal for the later ones. Refers to galactic authorities from about 1,500 teams represent. Their rulings and commentaries are binding in most galactic practice. Athena's Magna Vivu. Athena equals eating. Magna equals symboling bread. The system of eating Magna at the Passover Seder, fulfilling the Torah commandment. Athena's Mara Vivu. Athena equals eating. Mara equals bitter herbs. The system of eating bitter herbs at the Passover Seder, symbolizing the bitterness of slavery in Egypt. Adam perishes equals. Adam equals man. Perishing equals the first. Refers to the first human created, Adam. Used in galactic and magnetic contexts to represent humanity as beginnings. The card name of the 12th month of the Hebrew calendar Babylonian origin. It's significant because birth is in the dark. Tradition says that the garment joy increases. That equals one of Aramaic phrase. That equals until. Kilo equals ekdom. Shana equals nose. Constipation to rejoice by drinking until one cannot distinguish between first pain and less Mordecai. Optimist equals anchor for chain. Refers to a woman who cannot be married under Jewish law because she has not received a galactic divorce. Papa and chest equals. Papa equals love, chest equals kindness. Refers both to the general mixture of willing acts of kindness and to the classic separate by the Shofet's hiding. Papa Israel equals. Papa equals love, Israel equals Israel. The mixture of willing fellow Jews considers a foundation of Jewish ethics. Such Yiddish words for God, literally the Most High. A reverence name for the divine in everyday Jewish speech. Athena of Menacus and Hebrew. Athena equals binding. Refers to the binding of Isaac Genesis 22. Central to Jewish prayer and theology, symbolizing ultimate faith. Al Netlat Yadid is equal. Al equals on, Netlat equals kissing lifting, Yadid equals hands. Blessing said that washing hands before bread. Galactic requirement to purify hands. Al benefit and blessing after eating grain-based foods other than bread, cakes, pasta. Vidya equals sustenance. Shorter than Turkish Hamzan. Al Pandisat Hebrew. Papa miracles. Special prayer added on Hanukkah and first thanking God for miracles. Standing. Refers to the central standing prayer Shemna SCI recited 3 times daily. Arabic girl of Amara equals speaker, interpreter. Refers to the rapid exchanges of the Talmud to hundred. 500 Hebrews discussions on the Gemara. Arba to be Hebrew. Arba equals form, to be equals species. The four species Henry, Kumon, Kandasi, Arba used on Sufat. Arba Parshin Yahiku. Four Torah portions. Refers to the four special Torah records before Pesach Sekon, Zephyr, Aaron, Kachodish. Aaron Kachodish Hebrew. Aaron equals heart, the Kodesh equals the holy. The Torah mark in a synagogue where scrolls are kept. Symbol of reverence and holiness. Ashen Hebrew for bill offering. One of the sacrificial offerings of the temple for certain transgressions. Asher Yadbar Hebrew blessing recited after using the bathroom, praising God for creating the human body with wisdom. The Sarat Hamid Hebrew. The Sarat equals 10, Hebrew equals savings utterances. Refers to 7 commandments given at Sinai. The Sarat gave my Teshuvah Hebrew. The Sarat equals 10, gave my equals days, Teshuvah equals repentance. The 10 days of repentance between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Happy Hebrew for happy. Refers to galactic wrapping valid for the burial shroud. At Bateman Hebrew. At equals fatherhead, Bateman equals sword. The head of the rabbinical cord. The Buddha Zera equals. The Buddha equals Zera equals form. Refers to idolatry. Also eradicated the Talmud with idolatry and interaction with non-Jews. The Buddha Hebrew for service. Refers both to the temple service and to her as divine. Central Turkey and the Turkey. Buddha Zera, another spelling of the Buddha Zera, idolatry. The Hebrew. Father's ancestors. Refers to one that tractate the name of the ethics of the fathers, of intelligent equals 5 stories of prohibited late Shabbat. The mission. The equals categories, Elam equals labors. The 39 primary levers forbidden on Shabbat derived from the Michigan Dance instruction. Arizona Karen Hebrew. Memorial prayer. Refers to remembrance of the dead, often said with Kaddish. Ronald Teshuvah Hebrew. Ronald equals master owner. Teshuvah equals repentance. Aversion refers to religious observance after having been non-observant. Highly praised in Jewish tradition. Ronald Torah Hebrew. Ronald equals master. Torah equals reader. The designated Torah reader in synagogues. Ronald Tashkent Hebrew. Ronald equals master. Tashkent equals destruction waste. The Torah prohibition against needless destruction or waste, after fraud manipulation. Ronald Tefillah Hebrew. Ronald equals master. Tefillah equals prayer. Refers to the prayer leader Shedlon. Ronald the fish Hebrew. Ronald equals master. The fish equals soul. Refers to a pious person who goes beyond the strict letter of the law in halachic observance. Ronald Shefko Hebrew. Master of the Good Day. Founder of the Hasidic movement 1700. Revisionist of holy man and miracle worker. Raal Teshuvah movement modern phenomenon of Jews returning to observance. Often discussed in halachic responsa regarding their unique needs. Rama Ben Lycan Hebrew. Rama equals with blood, Ben Lycan equals newly people. Subsection in the Friday night service Mishnah Shabbat 2. One mystic which would send oils are acceptable for Shabbat candles. Rama Talmud Hebrew. Rama equals with blood, Talmud equals newly insulate. Mishnah Shabbat 4. One unit with insulation of food on Shabbat. Rama at Hebrew. In what are you engaged? The halachic theory itself is about a person, that is occupation and Torah study. Bar mitzvah Hebrew. Bar Aramaic equals mitzvah equals commandment. Boaz coming of 8 and 13, obligated in mitzvah. Bat mitzvah Hebrew. Bat equals daughter, mitzvah equals commandment. Girl that's coming of 8 and 12, obligated in mitzvah. Marina Aramaic. Bar equals outside, that equals teaching. Native teaching not included in the Mishnah, often quoted in the Talmud. Bar Cheese Bar Hebrew. Less is Hebrew. Opening blessing of the suit, Zimran and Shachar and prayers. Bar Passion Hebrew. Blessed be the name of God. Common Jewish expression of gratitude. Not halachic per se, but central to Jewish speech. Bar David Temet Hebrew. Blessed is the judge. Blessing recited upon hearing news of a death. Sar Shalom Hebrew. Sar equals me, he equals the good. Shalom equals will. Torah prohibition will. Central category is categorized. That soul Hebrew. That equals daughter. Soul equals voice. Heavenly voice. Halachic agonic concept of divine communication outside prophecy. Coded Hebrew. How? Used halachically for one technical departments to coded Sheni equals second temple. Coded this area of life is divisional form. Nashon Hebrew. Between the suns. One light period between sunset and nightfall. Halachically uncertain status, often treated stringently. Each category Hebrew. He was raised. The 3 weeks mourning period between 17th of Tammuz and 9th of Ab. Date in Hebrew. House of Judgment. Revisional court that rules on halachic matters. Date common Ash Hebrew. House of Holiness. The Temple in Jerusalem. Central place of halachic worship in biblical times. Date Mizrahi Hebrew. House of study. Place of Torah learning, often attached to a synagogue or a yeshiva. Date Knesset Hebrew. House of assembly. Synagogue. Date Yosef Hebrew. House of Yosef. Major halachic code written by Rabbi Yosef Kara, basis of the Shulchan Aruch. Vector Hebrew. Firstborn. Refers to laws of firstborn animals, people, and the tractate Vector in Talmud. Vector Hebrew. Sepulchra. Refers to a person dedicated to Torah study and observance. Ben Hebrew. Children of Israel. Halachically refers to the Jewish people collectively. Benching Yiddish for blessings. Commonly refers to working Amazon for sector fields. Third American Hebrews. Blessing. Formal blessings recited over food, mitzvah, or experiences. Whole structure of halachic practice. Third acronym Hebrew. After blessings. Blessing said after food al-Namibia, al-Bitan, storyline is a shop for working Amazon. Third Jerusalem in Hebrew. First blessing. Blessing said before eating or performing mitzvah. Narrated the Rosh Yishmael classic text, listing 13 hermeneutical rules of Rabbi Yishmael, recited daily in prayer. Narration Hebrew. In the beginning. First word of the Torah and name of the first book. Vayam Hebrew. Coming together, union. Halachic term for marital relations. Relevant laws of family purity. First Hebrew. First fruit. Storing connection to bring the first fruit central. Also of Minor Hebrew. Class 4. Raised formed in a synagogue where the Torah is read. Verses on Hebrew. Blessing of the food. The sector meals, Torah on when eating bread. Broken matter of Hebrew. Blessing of the Torah. Recited before Torah study and Aliyah to the Torah Hebrew. Blessing house. Traditional blessing tones. The Hebrew. Blessing. Prayer blessing recited once every 28 years when the sun returns to its creation position. Broken Thohani Hebrew. Blessing of the priest. Priestly blessing recited by Thohani during services. Myra Hebrew. Clarification, selection. Galactic concept of separating mixtures, especially in Shabbat prohibitions. Visual Hebrew. Cooking. One of the 39 prohibited labors on Shabbat. Visual act of Hebrew. Cooking by a non-Jew. Rabbinic prohibition on certain foods cooked solely by non-Jews to preserve kashrut and social boundaries. Attach on Hebrew. Trust. Refers to trust in God with galactic and technical significance. Visual Chemets Hebrew. Nullification of leaven. Galactic formula recited before Passover, nullifying ownership of Chemets. Visual Torah Hebrew. Left of Torah studies. Considered a serious lapse in Jewish law. No biting Hebrew. On that day. Phrase used in religion to indicate a legend for performing a mitzvah. Glorifying of the Shah Hebrew blessing. Creates many souls. Recited after eating foods that do not require al-Haniya over Kitamah. Glorifying Republican Hebrew blessing. Creates the fruit of the vine. Reciprocal wine and grape juice. Glorifying repeats Hebrew blessing. Creates the fruit of the tree. Recited over fruits that grow on trees. Glorifying free Hadam Hebrew blessing. Creates the fruit of the ground. Recited over vegetables and produce from the earth. Glorifying Minai Masonic Hebrew blessing. Creates types of sustenance. Recited over baked grain products not considered bread. Great will of Hebrew. Covenant of circumcision. Ritual circumcision performed on the 8th day of a baby boy as life. Torah obligation. Practice of a holy Hebrew. Wisdom blessing. Stating God as made and made through an unnecessary blessing. Amalekite prohibition. Practice day 9 Shalom Hebrew. Blessing resembling tree. After blessing combining meats of berkabah for cake, wine, and fruit of the 7 species. Practice even spirit of Hebrew. Some necessary blessing. Of left not required, and only avoided. As making God as made and made. Time check Hebrew.
She's so white. This is like actually blackface for him.
Transgression of God as man, often defined as considered hard. Central in galactic discussion. Just Hebrew. Grain. Refers to the mince eating grain harvested before the over offering on Passover. Still relevant in Pesach. Check Hebrew. Festival Sukkot. Check Hebrew. Festival offering. Sacrificial offering brought on pilgrimage festivals. Also the day of the founded tractate. Shalom Hebrew. No offerings. Or mitzvah to separate a portion of those for the priests. Today, symbolic separation is still practiced. Shalom Akam Hebrew. Milk of a non-Jew. Rabbinic restriction requiring supervision of milk production for kashrut. Shalom Yisrael Hebrew. Milk supervised by us from milking to ensure does not kosher milk is mixed in. Chemex lemon bread. Prohibited on Passover. Central area of Komichi with extensive cost. Chemira Aramaic. Lemon. Formerly used in Mitchell Chemex nullification of Chemex. Chemi acronym. Chama, in a long and Arab. Cream is not traditionally associated with Jewish women bill, kosher, family purity, candle lighting. Chashma modern Hebrew. Electricity. Tragic discussions about use of electricity on Shabbat center on whether it is building, only creating, or on or kindling fire. Shaken Torah Hebrew. Dry fruit of the Torah. Honor given on civic Torah to the person, calls for the final aliyah of the Torah. Shaken Bereshit Hebrew. Dry fruit of Genesis. Honor on civic Torah to the person, calls for the first aliyah of the new Torah cycle. Chatsi Hebrew. Tabla measure. Simply less than the collectively defined measure of forming and food. Prohibited rabbinically even non-punishable biblically. Chatsi Halal Hebrew. Tap Halal. A shortened recitation of Halal songs on praise on certain holidays. Chatter Hebrew. Fourth yard. Important in Arab laws, and shared court yards may require an Arab chatter instead of carrying on. Chase in Hebrew. Gender leader. Leads the congregation in prayer. Inclusion must meet certain qualifications of voice and character. Shazam Hebrew. Perfume status. Electing principle is seeking continuity of the situation until and otherwise be leadership. Kashrat. Chase on in Hebrew. Memorial practice. The tradition of prayer leading and melodies, with logic discussions about embellishment. Shemar and Hebrew. Repetition return. Refers either to one the Chetzeric passions. Repetition can be limited by the prayer leader or to review the Torah study. Chetzeric title. Missionary man. Classic 20th century galactic authority, Rabbi Avraham Yeshaya Kerlitz. His rulings are foundational in modern culture. Chess Hebrew. Magically requires in forms like heritage tzedakah, visiting sick and acts of compassion. Chilul Passion Hebrew. Desecration of name of God. Great galactic sin, causing disrespect to Judaism or God. Shidduch Hebrew. Education dedication. Galactic category for training children in mitzvah observance before bat mitzvah. Shidduch Hebrew. Obligation of galactic requirements, e.g. Tekula equals obligation to pray. Chisholm Hebrew. Strengthening. Intelligent refers to rabbinic enactments made to reinforce observance of Torah laws. Children Hebrew. Sick persons. Galactic discussions about the feasibility of treating the sick on Shabbat. Children change loss of heaven Hebrew. A sick person in danger. Religion mandates desecrating Shabbat to save the life in this case. Children behind goes of heaven. A sick person not in danger. Certain rabbinic prohibitions make the way, but not foreign prohibitions. Chol Hamo Hebrew. Weekday of the festival. The intermediate days of Passover and Sukkot, with unique galactic rules, work limitations, added prayers. Children Yiddish. Smoked soup. Galactically significant as a traditional Shabbat food, cooked before Shabbat and kept warm in line with laws of official cooking. Shoshin fish pat Hebrew. Breastplate of judgment. One of the four sections of Sexual Gedang of Community on brand, Hagasi hurdles, and target photos taken together on Sukon. Central mitzvah of the holiday. Dal is Yiddish for horse, from Hebrew Dalit, the fourth letter. Beneath is Hebrew for species or kinds. Dal Kosakis. Four cups. Refers to the four cups of wine grown at the Passover Seder, corresponding to the four expressions of redemption. Dal Davis Hebrew. Adjective in the personal space and class. 6. 18. Carrying outside one as Dal Davis is a new category of Shabbat hops. And Hebrew. Blood. Source of Eucharist religion, prohibition against eating evil blood, purity, impurity of Damkina, and sacrificial rituals. Damkina Hebrew. Menstrual blood. Creates a state of ritual impurity requiring separation and later purification for resuming marital relation with Hebrew. Abnormal pure blood. And separate halachic rules from Nida, requiring a different count and offerings in temple times. Damgomer Hebrew. Pardon blood of purity. Distinctly distinct from Nida blood, with European status. Sunday Rabbin equated to Nida. Danbel Kaptecha Hebrew. Judge to the side of Aaron. Halachic ethical principle to give others the benefit of the doubt. David Hebrew. Judge. A rabbinical court judge with authority to rule in halachic matters, especially civil law. Say I Hebrew. Judges. Earl of Maine. A standard basis rabbinic code requires 3 AIE. And Hebrew. It will take them enough. Recited at the Passover Seder as a declaration of gratitude. Law of religion pertains tied to the halachic structure of the Haggadah. Liberated Aramaic Hebrew from the Torah. Refers to commandments or prohibitions directly from the written Torah, as opposed to rabbinic decrees. Aramaic Hebrew. From Tel Aviv. Refers to rabbinic enactments, e.g. lighting Hanukkah candles, reading Megillah. Finding them distinct from moral laws. Yavin Yiddish. To pray. Common halachic term for reciting formal prayers, especially the daily tefillin. David in generic teacher in Yiddish Hebrew. Refers to praying the respective daily services. Central obligation in halachic life. Dato Hebrew Aramaic. Enough sufficient. Halachic principle used in logic. Dato monomentating linear canon. It is enough for the derived law to be like divorce, limiting the scope of Cal match over a fortiori reasoning. Lyric Eretz Hebrew. Way of the land. In halachic text, refers to proper manners, behavior, and sometimes to civil occupation. Often paired with Torah study. Lyric Shofet Hebrew. Passive obligation. Used in halachic discussions of whether something fulfills some mitzvah in the required way. Lyric Rishon Hebrew. Passive permission. Something optional rather than obligatory. Lyric Shabbat Hebrew. Ordinary way of breaking. Principle applied in laws of Shabbat, e.g. breaking food packaging in a non-destructive way. Lyric outside Hebrew. Common way. Used in halachic discussions of damages, e.g. liability when something occurs in the normal way. Parisha chapter in Hebrew. Examination and investigation. Halachic requirement for judges in capital cases to cross-examine witnesses. Devan Torah Hebrew. A word of Torah. Often refers to a short homily or halachic insight, given during meals or study sessions. MRH by Bishop Hebrew. Holy matters. empire is on more than 10 million, according to traditional militia. MRH Knowledge linked to the heart. The magic principle that unspoken thoughts do not carry legal weight. Only expressed intent matters. MRH Policy in Hebrew. Fortune matters. General galactic phrase used in laws of prohibited goods, speech, or actions. MRH commentary in Hebrew. Forbidden matters. The opposite category, lawful actions within galactic bounds. Within use. Leading attachment. Spiritual concept of clinging to God, with galactic expression in prayer and instant observance. Monetary law. Galactic civil law. Damages. Drafts. Business disputes. Handled by a basis. Capital law. Galactic rules governing cases involving life and death. Capital punishment. Requiring AI and judicial standards. Foreign law. Refers either to difficult law as opposed to prominent or court cases judged by foreign law. Sure be better be laws of prohibition and permission. Galactic category covering cameras and ritual prohibitions. Aramaic. The law of the land is law. Galactic principally obligating Jews to follow secular laws of the government, so long as they do not force violation of Torah.
Century. Mr. Rodriguez, to go further than that, the 20th century? It goes right up to the 21st century even then. It looks like it's an amazing phenomenon. So the purpose of the Inquisition was that the church in Spain was trying to root out these false Christians, the Jews who had converted to Christianity but did not actually believe what they were saying. The Jews technically speaking, had a false sense of security because they felt like, well, the Inquisition isn't bothering us. As long as we keep to our traditions and we openly practice as Jews, then we have nothing to worry about. That turned out to be a false sense of security, but nevertheless, much of the bulk of the animus was directed at these new Christians, including even old Christians who were suspected of Judaizing, of being tempted by Jewish values, and so on. Please.
I was going to say, and now these crypto Jews were very successful because they had all the restrictions removed from them. Yeah. And so the Christian business people were very resentful of them because they could practice all of the trades and at the same time still not be fully Christian in their mind. And as a matter of fact, I think that the Jewish communities were actually very supportive at the beginning of the Inquisition because I felt these are people who betrayed us. And let them be punished.
Yeah, and that was certainly not the best moment of Jewish unity, I think. Did I tell you the joke about the guy who wants to join the country club? Yes, you're right. Well, Stephen, you remember all my jokes. Do you mind if I tell it again? Okay, the joke goes like this. So, for those of you who are younger, that up until it was Mr. Schwartz in the original. Okay, that was Mr. Schwartz. Okay, so up until really, it's ancient history for most of you, but until the 1990s, a lot of these clubs, even here in Miami, were so-called restricted. Right, you could only join if you're Gentile clientele, and there was no problem with this. I joked about the 1990s. There were some that were still like this in the 90s, but they were openly like this until a great film came out called Gentleman's Agreement that really turned around the way people thought of things right at the end of World War II. But at any rate, up until the 1940s, Jews could not get into this. It would be forbidden, ridiculous, and else forget about it. So anyways, the joke goes that there's this Jewish guy who wants to belong to this restricted country club, and so he goes to the membership director and he says, and these are my assets, I have these boats and these apartment buildings that I belong in your crowd here in the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And the membership director says, listen, what's going? I can't help you because we're a very exclusive club and you can only join if you have a sponsor. And I don't think you're going to find a sponsor. He says, well, who's on your membership? I'm sure I know someone. So here's the membership list. To him, Cohen looks down and he sees someone named Schwartz. And so he says, oh, I know, go talk to my friend. So he leaves, he goes into Schwartz, and Schwartz opens the door. And Cohen says to him, Shalom Aleichem, Reb Yid. Listen, I wanted to join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, and I need a sponsor. So I was thinking, maybe, you're a Jew, I'm a Jew, you could help me out. So Mr. Schwartz looks him in the eye and says, listen, Mr. Cohen was your name? Let me tell you something. I am a Presbyterian, and my father was a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Olav Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. Okay. All right, so let's go on. The Inquisition. Now, so you have this scenario where the Inquisition is directed primarily at these new Christians, these conversos, and Jews who were remaining within the traditional Jewish community felt largely immune to the pressures that the church were exerting. And even though there were some really distinct warning signs, the edict of expulsion took them completely by surprise. A couple of the expulsions that are significant, Andalusia and Aragon in the 1480s, some really nasty trials and executions that occurred in a few places, including a blood libel in 1490 and 91. But the traditional Jewish approach was, these things... Sound? Any sense from the sound? It sounds okay? You have no way to tell, right? We'll find out later. Okay. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? So, thank you for coming. It's the first night of the spring semester, and I'm sorry that my lovely daughter Aliza is a little bit unwell. They have the notorious Taurus MS flu. Starts with one kid in Taurus MS and it spreads through all of them. Even though some of them are, beyond that stage right now. And I want to say thank you to all of you for your kind thoughts for my father. He has had, I'm proud to say, and very pleased to say, a rather remarkable recovery. He's still in the hospital, and we imagine that, well, I'll put it to you this way. I had the opportunity, by going up to Canada, I had the opportunity to speak with my father at length about things that were very important. And now that I've had that opportunity, every conversation I have with my father is like an unexpected gift. And I'm very grateful for all of your good wishes. And my mother, of course, is very pleased that my father's health is kind of stabilized so that we can have a rational conversation with him. You have in your hands the flyer for the spring semester. You'll note that the topics are on the right, and there are a few key dates when we will not be meeting around the holidays of Passover, and they're listed down there, but I'm really looking forward to having you join us for these lectures. I'd also like to give a shout out to the students in Touro College who are taking this course both in New York and in Los Angeles. We're trying an experiment where we're putting these videos online for students around the world to take advantage of them. So I hope to be hearing from them shortly. Let me start with the opening joke. Oh, I should tell you something. One other thing is very important. This is a new innovation. It's got this great microphone, which was given to us by the nice at TorahCafe.com. If you're ever wandering around the web looking for some interesting Torah content, have a look at their beautiful website. They have a lot of really good people speaking there. And I'm pleased that they are picking up a lot of these lectures, and then they are professionally re-editing them, adding the PowerPoints right into the lecture in a very nice way. The only thing that's a little weird is that they're taking my 60-minute lectures and they're shrinking them down to like 36 minutes, which means they cut out the jokes for sure, and they cut out all the questions. So this part of the lecture will probably not be included in their version of it. But this is a joke I heard Rabbi Beryl Wine say when he was here last weekend, and apropos for our today. So a person goes in to see a psychologist, to have a consultation. And he sits down and and on the sofa, and the psychiatrist there in the chair, and he says, "Listen, doctor, before we begin, I'd just like to know, how much is this going to cost me?" And the doctor says, "Well, an initial consultation costs $1,000, and then each subsequent visit is $500. So he says, "Well, here I am again." Okay. I think he said it more in a funnier way than I did, but there you go. Let's get started. Okay. So tonight, stick to my day job. Tonight, we're going to speak about a very fascinating character in Spanish Jewish history. In many ways, the last of a long line of statesmen, philosophers that are endemic to the Spanish Jewish experience. As we've seen in previous lectures, we talk about Chastai ibn Shaprut, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, known as Shmuel Hanagid, individuals who were both learned in a Jewish sense, well-versed in Hebraic tradition of the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, and at the same time, very highly placed political leaders, financiers, viziers, prime ministers, and so on. So Don Isaac opposition of Spanish Jewish political leaders who were at the same time well learned in the Jewish tradition. And as I think I mentioned the last time we spoke about Shmuel ibn Nagrela, one of the if you look even at our age, in which Jews have achieved so much politically, and simultaneously the Torah learning that is going on in this country really outpaces even the number of Jews learning in ancient Babylon. Nevertheless, we have yet to find in one figure a person who combines Torah learning and secular achievement to the same degree as the great Spanish leaders of the Golden Age right through to the late 15th century, as we see in Abravanel. Much of this material is drawn from a very famous biography of Don Isaac Abravanel. Oh, I should mention, by the way, many people pronounce the same Abarbanel, and that's because of the, it's much easier, as Stephen says, it's much easier to rhyme the song to the name Abarbanel, if you know what I'm talking about, right, with Schlock Rock version of Abarbanel, but it's most likely pronounced Abravanel or Abrabanel. So we'll stick with the scholarly norm, although you know who I am talking about. So the premier biography remains the great classic written by B. Netanyahu, not the Bibi Netanyahu that's in the news today, but his father, who was a great scholar and a historian of medieval Spanish Jewry. And so I'm going to be taking most of the material we're discussing tonight from his biography of the same name. And here's a quote from the conclusion of his book. "The life of a man who served 6 kings was associated with the most powerful personalities in Portugal and Spain, Naples and Venice, must necessarily have been far richer, more complex, and more stimulating than this biography might suggest." So I would like to extend that concept as well to the presentation that I'll give with you tonight, because he is an absolutely fascinating man, and in the space of 60 minutes, there's no way we can give justice to the depth of his thought or activity on behalf of the Jewish people. Okay. Let us begin with a little bit of contextual information. Perhaps the most important thing to know about medieval Spanish history is that it is completely different from all other paradigms of medieval Jewish history. The primary reason for that is because Spain is, as one scholar put it, a triangular society with 3 large plurality populations, the Jews, of course, being the smallest of them, but nevertheless being very significant. Whereas if you contrast that to the experience of Jews in North Africa or the Middle East, or the Jews in Europe, the Jews were always a very distinct minority, and pretty much the only minority. If you look at the Jews in France or the Jews in England, you have Christians and a few Jews. If you look at the Jews of North Africa, you have Muslims and a few Jews. So there you have a binary relationship between the dominant population and the tiny Jew. Sometimes there will be internal politics, like, for example, Catholics versus Protestants and so on. But for the most part, the Jews are the only non-titular religious minority in a given region. Spain, however, is quite distinct because you have both Christians and Muslims quite active in the society. If you recall back to the lecture we had about 6 months ago, Spain was originally dominated by Christians, the so-called Visigoths, who worshipped a form of Christianity, or they adhered to a form of Christianity called Arianism, spelled with an I, which was later deemed heretical by the church. But Christianity was originally a Christian land. And then in the year 711, easy to remember, the Muslims advanced from North Africa and took over Spain. And so Spain was Muslim for close to half a millennium. And then, coming primarily from the north, from France, the Pyrenees Mountains, and downwards, there is the reconquest of Spain by the Christians. And the period that we're studying, Spain is under the Christians, but it would be, I think, an exaggeration to say firmly within the control of the Christians, because there still are very significant Muslim minorities, and there's ongoing tension between these populations. The Jews, because it is a triangular society, are a pivot point around which either minority may, either the Christians or the Muslims, may exert their will on the other population. In this case, the Jews are in a fragile position where they often are in a position of authority over the Muslim minority, and that changes all of the dynamic that's in place. Furthermore, because Spain has a somewhat checkered past with regard to the traditional Roman Catholic faith, first with its Visigothic origins before the Spanish conquest of the 8th century, and then later because there are so many Muslims in the society, Spain frequently wants to demonstrate its bona fides as a Catholic nation by, indicating how loyal they are to traditional Catholic doctrine. When in doubt as to the best way you can demonstrate you are a Catholic, all you have to do is persecute the Jews. That's one way to really send a signal, we're going to hold the line on traditional doctrine. And so that's another factor that comes to play in Spain that will be very relevant for our discussion. Okay, pause for discussion, questions on the contextual background. Yes, please.
Until the Muslims were kind of like thrown out of Spain, we might say, or had to leave Spain, that was considered the golden era of Spain because of the Muslim.
Right. Golden era vis-a-vis Jews. Yeah, there was a tremendous period of toleration and allowed for Jews to advance tremendously in that society.
And exactly, they had a tremendous amount of, well, I don't know if it's say so much, but influence in what went on. I noticed that on the first slide, it said Don. There we go, Don.
Yeah.
Isaac. Was he knighted? Because that means sir.
Yes, I'm not positive how he got that title. It is definitely an honorific of some sort. I don't recall reading about it in Netanyahu's biography, but I think it means like a lord of some type. It's like some kind of, and several of the figures we'll be discussing had that same title. Either that, or they all had a common ancestor named, no, okay, joking. All right, his family background comes from Seville, and perhaps one of the, question.
Wasn't Spain divided into Aragon and Castile?
Yes, you've got, they're both Christian dominated, but they're fighting between each other. And Abraham got involved in quite a bit of that as he's fleeing from Spain to Portugal, back to Spain again, and so on. So his background is from Seville. If we look at the map here, we see it's fairly close to where the Muslim conquest occurred, down here on the lower third of Spain, close to the bridge to North Africa. And it became Christian in 1238. That's 200 years before Abravanel's birth. And it has a long history of Jewish persecution. Pogroms in 1390 first begun in Seville and then spread throughout the entire Iberian Peninsula. And the beginning of the Inquisition occurs also in Seville, again, because of the proximity of Muslims. And we'll speak more about what exactly was the Inquisition short. But there's a strong tradition of anti-Jewish agitation in this region, and had a signal impact on none other than Abravanel's own grandfather, who converted to Christianity in the late 14th century. It's clear from later, the way Abravanel never mentions this fact in any of his very prolific writings, but it's clear without doubt from the historical record. We know, however, later events, this was really done under duress, as Shmuel Abravano later Portugal, and in Portugal, so his conversion to Christianity was most likely, we don't know, most likely the result of his very high level of influence in Spanish society. He was the primary, most likely the royal treasurer at the time, and it was unseemly for a Jew to have such a high post and remain a believing Jew. A couple of things we could mention here in terms of historical tradition. The first is, and this continues right up to our own day, there's a very strong tradition of Jews occupying high positions of economic regulation in societies. Including in our own times here in this country, we often have Jews at the very top of the economic ladder associated with government putting in place tariffs, taxes, and so on. There's a lot of complicated historical reasons for this, but to be sure, it is a time-honored tradition that goes back, perhaps might one even say, all the way back to Joseph, the idea of the trusted Jew high in the court who understands what needs to be done economically and tells the rulers how to put these policies in place. There is perhaps a possibility of an anti-Semitic kind of interpretation of this fact, but I think it's much easier to simply look at the long cultural tradition encouraging Jews to work with their minds and with their, account books rather than with their backs that leads to that. Not to mention the restrictions placed on Jews as a result of canon law that disabled them from participating in many other occupations in medieval Europe. But we're going to pass that. The other thing that's useful to mention besides that position is the fact that in Spain, unlike in Ashkenaz, the modus vivendi for persecution was much more inclined to adapt, to acculturate to persecution, even to the point of making a false conversion. In Ashkenaz, perhaps best illustrated by the terrible massacres of the 1096 Crusades, any type of indication of movement towards another religion was considered sufficient for self-martyrdom, for Kiddush Hashem. And so you see a real bifurcation. Ashkenazic culture were more towards an insular, viewing the outside society as much more toxic, dangerous, whereas in Spanish and Sephardic culture, there's much more a sense of, we can work with this, we can adapt, we can find ways to keep our values while still outwardly appearing to be open to the society. There have been historians who have been questioning this, but that's the historiographic model that has pertained for the last 100 years or so in Sephardic studies. So with regards Shmuel Abravano's conversion to Catholicism, it fits within this Spanish Jewish pattern of accommodation to the external realities of the day. Shmuel did return back to Judaism once he was free of Spanish clutches in Portugal. There in Portugal, he once again rose to prominence, as was his son and grandson. His grandson grew up in a Portuguese Jewish home that was filled with politicians at all times, filled with courtiers, filled with noblemen, as his grandfather and then his father worked very closely with the crown to set monetary policy for Portugal. So right from his very early years, Abravano studied politics in the behavior of the people who were coming in and out of his home. He also grew up in an exceptionally wealthy family, and he cherished the preservation of wealth to a degree that he was able to actually exert considerable control over his finances, even while he was fleeing across Europe from Spanish persecution. This is, by the way, the Abravano family crest. I think I have a color version of it a little later, so you'll see a little bit more of what it was like. He was trained in the best Renaissance philosophy that was then penetrating the Iberian Peninsula. Not only did he have a thorough grounding in all of the Jewish classics, of course, the Bible, the Talmud, Midrash, and so on, he also studied contemporary European languages and the classics. He was perfectly fluent in Latin. It seems that he knew some Greek. And as we shall see later in his writings, he was remarkably open-minded when it came to reading sources from outside the Jewish religion. He was well-versed in the writings of the early church fathers, St. Thomas Aquinas, and many of the other thinkers that were circulating in society. I didn't find any confirmation that he knew Arabic, but he certainly was familiar with the writings of Avicenna, Averroes, and several other people who wrote in a Maimonidean phase. And in fact, much of his early energies were spent on analyzing Maimonidean philosophy. So he had a really, like we would say, the ultimate day school education. Very, very strong in traditional Jewish subjects, very, very strong in traditional secular studies as well. Yes?
I noticed on the family tree that I think next to Judah, in parentheses, it said Juan de Sevilla. Was that his grand? Oh, Samuel. Was that his grandfather?
Mm-hmm. When he was converted, they take Christian names.
Exactly. That's
right.
What I
Okay. We don't know a lot about his family. His wife we know only as Mrs. Abravanel. But we know that he was married young, judging by the dates of the birth of his children. We know of 2 sons, and there are passing references that may include 2 daughters as well. We know more about his sons who really followed in their father's steps, many of them following him into exile. Some of the most tearful passages in his biography describe how he was like separated from his family for several years, and then one of his sons would come and finally find him in Venice, someplace like that. And at least one of his sons continued in the literary tradition as well. So we know a little bit about his family life, but it seems he was mostly wrapped up in his political energies and his literary activities. Speaking of his literary activities, the things that he wrote, basically his literary oeuvre was composed in 2 really distinct periods. The first was in his relative, that is before he was about 40, when he was very much at ease in Spanish society, by the Inquisition or the later expulsion, which came as a great shock to Spanish Jewry, as we shall see. And then, surprisingly, a very, very productive period when he was actually being chased from country to country, and he wrote extremely voluminous amounts of material at that point. Early on, though, he engaged in philosophical discussions. In particular, he was fascinated with the philosophy of Aristotle and its critics. And of course, when you study Aristotle in a Jewish sense, you must study Maimonides, because Maimonides was also heavily influenced by Aristotelian thought. And so Abarbanel or Abravanel very much engaged in the in continuing of that tried and true debate that had been going on for several centuries. I have to say, although I admire the man phenomenally, I find it hard myself to really get through his commentaries. I find that, in my humble opinion, and I'm not a literary scholar, but I find that they tend to be kind of long-winded and repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks so, because there are several abridged Abravanel commentaries where, you know, if you can't make it through 2,000 words, they'll give you a 500-word summary of the same concept. And when you do that, it's really much easier to take them. Now, that's not saying that Abravanel was long-winded in his thought. It's probably a result that the much of his writings were originally delivered orally, perhaps were even written to be delivered orally, because oral presentations will often, repeat obvious information, will often go over the material to make sure that people understand it.
I have a new joke, see, as I think I told you. It's actually an old joke, but you haven't heard it before. My eldest daughter, found that joke book of mine by Joseph Telushkin. And, when I read a book, I like to make little notations in the side. So she found all the jokes that I thought were funny 10 years ago when I first read it, and she read them back to me. And, of course, she does not know how to tell a joke. But nevertheless, she reminded me of the joke, so now I have a few more that I can show you. So the joke goes like this. you'll forgive my imitation Yiddish accent. It's not very good, but you have to say this with a little bit of a Yiddish accent. So in Manhattan, there's this deli, and there's a certain Mr. Schwartz who goes to the deli the same time every day. He always has the same lunch and so on and so forth. It's almost identical, the same waiter, same seat, everything. So one day, the waiter brings him his entree, which is always a split pea soup. And Mr. Schwartz says, "Just a minute." And the waiter says, "Yes, Mr. Schwartz." Mr. Schwartz, and he says, "I want you should taste the split pea soup." And he says, "Is there something wrong?" He says, "I want you should taste the split pea soup." He says, "If it's cold, we can get you another bowl or what. I want you should taste it." He says, "It's exactly the same kind of soup. We made it fresh this morning. I want you should taste the split pea soup." So the waiter says, "Okay, fine. Where's the spoon?" Hot. There's a whole category of hot jokes that makes sense. It's not necessarily Jewish. You could tell that same joke of, using Irish ethnicity or Scottish, but somehow with Jewish it just makes the most sense. Anyways, that's the most happy thing we're going to talk about today, because our topic today is medieval anti-Semitism. And for that purpose, we're going to look briefly at the life of Johannes Pfefferkorn. And in that context, another individual, Johannes Reuchlin, who really is a hero in Jewish history, and you'll see how these two relate to each other in a moment. Pfefferkorn was, unfortunately, one of a typical type of Jewish figure that we see throughout Jewish history. Really, it is as old as recorded Jewish history, that there is this phenomenon which has been sometimes coined as the self-hating Jew. It's really the term anti-Semite, perhaps it's an awkward term to begin with, but it's a self-reflective kind of hatred of one's people, oneself, so on, and a desire not only to escape the orbit of Judaism, but also to denigrate the origins of an individual through this self-hating phenomenon. We'll see them several times throughout the course of history. We glanced at one last week when we talked about Nicholas Donin. Pfefferkorn is exactly in the same tradition 300 years later. Basically, he is a Jew who had a rather, I was going to say unsanitary, I think another word, unsavory, thank you, unsavory background. Dissavory? Unsavory? Unsavory, okay, thank you. He was convicted of burglary and theft, associated with petty crime, and ultimately at the age of 36, early in the 16th century, he decided to convert to Christianity. This, ironically, is a kind of a career move in pre-modern Europe, and especially in that difficult transition period of the early 19th century that we'll talk about more next year, God willing, in the spring term. Because within the medieval corporate environment that we spoke about last week, the only way, there was no such thing as a secular Jewish identity. You could not choose not to affiliate. You were either part of the Jewish community and you were subject to its often coercive regulations, but at the same time the protective atmosphere of the community as a whole, or you simply changed teams, as it were, and you joined another one of the corporations. Typically, you wouldn't want to join the peasantry, because that was a very hard life, although there were Jews who did kind of assimilate out into the peasantry, but that invariably meant conversion to Christianity. But for many Jews who took this step, they looked for something that was more like the life of the mind. Since the nobility was closed to them, and most of the guilds were also closed to them, really the only career was to go into the clergy. Many Jews were not happy with the idea of celibacy, especially someone like Pfefferkorn, who was already married and had several kids. So he became essentially an anti-Jewish agitator, something which he took up with great fervor and excitement. There was a market for people of this nature because the church was still rather ignorant of what happened inside Judaism. Don't forget that the church basically lost the use of Aramaic very early on, because the Christian tradition continued into Greek with the Septuaginta. and their intellectual tradition really didn't follow the Jewish tradition of Midrash, Mishnah, Talmud, and the commentators and so on. So anyone who had knowledge of kind of the complex interior language of the Jews was of value, not only to those who hated Jews, but as we shall see, to liberal Christians who genuinely wanted to explore the religious origins of the mother religion of Judaism, to which Christianity was heavily indebted. At any rate, Pfefferkorn, as we shall see, represented someone who took his limited understanding of rabbinic Judaism, his limited ability with Hebrew texts, and essentially sold them to the church, and was primarily through the Dominicans, had a career of attacking Jewish texts, and engineered really quite a bit of disruption that had more ramifications on the church in many ways than it did on the Jews. So the last comment, which we will return to shortly, is that it's kind of interesting because what happened was his anti-Jewish tirades were met by more humanistic elements. Reuchlin was the exemplar of that. And so what was originally a fight over Jewish texts eventually became a fight within the church as to whether or not it was going to be reactionary or whether it was going to be liberal, and ultimately resulted in some major fissures within the church as well. So there was huge implications for the larger world beyond this otherwise minor fight within Jews. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time, first of all, talking about the history of anti-Semitism, and by that I mean the ideology of anti-Semitism rather than the history of Jewish persecution, because these two things are really quite distinct. Anti-Semitism itself goes through four very different periods, and I'll outline those briefly in a few minutes. Then we're going to turn back to Pfefferkorn and Reuchlin and their debate, and then finally we'll look at some of the legacy of this conflict, particularly within the Jewish intellectual tradition. So that's the plan for tonight. Any arguments, discussions, questions? Yes, please. 2 out of 3. It is anti-Semitic. It is the Far East. It's not Jewish, though. This is just I picked this up off the web. This is a 1995 edition of the notorious Protocols of the Elders of Zion. The second, apparently, translation of it into Japanese. And when you figure out that I don't think there are more than 5,000 Jews in Japan total, the fact that they would need 2 translations of even one edition of this notoriously anti-Semitic manual indicates just how the longevity and staying power of anti-Semitism as an ideology. You don't need Jews for anti-Semitism. As Jean-Paul Sartre, the famous French philosopher, once put it in a book entitled Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question, he said, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. So we really see that in terms of how anti-Semitism works. So here are the 4 major stages of anti-Semitic ideologies. We're going to concentrate on the 3rd level, and I will briefly mention the last one, although we won't discuss this in detail until we get to the next semester, which will start in February, God willing. Ancient xenophobia, early Christian anti-Judaism, medieval Jew hatred, and for modern anti-Semitism. You notice I've used distinct terms for the antipathy because they really are different kinds of hatreds. Yes, the brilliant-looking young woman there in the back. Oh, it's Elisa. Okay. It's an interesting question. I would say at this point, but you have to wait. I haven't even started yet. No. It's okay. So you'll ask this question again if you need to once I get to number 2. Okay. So let's go through the 4 levels very quickly, with some concentration on level 3, or the 3rd period. The first period of anti-Jewish animus is what scholars call classical xenophobia. So I need a definition of the term xenophobia. Please.
Fear of the others.
Fear of the others. Good. What's the word xenos in Greek?
Culture, mean a culture of people.
Yeah, xenos means a stranger. Fear of the weird. Fear of the different. The other is a very good translation of it. Fear of something that's other than you. And that is ultimately a normal kind of hatred. I mean, hatred is a strong word, but it's a normal kind of dislike. You see people who don't look like you, they don't dress like you, they don't talk like you, maybe a different skin color, things like that, and you get a little bit nervous. Infants have fears of certain types of foods and certain types of looks and things like that. To a certain degree, it's a natural thing to have a normal reaction of distinctness and separation. And that's just like the Chinese have this for the Japanese, who have this for the Koreans, who have this for the Mongolians. It's as old as human history. It is not specifically directed at Jews. Jews may be the victims of it. Jews may be practitioners of it, but it's nothing like pathologically, specifically Jewish about it. So, for example, this is a detail from the Arch of Titus that is located in Rome, which commemorates the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans. The Romans obviously erected this arch to represent their victory. And I think many scholars mistakenly point to this as an example of anti-Semitism, of early anti-Semitism. But I would like to tender for your consideration that while it's not complimentary to Jews, it shows Jews here, in slavery and carrying off the spoils of Jerusalem to Rome. By the way, when I used to teach this class many, many years ago, I used to say carrying off the booty to Rome, but you can't say that anymore with the younger people. When you say booty, they all giggle and it means something totally different. So I don't know what, but they carry off the spoils to Rome. So this is not an anti-Semitic depiction. It is the kind of depiction that virtually every culture uses to represent their success and their happiness in their war over their enemies, right? This is, I think in Latin they call this style nana nana boo boo. Very, very common, and there's nothing specifically anti-Jewish about it. It is xenophobic. The Jews are the other. We defeated the other, and we congratulate ourselves, but it does not represent anything like the Jews drink Christian blood, for example. That would not fall into this debate whatsoever. The kinds of things that you see happening in the ancient world that fit within this, for example, the ancient Egyptians had a really hard time with the whole Exodus story because, of course, they come off very badly in the second book of the Bible. And so their earliest historians, like the priest Manetho, will write a lot to say, no, it's not true. They didn't, leave Egypt. We kicked them out because they were lepers and things like that. And so they'll create a counter history which is designed to try and insulate them from the widely circulated story of Charlton Heston and the Ten Commandments. In Greece, a little bit later in the Hellenistic age, there were specific Jewish practices that the Hellenistic peoples felt were really inappropriate for their culture. Specifically, they felt that the Jews were very clannish and misanthropic, meaning hating other people. And to bolster that argument, they pointed to rituals such as circumcision, which was a way of clearly and permanently distinguishing Jews from non-Jews, at least men. And the practice of keeping kosher, which meant that they could not share meals with Jews, that the Jews kept themselves apart. They had their specific dietary requirements, and they would not share with others. So these are legitimate observations of Jewish ritual. The interpretation is incorrect. They were not designed specifically to cut people out, but nevertheless, they did have the effect of cutting people out. And so the feelings that the Greeks had of resentment towards the Jews did have some basis in a legitimate observation of Jewish behavior. Similarly, the Jews were thought to be lazy because they took an unprecedented one day off a week, and they would not work for 1 day a week. And that was like something that was unheard of. That they did not do business, they didn't handle money, nothing like that for 1 day a week. When the Greeks and the Romans practiced it, they took very, very few holidays by comparison. Which reminds me of a joke. Did I tell you the joke about the 3 college students talking about their religious leaders? quote again. So it goes like this. 3 college students are sitting around a dorm room. They're talking about their religious leaders. One of them says, "Oh, my guru, he is someone special." Sound familiar? He is someone special. You know, for example, the other day, we were walking in the forest, and there was this raging river, incredible rapids, and we saw trapped on a rock in the middle of the river was this little kitten. And so my guru, when he saw this, he held out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, the water stopped flowing. And he walked out and he rescued the kitten. And the other says, "You think that's something? That's nothing." My Swami, he is amazing. My Swami, we were once walking by this really busy freeway. It was not I-95. It was really busy. Cars were going so fast up and down the road. And we saw on the median, there was this tiny little puppy trapped there. And so my Swami, he put out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, all traffic slowed to a halt, and he walked out and rescued the puppy. And the third student says, "You think that's something? That's nothing." My rabbi, he is really amazing. Once we were walking down the street on Shabbos, and we saw a $100 bill on the ground. And so my rabbi, he put out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, I apologize for that joke. It's a bit self-hating, but it's because I'm thinking Johannes Peppercorn, so it kind of fits within the theme. You'll forgive me and not repeat that. Okay, so the Jews being lazy. And the Romans, one last one. This one's my favorite. The Romans felt that the Jews were impious. The Jews refused to participate in basic religious ritual. What kind of religious ritual? Well, the civic religion, which involved a lot of, sacrifices to idols, bowing down idols, and things like that. And the Romans felt that the Jewish refusal to simply do these little acts of obeisance, took them out of humanity. And the I like to think of is if you go to a ball game, just sort of like our civic religion in many ways, and they play the national anthem, and there's some to stand up for the national anthem. So for the people who used to stand up, they're saying, look, it's against my religion. Everybody else just gets angry, saying, what are you talking about? It's just being part of America. You stand up when the national anthem is played. The Romans felt that the Jews were pious. Now, in all these cases, and by the way, when you look at ancient writings, the Greeks and the Romans, they could say some really nasty things about the Jews, but the vast majority of their comments center around these kinds of arguments. They are simple cultural misunderstandings of Jewish practice. It's a fairly normal kind of hatred. So, any questions before we go to number 2? Okay, so number 2. This is where anti-Semitism changes significantly, and it is in the wake of the creation of the new faith, Christianity. Christianity, this is in answer to Ms. Abramson's question in part, Christianity has a special relationship to the Jewish people because, of course, this is a faith that evolved out of Judaism, and as it grew, it felt the need not only to elevate itself as superior to the mother faith, but at the same time, it had to denigrate its origins. Because that's what Rosemary Ruther, a very heroic Protestant minister, understood when she wrote a great book called Faith and Fratricide back in the 1970s, very, very controversial book. She said that anti-Semitism is the left hand of Christology. Meaning at the same time that Christianity wants to elevate Jesus and Christianity, it has to separate from the mother church and as a result put down anti-Semitism. So, for example, you look at this picture here, which is from an illuminated Bible, and it shows, this is actually a rather nice example, it shows the church here, represented with an upright staff and the crown, and the apostles, and they're all laying the synagogue to rest, meaning laying Judaism to its grave. And the message here is that, the church and the apostles, look at the physiognomy here, the depiction of their expressions, they're all kind of sad about this. They're all kind of feeling, isn't this unfortunate that, we have a new religion, and Judaism was once favored, but now it's not, and it has to die a natural death until they give her a dignified burial. She's still wearing her crown. She's not blindfolded. She has the 10 commandments here in her hand. And this is kind of a nice depiction of that. But we can see many, many more examples of a stock image called Ecclesia et Synagoga. And literally, there are hundreds of examples of this throughout medieval Europe, primarily because these images serve as texts for illiterate peasants. So when the peasants would come into the large villages, or especially the cities, and they go to the cathedrals, and they're unable to read, but they're able to really take in a tremendous amount of information when they have these images explained to them. This, for example, is an interesting Renaissance depiction. You see on the left here, sorry, on the right, always, well, it's on the right because often it was portrayed under a crucifix. So on the right hand of Jesus would be the church, on our left, of course. And here she's portrayed with her crown, the upright staff indicating sovereignty and power, the chalice with the host, which we'll talk about shortly, the wafer, which represents Jesus, and she's clear-eyed, looking forward, and so on, all indicating current status is functioning, and she's in power, and so on. The synagogue, on the other hand, is in a state of decline, quite literally. She's falling. Her body posture is, she's collapsing. Her staff is broken into pieces. She's holding the Ten Commandments, but they're dropping from her hands, indicating that the Jews are losing hold even of their own religion, and she is blindfolded to the truth. All of these kinds of images showing the replacement of the church, the replacement of the synagogue by the church. This rather nasty example is from the 14th century in a German church in a city called Verben, and you can see here's the church riding a tetramorph, a four-headed animal that's an animal of glory, the upright staff, the chalice, and so on. And here is a hand descending from heaven, crowning the church, indicating divine favor. Contrast the synagogue here, her broken staff, the crown knocked off her head. She's blindfolded. And in case you didn't get the message, here's a hand descending from heaven with a sword into the top of her skull, indicating that she's lost favor. So this kind of anti-Jewish imagery is very different from the preceding period, because now it's specific. Now it is directed only at the Jews. You can't take out these images and put in Islam, for example. Never mind the fact that it didn't happen for 600 years, but you can't replace these images with Islam, and they don't make sense anymore, because the Christians never thought that Christianity replaced Islam. They only make sense for the Jews, but notice that they are exclusively religious in content. It's all about, what the rabbis say as opposed to what the priests say. It's a very different kind of fight, and it's in a very narrow strata of the intellectual world. Okay. Ms. Abrams. That's a very deep question that takes a much longer answer. The short answer for now is that it was not so easily accepted. It took a long time. Parts of Europe weren't Christianized until well into the second millennium. So we'll talk about it that time, I think. Yes, please. So that's an excellent question. I've wondered about it myself many times, and I wrote a little article on it that doesn't answer the question, but asks another question on top of it. So my guess is because they represent large abstract things, and there is a tendency in Western cultures to use female terms to describe these things. Hurricanes, boats, things like that. I mean, another argument is that, after all, if you look at the actual Latin verbs, they're feminine, ecclesia, not ecclesios. But what I wrote about, which was published in the Proceedings of the American Academy of Jewish Research about 10 years ago, was that up until about the 17th century, the figures in these kinds of examples are exclusively female. And then over the course of about 200 years, men start appearing and women start disappearing. And it tends, I argue, to correspond with a huge uptick in violence. So while it's still about women, and women are the primary depictions, the violence, like the amount of physical attacks on Jews, and in fact the imagery, accepting this bloody sword here, tends to be much more tame. As soon as you start involving men, it gets much bloodier. There are a lot of other factors, the development of printing. That's very significant, because these images were expensive to produce. It's not like, mimeographs or even woodcuts that were easy to produce and cheap. These are things that had to have official backing. The church had to pay for them.
Welcome. How are you?
Noblemen had to pay for them. And so when you get past the Gutenberg Revolution and just about anybody can start producing things and selling them, that's when the images get much more pornographic in nature. Yes, Judy? The one on the right is a stained glass window, on the left is an oil painting. That's an interesting thesis. I think you could follow that. Okay, last question. I better go.
It's not a question. That have taken in terms of mirroring being personal behavior to Jesus Christ, and in terms of having
Interesting. Okay, let's go to level 3 now. The third level is where it goes off the rails. This is the period that we're in now. Pfefferkorn is towards the end of the third period, which really starts to begin ticking up around the 900s, and it reaches a fever pitch in the 13th century, and it really doesn't slow down after that. And here I call, the first one I call xenophobia, because it's normal. You can find that with most people. Then you have anti-Judaism, which is, it's a religious argument primarily between a rabbi and a priest primarily. Now we get to Jew hatred, which really is, it's specific to Jews, it's hatred. It still has some connection to religion, but it's the kind of things that people say in this period are so overwhelm the religious agenda that it's clear that the religion is just a veneer for a much more profound and unsettling human phenomenon. This is the period when all kinds of things that have no basis whatsoever in Christian teachings come to the fore and dominate the anti-Semitic imagination. Things like, for example, the idea that Jews consume the blood of Christian children.
What up? How are you?
Complete canard that has no basis in reality whatsoever. But it first pops up in the 12th century, and it just will not go away. It's kind of like something that people get in their head, and the story spread, and there's a lot to say about it. I only have a certain amount of time. But even when the church is specifically indicating over and over again in papal bulls that it's not true, Jews do not drink Christian blood, and so on. Nevertheless, even the church cannot control this kind of subterranean upswell of belief in these darker forces. This is an example, for a Jew here. It's a cheap woodcut, which is easily produced. It is pornographic in its nature, and people enjoy seeing this tortured child here. And the idea is that his blood will then be drained and used for some nefarious purpose. The charge of ritual murder. Sorry, I forgot to change the font. It's murder at the end there. First begins in Norwich in the 12th century. This is
take care, my friend. Shout out to Pascal.
The charge of ritual murder is rooted in this idea that if the Jews hate Jesus, then, especially around Easter time, they must want to try and reenact the Passion. They must want to try and reenact the crucifixion of Jesus. Since Jesus is no longer around, as the story goes, they have to find someone who is, clothed, who's Jesus-like, and the best choice would be a young Christian boy who is too young to have sin on his record, and so the child will be taken and killed and so on. The way these things would actually develop, and we have a lot of records of these, is that unfortunately, there were pedophiles and sexual predators in medieval times, just like unfortunately we have them in our current day. And typically a child would be found murdered, mutilated, raped, and so on. And the villagers would be understandably incredibly upset and furious, and they would look for someone to blame. They'd look for someone to hang this on. In some cases, it may even have been the perpetrator. Circulates this rumor that, it was the Jews who did this, and I heard about this once. It happened in a village over there that they did it in Easter time, and so on. And the crowd gets upset. Sometimes they will arrest the Jews. Sometimes they will have a mock trial, or sometimes they'll go straight to lynching or public burnings. Sometimes the church is able to intervene in time, because typically the higher church did not like these charges, and certainly the temporal authorities didn't like the kind of random popular violence that they engendered, and they would try and stop it, but quite often a lot of Jews lost their lives as a result of these false charges. And of course, these charges of ritual murder continue right up into the 21st century, if you can believe it. There's several examples of it here in America throughout the 19th and 20th century. It's a charge that has stuck and has been very hard to uproot from the anti-Semitic imagination. Related to ritual murder is this charge of blood libel, which didn't develop until about 100 years later. The ritual murder charge was just, the Jews want to reenact the Passion. The blood libel is the idea that not only do the Jews want to reenact the Passion, they need to drain the blood of this Christian for various mystical or magical purposes. For example, there was a widespread belief that Jews had a unique stench called the Koiter Judaeus, and the only way to remove that stench would be to bathe in Christian blood. Another argument was that Jewish men menstruated, and they needed to drink Christian blood in order to keep their iron levels high. Their mood swings, otherwise, things like that. Okay, and there's a whole series of these. Jewish women are infertile, and they need to drink the Christian blood in order to have children, and so on and so forth. All kinds of bizarre stories. An amazing piece of scholarship, heroic in its way, really written in 1943 by Joshua Trachtenberg, called "The Devil and the Jews." It was just an incredible survey of these practices in the 13th through the 18th centuries. It's very much worth reading if you want to get to the heart of this matter. It has not been, really, that book in 1943 has not been equaled until this day. Many individual monographs on particular blood libels, but really his work stands. This is, for example, a depiction of Simon of Trent. You can see here in the Latin, Italian, I'm sure, Simon the Martyr of Trent. This picture kind of tells the story if you're prepared to look at the details. Here are the Jews who are wearing the Jewish badge, which have, ironically, the pig inside them, indicating Jewish hypocrisy. And they all, of course, look quite ugly and fearsome. Notice the female character, who is shunted off to the side, no longer central. She's just in an auxiliary role here. She's bringing some tools of torture to her male compatriots. And here is a Christian who has kidnapped the child and sold him to the Jews for this purpose. You can see he has a large full money bag on his waist here, and he's actively helping them by strangling the child while they torture him, perform a post-mortem circumcision, and drain his blood, which will then be baked into the matzah or the wine on Passover and so on. And for those of you, of course, who have tasted matzah, you know that a little blood wouldn't hurt, I think. No, that's a joke. I'm joking. There's no such thing as this. For those of you watching it, I don't know where. Okay, but this is unfortunately an example you see over and over again, and with sufficient time we can speak about it at great length. Yes?
In the sources, the Rose priestess, she tells us that the Rose is based on the fact that the Christian child sees so beautiful these congregants for the child.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. There are a whole bunch of variations on this that often involve Christian or Jewish children who want to convert and their parents won't let them, so they throw them in a furnace. The Christian children who sing beautifully or do something like else, and the Jews want to isolate them. Horrible. You can drive yourself crazy studying these Meshuggah things people believe.
And I think there's well, it's also continuing to provide place to the Jews.
Absolutely. That actually relates to modern anti-Semitism too, because there's a widespread belief that Jews colluded with lepers to poison the wells of Europe by putting body parts in. Okay, so let's go on to the next and relevant thing, and we're going to get back to Pfefferkorn, our hero. So host desecration is an interesting kind of spin on this. And also 13th century. The 13th century was a really bad time for Jews. As you're familiar with basic Catholic ritual, which involves a certain amount of confession before a priest, and then the granting of absolution, and then after absolution, a Christian, a Catholic, is allowed to partake in communion, which essentially involves the ingesting of a small food that, on a very profound philosophical level, represents the actual body of Jesus, and a drink of wine or grape juice, which represents his blood. And obviously, I'm not an expert in Catholic theology, but for our purposes, we have to understand that the Church really wanted to, you know, advance its doctrine of what was called transubstantiation, that the wafer, or in the Eastern Church it was a little cube of bread, actually was, as they say in Latin, mamish, the blood of Jesus, the body of Jesus. That really was it. It was not a symbolic thing. It was actually, somehow, it became the body of Jesus. And I know it's kind of strange for us to think about ingesting it, but as I state in the Catholic ritual. So it follows that if this wafer actually was the body of Jesus, and to continue the syllogism, the Jews hated Jesus and wanted to reenact the Passion, and it stands to reason they would also hate the host, that's the wafer, and they would want to do some damage to it as well. So you have a whole bunch of stories of what are called post-desecration, which are similar in many ways to the blood libel. Like, for example, here's one that was originally in a broadsheet, like a big square thing that could be posted on walls and things, like a movie poster. I've cut it up into little pieces here to make it a little easier to follow the story. Basically, here is you're in the interior of a church, and here is a Christian who is looking over his shoulder as he steals the host wafers and puts them in his satchel. He then goes to the Jews here. You can see the ruel, the Jewish badge, and he offers the wafers, and the Jews take their money bag and they pay the money, and they say, "Here's your money," and so he's paid for it. The Jews then take the wafers back to their synagogue, and in the synagogue they practice various rituals with them, such as stabbing them, and miraculously the host bleeds. You can see here, this is the Christian artist's attempt to represent Hebrew on the two tablets in the window, which of course is gibberish, but nevertheless they're telling the whole story here. And unfortunately, by the way, this actually, well, I'll tell you what part of it actually happened. Then there's some policemen outside who suspect something, and so they say, "What's going on in here?" And the Jew here says, "No, nothing's going on in here, officer, just us Jews." And this one, he collects up the evidence, and he's going to try and get rid of it. They take the host, they throw it into an oven to try and destroy the evidence, but a miraculous figure of a small boy appears in the flames, and doves fly out of the smoke to be caught by waiting angels. Right? All these miracles associated with the host reinforce the idea of the divinity of the host. Then, of course, all of that stuff is Obermeises. What happens next, unfortunately, is historical reality. The Jews were then arrested. They were beheaded. You notice the Judenhood here, the Jewish that clearly identifies the Jews. Others were burned alive at the stake and tortured with tongs, as you can see here. And finally, the Christian who originally sold out the host to the Jews is tortured and taken away for further punishment, and the synagogue is then rededicated as a church after they clear out the various body parts that they find in there from their nefarious activities. So this, you'll recall, is the third stage of the development of anti-Semitic ideology. It's totally different from what came before. It does have a religious connection in that it doesn't make sense unless you understand what the host represents. But it's clear, you don't have to have a PhD in psychology to see that it's really bizarre. And all of these things, when you're coming from a natural dispute between a rabbi and a priest. So the last slide I'll show you in this third period is, this is something that actually extended right up until the 18th century. It's an image that comes from the 15th century, the same time that we're speaking about with Pfefferkorn and Weissman. It's the infamous Judenzahl, or the Jewish pig. And I'm looking at the clock. I don't have a lot of time to explain how we got to this bizarre image, but it was what was called in 15th century German law a Schandbild, a shame picture, which was designed as a form of what's the right word? Punishment for people who committed smaller crimes. Like, for example, in some cities, if a man is arrested and convicted of soliciting a prostitute, the way they deal with it, it doesn't make a lot of sense to give him a huge fine, or jail time seems to be, a little bit over the top. So they'll just publish his name in the newspaper, and that's a pretty devastating kind of thing to do, and hopefully it has some deterrent value. So this Schandbild would be used to depict petty criminals and hopefully, acts of deterrent. Eventually, it lost its judicial connection, and it was only associated with the anti-Semitic. But the elements are very common. There's always a pig, that's the Zau part, the Yud Zau. There's a Jew. Everyone is labeled here with the relative getting a Jewish status. Riding the pig backwards. There's another Jew suckling, and another Jew eating its excrement. Typically, there's a Jewish woman in the background watching it, riding a goat, and the devil is usually involved in the process as well, indicating that the devil is also Jewish, or the Jews belong to the devil, that kind of thing. And at the top, in these two examples, you see, again, there are tens of examples in Europe, maybe a couple of hundred. You see a victim of the blood libel, a young child that was stretched out and tortured and so on. That kind of represents the nadir of the third period of anti-Semitic ideology. It's very hard to find anything that is really religious in this example. I mean, some metaphors only make sense in a religious context, but it's clear that this is just some kind of sick fantasy that really gripped Europe for several hundred years, and even today it's very difficult to. Okay, that's the third period. Any questions or arguments? Excellent question. Was it specific to Germany, or was it all European question? This was an issue that was raised when Goldhagen came out with his book a while ago, Hitler's Willing Executioners, in which he quite strongly that essentially, yeah, it's a German, the Deutsche Sache, I guess would say. But and many scholars took him to task for that, thinking it was essentialist kind of thinking. When you look at the data, there's no question that the overwhelming number of data points, images like this, incidents, stories, emanate from Germany. There is a lot of them from France, or what would later be France, a lot of them from England, a lot of them even from Italy, but Germany has pride of place in terms of just amassing this kind of stuff. So, scholars will have to figure out why that is, and it is a future subject. Yes, last question on third one. These two examples are actually post-Inquisition, about 200 years. So it doesn't have a connection to the Inquisition. It's a judicial practice. Maybe I didn't pronounce it correctly. Okay, let me go on because we have to get back to the peppercorn. The fourth. All right, let's go weiter here. The fourth period we will not treat today because it really is quite different, but I don't want to leave you in suspense what happens next, right? The period of modern anti-Semitism, which is really something that develops in the 19th century, represents a time when the antipathy to Jews really loses its religious connotations and it really focuses on two basic ideas. The idea that Jews are locked in a conspiracy theory, meaning that we're all together in controlling the economy, controlling politics, controlling the media. There's like a global kind of conspiracy linking Jews in a network like that. And racism. Rather unique phenomenon, a scientific, a quasi-scientific idea that there are elements of race, later it would become genetic, or at least at that time based on their blood, that somehow linked Jews together in this nature. These two ideas, conspiracy theory and racism, do not necessarily have to have religious connotations whatsoever. And this is the period that we still live in today. So here's an example from a 1920 book cover. from Germany, die Sünde wieder das Blut, the sin against the blood, ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times. And you can see this, muscular, good-looking, semi-naked Aryan man who's weighed down by this heavy carrion-eating vulture who's clearly defined as a Jew by the physiognomy. And that the picture is supposed to say that the Jews are like a cancer, that they're weighing us down, keeping our culture subservient, and eventually they will feed on our corpse. And that's the kind of message that is very typical of the last period of anti-Semitism, but it's not for our agenda today. Let us return to Pfefferkorn and what happened with him. So in 1509, he converted to Catholicism, I believe, in 1504, 1505. He came to the attention of Emperor Maximilian's rather pious sister. And piety, unfortunately, often is equated with anti-Semitism. Because one of the ways, unfortunately, if you really want to demonstrate your bona fides, you can do so by persecuting Jews. So she was very interested in, learning more about the Jews and their nefarious ways and how, those ways could be reformed. And so she engineered with the Dominican friars, you recall them from the burning of the Talmud last week, an introduction between Pfefferkorn and her brother, the Emperor Maximilian I of Germany. He urged the emperor, he said, listen, the reason why the Jews are not going along with Christianity is because, like we saw with Nicholas Donin, they have the Jewish Bible, in Hebrew, they have the Talmud, they have their unique prayer books, they have all kinds of things. You have to get rid of all of them. Initially, the emperor was loath to go along with this, but ultimately he was put under some political pressure by more conservative reactionary elements in his own court, and he said, okay, fine, I'll go with it. This is after he hemmed and hawed for a while, but ultimately Christian liberals said, wait a minute, the Jews have been in our community for so long, and we do have the doctrine of witness that I described to you last week, but they're supposed to receive some tolerance, and ultimately he had to relent, and he gave the books back. So the books I'm not actually sure how extensive the confiscation went, but he gave the books back, and in its place, he appointed a high commission to study the problem of Jewish books. And what does it mean that the Jews have these texts in circulation? How does that affect our civilization? Note that it's really a technology argument at the same time, because this is the period when Jews were making a really important transition from handwritten manuscripts to printed texts, which meant that all of a sudden, all of this knowledge was highly democratized. The unit price of wisdom dropped significantly because so many people could actually purchase manuscripts. This is, for example, an Eastern manuscript from about the same time, a handwritten example of the Talmud with Rashi on the side here. And you can only imagine if the Talmud is 20 volumes, takes about this much space. Handwriting a document like that would be incredibly expensive. And that's only the one commentary with Rashi. Today's modern Talmuds are printed typically with Rashi and Tosfos and a whole host of other commentaries as well. So the idea of being able to make one printed edition, putting it in typeface and then printing it, was a huge boom. But it also meant an explosion of the availability of Talmuds. And so the whole argument of how much access Jews should have to their religion was very much connected with this new technology of printing. This is, by the way, while we're on printing, a couple of examples because they're kind of like, this is a copy of the very first printed edition of the Talmud. The Sonsino edition, published in 1483. It's not a complete Talmud. They only published a handful of volumes, but it was gorgeous. It was regarded as one of the most beautiful works of scholarship. It's from there that we get the unique kind of layout of the page that you don't necessarily see in the handwritten manuscripts. But there are a lot of kind of weaknesses to the Sonsino example. For example, there's no page numbers. So, if it was a really difficult text, no one invented page numbers. So that's why they got this unique little thing that you see even in Talmuds today, where the first few words of the next page are printed at the bottom of the preceding page. So that way you know that you're not missing a page when you go to the next page. And it's amazing, they couldn't pick up the page numbers, but this they could pick up. And so that was kind of interesting. They also had some kind of funky ideas about plagiarism. Here's sort of a fun one. This is a copy of Aesop's Fables, published by a Christian printer. And the Cicino really liked this kind of arabesque style border, even with the naked cherubs and stuff like that. So they decided to print an edition of the Talmud, and they just stole this. There's no crime at that point. But the problem is, Latin is written from left to right. Hebrew is written from right to left. So you couldn't fit it onto the page with the binding. So what they did is they cut it and they flipped it over. So they just flipped the design, and here you can actually see the very primitive sort of cuts to do it. This was like the Wild West era of printing at the time. So what happened is that Maximilian I here appoints this high commission. He says, okay, what is already the MS with these Jewish books? What's going to be if you just let them have all the books they want? And he appointed to be one of the co-heads of this commission, the very well-respected Christian theologian, Johannes Reuchlin. Reuchlin was a humanist. He was very liberal in his attitudes and tolerant. He also was quite a fan of the Kabbalah. Fascinating that there was a surge of popularity in Kabbalistic studies by Christians. So Reuchlin was one of the few Christians of his day who really had some knowledge of the interior view of Judaism, the Hebrew language, Hebrew theology, and so on. So what Reuchlin showed here, he looks at the charges and he says, this is ridiculous. The Talmud is a brilliant document. It has perhaps its flaws that make it difficult for us, but it has so much overwhelming value that it's not for this ignoramus to trample upon it. And so he said, really, that the Jews should be allowed to have their books. Pfefferkorn was enraged, and he wrote a really nasty pamphlet against Reuchlin, which he published immediately, under the title Handspiegel gegen die Juden, a hand mirror that is about and against the Jews. And the idea was, he's saying to Reuchlin, hold this mirror up to yourself and look at yourself, because this is what you represent. So Reuchlin, who had a very, very sharp and acerbic wit, he immediately wrote a counter pamphlet, which is titled Augenspiegel, which means eyeglasses. You think I need a hand mirror? You need glasses. You can't even see what's going on around you. And he said, essentially that Pfefferkorn was an ignoramus, and this was not in the Christian tradition. The Christian tradition is about love and peace and tolerance, and what he's doing is just a total perversion of what Christianity is all about. So they had pamphlet and counter pamphlet, proclamations, counter proclamations, a lot of public support on either side. What was called the Battle of the Books ensued, that went on for really quite a few years. And what's fascinating is that this little spark, which was specifically about the Talmud and other Jewish books, caught on primarily in the Christian world, because there were those who backed Pfefferkorn, who wanted a stricter, back to basics, let's persecute the Jews kind of approach. And there are others like Reuchlin. And don't forget, we're in the 1500s now. We're getting close to the period of Shakespeare already. We're getting all kinds of, new modern things are burgeoning. We said, we live in a different society. It's changing. Look at the printing technology that's evolving. We have to allow the market of ideas to flourish and so on. And so there are many who are in the liberal wings of the church who backed Reuchlin. It's not at all far-fetched to note that this particular debate over Jewish books had a strong impact on Martin Luther, who just a few years later tacked up his 93 Theses on the wall of a cathedral in Worms. And that started essentially the Protestant Reformation. The dissatisfaction with the rigid and reified vision of Christianity that the church was promoting was dissatisfactory. Was not satisfactory to Luther, who wanted a more open and society of potential within Christianity. So it's interesting to note how far that went. Here's a couple of interesting broadsides that comes from that period. Here's 1521. This shows Reuchlin here shown in master's robes, like graduation robes, indicating that he has he's a magister, a master's degree, and he's wearing a beefeater style hat, indicating he's got the finger here, which in medieval art, finger like this represents instruction. It can be a chutzpahdik gesture, meaning like, I'm going to tell you something, as you say in English, actually, and he's got it both down to like the thumbs folded down, and you little about these. And here's Reuchlin here on his knees, and he's kind of wringing his hands in agony, saying, Oy vey spear, du hast recht, I should not have fought with you over these things. Of course, Reuchlin ultimately won the debate. Here's another example that says the triumph of Reuchlin, because ultimately the Jews did get to keep their books. It shows Reuchlin here on his chariot, but really he's fallen over and it's a big mess. And ultimately, this anti-Reuchlin, anti-Jewish crusade, there is an example. But note that there's not a lot of Jewish stuff going on in either of these images. It's not really anti-Semitic. It's anti-liberal. It's anti-tolerance. It's anti the idea that leave the Jews alone, leave anyone alone. That's really what the whole story was about. So ultimately, now the church did get back into the Talmud. We're not done with the church yet. This is the cover from the Torah edition. You have to understand that the printing industry was controlled by, you had to receive an imprimatur permission to issue the Talmud or any other book. And so the church had a lot of hesitancies about, should we allow it, should we not allow it? In the case of the Basel edition, volumes of Talmud immediately went into scarce supply. People wanted them. There was a market for them. Not only Jews, a lot of Christian libraries also wanted to have copies of the Talmud. You have to figure out what was going on. So in 1580, the church did allow heavily censored edition of the Talmud to be published. It was censored in such an absurd way, primarily using Jewish converts to Christianity who were themselves ignoramuses of the tradition. And when they were in doubt, they just cut things out. That rhymes, right? Doubt, cut it out. Like, for example, the word for Rome in Hebrew is Edom. Right? That's in parlance of the Talmud. Edom means Rome. The word Edom, spelled the same, means blood. So in Tractate Nida, which deals with menstruation, the color Edom comes up a lot. When they saw Edom, they said, aha. They said, Edom, Rome. Roman Catholic Church. This stuff is about us. And so they took out huge swaths of text, thinking completely misunderstanding what it was talking about. And so it's almost totally useless to read the Basel edition. Even though in Turkey there were some sort of supplemental editions saying the stuff that was cut out of the Basel edition, here it is. And so you could learn it with another copy. It never ended up being a popular edition until finally censorship was eased. By way of legacy, however, here's my next slide. My next slide is a beautiful edition of the Bamberg Talmud. Let's try again. There we go. There we go. Make it bigger. The Bamberg edition, which was the first full edition of the Talmud. This is a photograph of several others from an amazing exhibit put on by Yeshiva University on the history of the printing of Talmud. So many amazing bizarre stories. This full edition of Talmud in 6 volumes was actually published by another Christian humanist named Baumgarten. And he managed to kind of get this under the radar of the church, managed to get a fairly scholarly edition using Jewish rabbinical scholars to put together the text, and it formed ultimately the basis for the Talmuds we have today. So I think even though we spent a lot of time today talking about anti-Semitism, we talked about self-hating Jews, the upshot of today's lecture is really positive. And from a surprising place, perhaps. People like Johannes Reuchlin and even David von Baubergen who, although they were not Jewish at all, they could see the value in Judaism, and they acted as supports and in many ways saviors for the tradition in Europe in the 15th and 16th century. Okay, I thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence. We have 2 more meetings till we take a break, and then we'll resume in the spring. Thank you once again.
I think it's just our genetics. I think it's the pattern of how we got here in the first place and how the human reward systems are all set up. They're set up to try to conquer things, with your conquering.
And really scraping the bottom of the barrel for these jokes and trying hard. I tried these out on my daughter, Alicia. She gave just this one got a nod of approval just by a very narrow margin. The joke goes like this. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the almost mythic town of Shell, which is renowned in Jewish metaphor as the city where all the let's say less than average intelligence Jews used to live. The story is, we say this about Chelm, but it's not at all true. Chelm had an amazing yeshiva, and perhaps this was kind of a way of subverting the reputation by Chelm by speaking about it in less than a complimentary term. So at any rate, all the Chelm jokes are basically the same. They run the same trope of being, like how people make so the joke goes like this. One morning, it's a family in Chelm, and they are, sitting on the table having breakfast, and the father is buttering a slice of bread that his wife had baked the other day, and he's looking forward to eating it, and then something just distracts him for a minute, and he drops his bread. And, decides, he looks down on the ground, and he sees it landed butter side up. Amazed. He calls his wife over. He doesn't want to touch it. He's not sure what to do. He calls his children. Everyone's completely dispalled. They're all amazed. What does this mean? They start asking around. And someone says, we should go to the rabbi. We should ask the rabbi what this means. So they go to the town rabbi. The town rabbi says, are you sure? He sends over some of his kabayim to go and actually look and verify. In fact, it did land butter side up. So the rabbi has to go and consult all of the great Sforim. He goes and pulls out the Talmuds and the Shulchan Aruch, looking back and forth and back and forth. Everyone's sitting, waiting. Already a crowd is gathered outside the rabbi's house. They want to know how this can happen. And then finally, after the whole morning, as Stephen already knows the punchline, the rabbi says, I have the answer. You buttered the wrong side. So the joke is kind of funny because it expresses a certain level of black humor, perhaps, that, of course, it's natural it would land butter side down. In many ways, that's very expressive of the topic that we're going to be discussing today, which is the Maharam of Rothenburg. Very important rabbi on many levels. Where's our PowerPoint? It's making noises, but it's not switching. This computer, I think, came from town, perhaps. To figure out what's going on. Maybe here we go. Yeah, didn't like my job. Let me try this again. Okay, and then I'll push play. Yes, there we go. Okay. We're going to be looking at Meir ben Baruch of Rothenburg, very important 13th century rabbi. He's significant in many different areas. We're going to focus on 2 of them. We're going to focus on his activity as a jurist, as a legalist, as a member of the venerated profession of Talmudist, because in many ways he's really took areas that were fairly gray in Talmudic thought, in particular the role of local custom, the role of non-Jewish custom, and gave us some very definitive ideas about how to incorporate or reject those ideas in our own jurisprudence. And the kind of theoretical work that he did in Halakha was of signal importance in describing the way in which Jews would exist in the diaspora for the next 700 years. In many ways, he articulated a vision of how Jews could exist as a minority with our own independent legal system, but at the same time, that legal system could interface with very, very different legal systems all over the European continent, and he became world famous, really, at least within the European Ashkenazi world, famous for making these very valid decisions that shaped our world for the time. The second area that I'd like to really focus on is his activity as a communal leader, because it was not just his Talmudic scholarship that described his activity. It was really his sense of vision and his political intuition that said a lot about how Jews could survive in very hostile environments, and he personally and heroically made decisions that were disastrous for himself in particular. He did so knowingly and consistently for years in order to protect the Jewish people from much greater harm. And so these two aspects, his work as a jurist and secondly his work as a communal leader, will be the focus of our discussion tonight. And we should just get started right away. This is probably one of the only roughly period pictures we have of the Maharam of Rothenburg. As he was known, Maharam is a strange kind of way of shortening his name, Mayor Ben Baruch of Rothenburg, and so that's how he's usually cited as the Maharam. This is one of the earliest artistic renditions of it. The author of this image probably never got to meet the Maharam of Rothenburg, but because after all, we're talking the 13th century. But I've chosen some Roman Vishniak pictures that are probably roughly the same. Here we go. Roman Vishniak, tremendous photographer of pre-war Europe. So he came from a very distinguished and illustrious family in Ashkenaz. He came from the city of Worms. You'll recall we've spoken many times about the three cities known by the acronym SHUM, Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, in the Upper Rhineland, very important part of central Ashkenaz. And his father was a Rosh Yeshiva there. The yeshivas at that time were quite different from what we call the yeshiva today. They tended to be much more casual. They did not have a very fixed curriculum. They typically employed very few actual teachers. It was more like a discipleship. A group of students would be gathered around a particular individual, but nevertheless, his father was extremely significant in that regard. Maharam can count in his father's generation 12 rabbis, a very significant number within one generation alone among his uncles and cousins. The Maharam received a tremendous amount of training at his father's knee, and then later he traveled around to the other cities in Ashkenaz and further south to Provence, where he studied under some extremely important rabbis, whose names I won't bore you with tonight. If you're very familiar with Talmudic literature, however, you would recognize his teachers as being extremely prominent. What turning point in his life occurred in 1240. When he was witness to the infamous disputation of the Talmud, which occurred in Paris. You may recall, we spoke about this a little bit last year. Nicholas Donin was an apostate, a Jewish convert to Christianity, who, as many did in the 13th century, he sought to advance his own personal cause by declaiming the evils of Judaism and in particular the Talmud to the Catholic Church. The 13th century, we'll talk about the century as a whole in a few minutes, was a very important time when the church was ascendant and the church was especially interested in, as they say in Latin, was tutzlach with their Yiddish. What are the Jews up to? And they were very interested for the first time really in the Talmud as a text. One of the basic ideas that developed, largely as a result of Nicholas Donin's activities, was the idea that the reason why the Jews stubbornly refused to convert to Christianity some 1,300 years after the life and activity of their Savior, the reason why the Jews stubbornly refused to convert is because the Talmud ruined them. And since they were studying the Talmud from a young age, it must contain all kinds of things that inoculated Jewish youth against the attractions of being part of the majority, and in fact it did contain many arguments and discussions of Christianity and of Jesus in particular. So under Nicholas Donin's pioneering work, the church decided to get involved in the Talmud, to look at what the Talmud says, and ultimately to try to destroy the Talmud with the thought that by destroying the Talmud, we should pause and everybody should turn off the cell phone. Did I turn mine off? Okay. So we should, so the idea was by attacking the Talmud, they thought they would uproot Judaism from the very beginning. Donin, spoke about the contents of the Talmud to the Pope Innocent III, and And so the Pope said, okay, fine, let's have a formal disputation. Let's have the Jews attempt to defend their Talmud. And they invited Rabbi Yechiel of Paris, who was the former teacher of Nicholas Donin. And the two of them sat down and they had a major public disputation in an attempt to undermine the validity of the Talmud and to make its publication and study illegal. The disputation began in the year 1239 when the Pope ordered, as kind of like a prophylactic measure, the seizure of all the Talmuds in Paris. Actually, the Pope called for the seizure of Talmuds all over Europe, but only the King Louis IX of Paris complied and actually gathered up all of these texts. And so with held in escrow, they invited, they coerced Rabbi Yechiel and Nicholas Donin to dispute. These pictures, by the way, are all characteristic of the period. The color was added later, but this is a traditional woodcut. You can see here's a Christian prelate pointing to the biblical text, and the Jew is shown here because he's wearing this unique hat called the Judenhut. The Judenhut was a conical hat that was imposed on the Jews after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. We'll talk about it again in a moment, but it's very good for historians because whenever you have these kind of woodcuts and other types of art, you can always identify who is the Jew. It's also interesting to note that the Judenhut later evolved, according to many art historians, into two other kinds of hats. Originally, it was associated solely with Jews, but over the next few centuries, it was associated with witches. Witches wear the same kind of conical hat, and not so much in my generation, but certainly in my father's generation, the dunce cap. You have to wear that round hat and sit in the corner. It was meant to be a ridiculous-looking hat that was designed to set a Jew apart and to prevent them from assimilating into society because you could see immediately that this was a Jew and not a member of the larger society. The women did not have to wear hats, but there was something called a ruelle. I'll show you a picture of the ruelle later. It was a round badge. That was supposed to represent the 30 silver pieces that Jews received to betray Jesus, and Jews had to wear it either on their breast or on one of their shoulder blades. Yeah, and women were required to wear this as well. The reality of it is, though, that in many, many cases, maybe even most cases, Jews got around it by bribing local officials. You can negotiate, and people ignored it, especially when you're talking about small villages. Let's forget about London and Paris, but small villages where there are maybe 5,000, maybe 10,000 people. Everybody knows who's a Jew. So you're not fooling anybody with the ruelle or with the hat, things like that. So it was easier simply just to pay a bribe and get around. Anyway, the charges against the Talmud there were 35 separate accusations in this particular dispute. One was that the Talmud was irreligious, meaning that the Bible was the basis of Judaism, just as it is for Christianity, and the Talmud sought to replace it. You didn't need the Bible, you could go straight to the Talmud. So the charge was that the Jews would be more religious if only they got rid of the Talmud. Secondly, it was idolatrous, primarily because the Talmud has a lot of anthropomorphisms, referring to God in human terms, like waking up in the middle of the night and screaming like a lion, God's hand, God's anger, God's jealousy, all kinds of things like this, which also exist in the Bible, but the charge was that the Talmud was idolatrous. The Talmud was obscene, because the Talmud is definitely, for those of you who had the opportunity to study the Talmud, there is no subject which is not part of the Talmud. Sex, drugs, rock and roll, everything is in the Talmud. Nothing is, forbidden for discussion, and so it was easy to find all kinds of discussions there, which would be considered obscene to the medieval mind, and even I would say it might be obscene to many 20th century readers as well. 21st, I don't have a pretty liberal country. Finally, it was blasphemous, filled with lots of anti-Christian sentiments. And this was actually true. A lot of, I wouldn't say a lot. I mean, the Talmud is concerned with all kinds of things, the whole gamut of human existence, from ritual law to civil law, criminal law, philosophy, ethics, biographies, recipes, remedies, you name it. There are all kinds of things in the Talmud. And every now and then, if you're talking about religion or about other religions, some rabbi will make some kind of demeaning remark about, for example, Jesus' parentage and things like that. Because the Jews, the rabbis of the Talmud didn't buy the Immaculate Conception and things like this. So therefore, there were all kinds of snide remarks here and there. And so it was not hard to find these things. And Nicholas Adonin, of course, knew where to look for them. And so these 35 charges were brought before Rabbi Yechiel of Paris. The Maharam of Rothenburg was there as a young man when this disputation occurred. Ultimately, as you would admit, as you would expect, Rabbi Yechiel did not win the dispute. It was preordained that he could not win this argument, and therefore, once these charges were considered to be true, then the King of France ordered all of the Talmud manuscripts to be gathered up, the ones that were kept in escrow, and they were all publicly burned in the year 1242. The records that we have of that time, both Jewish and Christian, describe the incident, and some 24 carriage loads, which represented 10,000 handwritten manuscripts, absolutely incalculable value, were burned publicly in Paris. The Maharam, again, in his youth, he composed a kina, which means it's a liturgical poem of sadness, elegy, which is actually part of the Tisha B'Av liturgy to this day, based on this particular burning of the tongues and powers. And that was kind of a formative turning point in his life. He's going to return to Rothenburg now, where he will really begin his career as a Talmudist. So that's kind of taking you up to his youth and the things that influenced his thought. What I'd like to do is kind of step back now and look a little bit at the 13th century in general, and what's important for Jews, but let me pause and take some questions. Yes, this is, it's a detail. Lisa, do you want to turn off the lights for a second? The problem with this kind of presentation is if I leave it bright, then you can see me and everyone stays awake. If I make it dark, then you see the image a little better, but this is a detail of an artistic description of the burning of the Talmud. This is actually not the burning from 1242. This is a burning from the 15th century, if I remember correctly, in Germany, but you get the same idea. The Talmud was burned several times. Do you like the lights better or the no lights? Yes. Okay, let's go with lights. I just realized I had not figured that out moments before I started today's lecture. And I was thinking, I hope no one will ask me how they got that. It's as if they removed the name. His name was Meir. It was Baruch Ben Meir. So it was Baruch Ben Meir. And where's the B? Meir Ben Baruch. Good. So So I think it's Maharam would be Moreno Harav Meir. Oh, there, now I sound Moreno, our teacher, Harav, the rabbi, and Harav in this 13th century was a term that was reserved for Rosh Yeshiva. So our teacher, head of the yeshiva, Meir, from Moshe. Yeah, I did. Deductible. Okay. Yes.
When was the burning? What year?
1242.
So it's like right around Rambam's Mishnah Torah burning?
Excellent observation, Mr. Rodriguez. It was burned 10 years, the Talmud was burned 10 years to the day after not to the day, to the year, after Maimonides' burning. The manuscripts were also burned in the same spot in Paris. When the Dominicans got the taste of how fun it was to burn Jewish manuscripts, it was hard to.
Wasn't that the origin of Jews to learn English and Torah?
Right.
And that kind of got it started and they got the Talmud burned too.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. I mean, it's a very sad story that when we start burning our own books, then other people will. Okay, I thought I was going to talk about something else first, but I'll talk about this first. I think I have one more slide before we get to the 13th century. No, I didn't. Okay, I have two more slides. Let's talk about two more slides about life, then I want to go through this. So his rise to fame was he went back to Wittenberg and he ended up establishing this yeshiva. It attracted students from all over Europe, as far away as Spain. And this is really quite an impressive thing in the 13th century. This was the era of the Tosafos, which is the grandchildren of Rashi and many other dozens of scholars who all contributed analytical comments to the Talmud, which were later recorded and published alongside the Talmud. His home was the yeshiva itself. It was provided by the community. It was quite large. We know it had 21 rooms, including a Beit Midrash, a study hall, and even a kind of primitive dormitory for the students, the traveling students who lived there. We also know, however, that Maharam largely followed Maimonides' dicta in that he would not accept a fee for his learning. He didn't teach for money. It's kind of like one of the greatest yeshivas in the world today is the Mir, which is over 180 years old, and it still does not charge tuition. It's an amazing thought when you think of it. An elite institution not charging tuition. Of course, money has to come from somewhere, but it does not come from the students who at that stage in their life are least likely to be able to pay for it. He was a businessman and quite successful, and he lived entirely off the proceeds of his businesses. But he was recognized primarily as the superior posek of his generation, meaning a posek is someone who is a decisor in Jewish law. And the word pasak, which means to cut. You know, when you have a complicated situation, someone cuts it and says, this is exactly what we're going to do and no more. He was a posek that was renowned as the Hador Hador, the great one of his generation, in a generation where there were many great rabbis. Now, his response, and we have over 1,000 of them today, responsing to a call, we've spoken about this term in the past, the way Jewish law worked then is, and it's still today as well, is that people would have a specific question, and they would go to their local rabbi, saying, Rabbi, you know, I dropped the bread and it landed the other side up. What does it mean? And if the local rabbi is stumped, then he will pass that question on to a still greater rabbi. So the Maharam was kind of where all of the questions stopped. The greatest question went to him, and he answered them. So we have the records of his answers, which constitute precedents and are used later, cited later in Jewish law. We have over 1,000 of them, and we really get a sense of his personality and the extent of his writings. For example, he was not kind of like cold and distant. He was really quite deeply involved in the problem, and you often hear his emotion coming through in his decisions. He is often outraged when he hears of very heinous crimes, and you can read in the text his anger that he feels that such a crime had been committed. And he's also easily irritated with frivolous lawsuits, especially something had been answered in the past, and nevertheless this case was brought to him. Unfortunately, you can read his Beit Din. He expressed impatience quite readily in his writing. He also, showed a lot of compassion in his writings, including one really terrible responsa where a heartbroken man had killed his entire family, fearing that they were going to be captured by Christian mobs and potentially converted to Christianity or tortured or killed. And he felt that it would be better to kill his own family rather than allow them to be captured. This may be indicative of a man with a severe mental illness, or if his assessment of the situation was correct, perhaps he was thinking to the Crusades, which were really only a century before, where this was a common occurrence among Ashkenazi Jews, where they literally killed, entire congregations would draw lots and would kill each other rather than be handed over to the Christian Crusaders. And so in such a case, this particular man who's completely heartbroken, he begged to be forgiven and to be somehow allowed to incorporate himself back into the community, which wanted to ostracize him. And the Maharam ruled that, in fact, he should be accepted as a Jew in good standing in the community. He argued that he committed this crime because he felt it was somehow justified and his heartbreak at losing his family was sufficient punishment for him under these circumstances. And he justified that decision by saying that earlier rabbis, including Rashi, who we've spoken about before, forgave those Jews who did similar things in the hands of the Crusaders. How much more so should they in the 13th century get the same consideration? But you get a sense also of the nature of life, the very precarious nature of life in the 13th century in these countries. Perhaps more significantly, though, for his role as a jurist was a pretty consistent theme that ran through most of his responsa, indicating respect for local custom. Many questions came to him saying, wait a minute, it says in the Talmud this, but we forever have been doing something different. Or it says in the Talmud this, but if we actually keep what it says in the Talmud, it would be very difficult for us to make a living. We'll find that we are at variance with local customs with regard to things like, just off the top of my head, the concept of the just price. The idea that how much markup are you allowed to put on retail goods. So without getting into the complexities of it, the Talmud basically says you are only really allowed to mark things up 1/6 of their original value. So something, I'm not going to try to calculate it, 1/6 markup, 15%, thank you. So that's a pretty low markup. I imagine some industries like groceries or something have a low markup like that, but most industries have more like a 50 to 100% markup. And in many places, the Jews were saying, we just can't manage this sort of Talmudic dictum, and nobody else is doing it. So we're simply going to become, impoverished if we obey it. The Maharam very often in these kinds of situations, not necessarily the just price, but he argued that Jews could follow prevailing economic practices, even if in some ways they were not perfectly in line with what the Talmud was there for. And finally, very importantly, he argued that communal decisions must be made democratically. This was a theme that pervaded most of his work. He was not a rabbinocrat, if that's a real word, someone like believing that the rabbis should be in charge, a theocrat. He believed that the community should have the right to essentially determine their own destiny. Obviously, they're not allowed to vote to, obviate a mitzvah in the Torah. They're not allowed to vote to say something which is forbidden is now permitted, or vice versa. But in the area of how they manage their affairs, the democratic consensus should be adhered to. Very, very significant thing in Talmudic law, because much of the Talmud was written already in exile, and Jews did not have necessarily that kind of control over their lives. He was really pioneering these essential questions about how Jews would govern their own lives. It is not completely democratic. For example, one very important element of society were completely disenfranchised. Those were the women, absolutely. So it's not really democratic, thank you, Judith. Women did not have a vote. Another very significant element of the community was disenfranchised besides women. Children, okay, I don't count children. Besides Elisa, she's wonderful. So she's already out the propertyless. Right? You had to have a certain amount of wealth to have a say. The more wealth, the more of a say. So it's not democratic in a perfect sense, but you had, if you had wealth and you were male, then you had a say.
According to polls, the Roman polls, of course, polls.
No, it's wealth. Yeah. Assets. A cow. Wow, he gets the vote. All right. So this was really important because he really set the rules for how Jewish communities would govern themselves. And there's some evidence to indicate that a lot of his thinking led over into the Christian world. And Christian municipalities were also developing at this time, and they looked to the Jews who were highly urbanized for models of their own leadership structures. And so the Maharam may have had a significant impact on all of Europe, not just the Jewish minority per se. So now, let's finally go to the 13th century. Let's speak a little bit broader here. 13th century was an extremely important time. Oh, by the way, here's a couple of pictures of Jews wearing the ruel. These are obviously 17th century renditions. They're quite a bit later, but it shows you how long these things lasted, right? The ruel here on both the male and female. I do not know why she's taking a goose. But this is, I guess, women walk with the fashion accessory, I guess. 13th century was extremely. I'm sorry. She's taking this. So, the 13th century was an extremely important time when the church and the secular powers, the temporal powers, really began to duke it out and decide who is really going to be in charge of Europe. The kings, nobles, they traditionally had held power. Don't forget that some of these areas were not Christian for that long. Maybe a few hundred years earlier they'd adopted Christianity. Many of these regions adopted forms of Christianity which were later declared heretical, so then they had to re-Christianize as Catholics. So it was still a very evolving area for the church as a whole. And as the church was ascendant in the 13th century, the church began to assert its authority and say that ideally all secular rulers should be subjugated to the church. The temporal authorities, the kings and so on, they rebelled at this notion, and the 13th century was kind of a proving ground when the church was winning for some time. Later on, of course, the secular powers would begin to get the upper hand, and ultimately you would have the Reformation, which would really take down the church. But at this time, the church was beginning to wax in its authority. When the church had authority, they had doctrinal concerns about the Jews. What do you do with the Jews in Europe? On a kind of a theoretical level, the church had a difficult way of trying to accommodate the reality of Jews in Europe. They had this doctrine that was first articulated by St. Augustine called the doctrine of witness, later confirmed by Pope Gregory the Great in the 7th century, that said that basically you can't kill all the Jews. You may want to, but you can't kill all the Jews. You have to let them live. Why? Because when Jesus comes back for the second time, the second coming, then Jews will be a witness to his divinity. Because they, as a people, were originally there, then they are the only people who can really validate that he is in fact the Messiah. It's kind of a strange argument. It's sort of like, if you imagine that there's this cholent recipe that has been in the family for generations, and everyone's been making cholent exactly the same way, and then suddenly along comes, someone, let's say her name is Shayna, she goes to college, she comes back for Pesach, and she tells her family, I had this fantastic recipe where you put peanut butter in the cholent. And they're saying, peanut butter, what? That's ridiculous. But she makes the peanut butter cholent, they taste it, they say it's okay, but it's not as good as Bobby's cholent. And she gets upset about this, and this fight ensues. There's a point to this story. And the fight gets worse for generations and generations. Sally's daughters and their daughters are always making the cholent peanut butter, but they can't get any of the rest of the family to admit that the peanut butter cholent is better. The only time they'll ever win and feel really secure about themselves is when one of the members of the traditional cholent family tastes the peanut butter cholent and says, Taka, this is better, then they will be proven right. So this is exactly, I'm sure the metaphor is perfectly clear. This is why the Jews had to be maintained alive, because they had to be present for when Jesus came back and said that it's better with the peanut butter. And that's the whole point of it. They could be persecuted, however. The Jews were not supposed to kind of stand out as being prosperous and successful and happy, because that would also undermine the whole idea of the doctrine of witness, part of which implied that Jews had to live in a degraded state until the second coming. So the church had to kind of keep them down in that difficult place where they're not succeeding, they're not flourishing, but they're still present and allowed to be present. And in fact, they were occasionally useful for some things. Like, for example, it was at this time when you have the big transubstantiation controversy, where the church, the Catholic Church, is trying to advance this notion that many peasants were very skeptical of, that the wafer actually, not symbolically, but actually became the body of Jesus. This is something that many Christians of the 13th century had a very difficult time accepting. And one of the best ways they had to prove it, the church to prove this, is they said, well, you don't believe us. Look, the Jews themselves want to capture the host, that's what they call the wafer, and desecrate it. If it wasn't holy, why would the Jews bother trying to do this horrible thing to the host? And of course, Jews just want to stay away from the wafers. They don't want to get involved. We'll talk about it more next week when we look at varieties of anti-Semitism in the Middle Ages. But at any rate, this is the kind of pressure that the church exerted upon the Jews. On the other hand, when the state had its way, they had economic concerns. They wanted the Jews to be a source of income for the king in particular, and they wanted the church to keep their hands off the Jews, let the Jews become as prosperous as possible, because the more they prosper, the more they can be taxed. And so the king was often at odds with the Pope, trying to say, please leave my Jews alone. They're doing a great job with all their economic activities. Let them bring in the gold. I will take my share and we'll be fine. Shalom al Yisrael, so to speak. But so the church and the kings often had a lot of conflicting opinions as to what to do with the Jews. It's very important to understand that one of the most fundamental elements of the medieval period, which separates that period from the modern period that we live in, is this notion of a corporate society, where, unlike today, where we form voluntary groups, we may choose to belong to a synagogue or a church or the JCC or whatever, but fundamentally, the modern citizen-based governments that we have today, all the way from the French Revolution onward, they deal with each of us as citizens. We have a social security number. All of our data is recorded associated with that number. And, the president himself could go to his desktop computer and could right there on the spot look up everything about you. Because, as it were, we deal directly with the government. We may have some levels of representative government, but ultimately we all have to be treated as individuals. This was not true of the medieval period. The medieval period, it was feudal in nature, which meant that you belonged to a particular group in society, which was a socio-economic and perhaps religious group, and you couldn't get out of that group. It was as difficult to cross boundaries as you might think in 19th century India with the caste system. If you were a peasant, you were required to do peasant duties. You were required to remain attached to the land. You could not marry without the Lord's permission. You could not move. You could not decide you wanted to be a ballet artist or a shoemaker. You were a peasant. You had to farm. And there were several groups like this in medieval society that were quite hierarchical in nature. And the Jews were similarly within their own little bubble. The Jews constituted a group that were unlike all of the others, and they had to submit to some authority in this pyramid-like society. The problem was, where exactly do you put the Jews? We were not farmers. We were overwhelmingly involved in commerce, especially small-scale commerce. And at the same time, we were not burghers, meaning we were not officially recognized merchants in the villages. We were often not allowed into the artisans' guilds. We certainly weren't allowed into nobility. The only group that we were really close to in many ways, kind of like comparing the way we lived, was the clergy. The villages were filled with Jews and priests, and it was a strange kind of neighborly relationship. Because the vast majority of people lived in the farms, and they came into the villages twice a week to conduct their business. And the Jews had this weird spot. Who do they report to? And when they generate wealth, who gets a share of that wealth? This was a major debate that was fought in the 13th century, and the Maharam was right at the center of it. One last detail about the corporate nature of society. So if we all lived our own little bubbles, and there was a Jewish bubble, the Jews had a tremendous system of self-government, which is really inherited from Babylonian times and reached its peak when it got to the 16th century in Poland in particular. But this structure, known as the Kehillah structure, the word Kehillah is derived from the Hebrew root kahal, which means to congregate. It's basically the model that we use for most modern synagogues today as well. It's a very, very useful model, and it provided the Jews with the means to create a social safety net that was cradle to grave and allowed the Jews to care for themselves as a community, a very self-reliant structure. So here's how it worked. And you have to realize that in the Middle Ages, there was no social services. There were no public hospitals. There were no public orphanages. You know, if you didn't work, you didn't eat. It was basically very sad. You could throw yourself on the mercy of the church, perhaps, and you could become a beggar or a highwayman. But there was no system to help people who are disadvantaged, really, except in the Jewish world with the Kehillah structure. And it looked like this. At the top of the Kehillah was a group called the Tuvei Ha'ir, which means the good people of the city. They're roughly equivalent to what most synagogues would call their board of directors. Membership in the Tuvei Ha'ir was exclusively male and exclusively, the wealthy. It was a privilege to belong to the Tuvei Ha'ir. It was usually 5 to 7 members on the Tuvei Ha'ir, and membership in this group carried a kind of a price tag. Since you were appointed as a communal leader, you were expected to also help defray the cost of those less advantaged. So you had to give up parnasa, but you got instead covered. You had to give up wealth, but instead you got honor for it. The Tuvei Ha'ir would appoint on a regular basis 2 major institutions. They would appoint a parnas. The word is probably related to the English word president. It means the provider, like Yosef Parnas, right? And he would be, again, it's always he would be in charge of the executive wing, and he would run the community. He would make sure that what needed to be done was in fact done, including the collection of mandatory taxes, the assessment of taxes from the Jews, the collection and then distribution of those taxes. In order to do that, he had a group of individuals called Gabayim. Gabayis, the word Gabayim literally means collectors or enforcers. And these were essentially, I think policemen are too strong a term, but these were the court-appointed authorities who made sure that you paid the taxes that you were assessed, made sure that if you divorced your wife, you gave her the get, that all these things were done by the Gabayim. The Gabayim also would report to the Beit Din, or the Jewish court, the judiciary. And whenever there was and these two groups kind of balanced each other out to a certain degree, because if the Parnas overstepped his authority, then the Beit Din was able to, address it, indicate that it was not being done in accordance with Jewish law. However, the Beit Din was also an appointed position and paid for by the funds from the Tuvei Ha'ir. So occasionally, the Beit Din would be thrown out, the head of the Beit Din would be replaced. So if you think this is a little bit like a synagogue arrangement where you have, this is the board of directors, this would be the president of the shul, this is the rabbi of the shul. The rabbi has a tremendous amount of authority, but if the rabbi oversteps that authority, then he may get replaced. So to the president, certainly has a time limit, he can be replaced as well. The same structure. The Gabayim in a shul, of course, they have really just a shadow of the form of power they used to have in the community. They just decide, who gets the first aliyah, the second aliyah, things like who governs from the Amud. It's not nearly as powerful a position as it used to be, but that's essentially where they came from. Now, the real work of the community was conducted down here by a whole series of groups, called chevras, or associations. This was a business chart, we called them committees. And unlike the rest of the positions, these were often, if not predominantly, staffed by women. So the actual work of the community was often done by the women who were leading the chevra, for example, to collect Tomkei Shabbos, support for people who had difficulty making Shabbos properly, or Minas Tzedek, making sure that travelers had a place to sleep when they came into town, or the Hebra, Kadisha, that's the most important of them. In fact, in many ways, the Hebra Kadisha, even though it's here, it really had more power than anybody. The Hebra Kadisha is the burial society, and one of the most feared punishments that the Shubha is out to a person is to say, you know, if you don't pay the taxes we've assessed, then the Hebra Kadisha will not bury you. And that was a terrifying thing, to be thought that your body would just be tossed in the communal pits that, you know, the local cities used. That was terrifying. So the Hebra Kadisha was reserved only for the most really well-respected senior members of the committee. And it's beautiful about Jewish ethics that the people who deal with the dead are considered the most respected and honored. But that's basically how the Jews organized themselves within the corporate structure, and it was a structure that was vastly superior to anything that the peasants had, or the burghers, or even the artisans with their guilds. They didn't have anything nearly as extensive or as pervasive as this way of taking care of themselves. Well, typically the Hebras were not paid. You know, you were a volunteer position, right? Women's with a lot of volunteer work. No, the Jewish community was built on volunteer work. One of the interesting analyses that's coming out of the impact of feminism on the Jewish world is that as women go into careers, all of a sudden there's a vacuum of all these crucial volunteer positions. You know, I mean, my mother, she lived and be well. She also works in the store and things like that. But she was always Rebecca and Dasas and all kinds of things like that. How many women of my generation or my daughter's generation would do that? I don't know. And what does that mean for those organizations? It's a really rapid change that's happening in 50 years that we haven't had before. So these were typically unpaid positions. Yes. The Kehillah actually goes all the way back to Babylon. It's a very old system, but it was refined over centuries of the diaspora. It really existed right up until the 19th century as a viable municipal organization. It was finally destroyed in 1844 by Tsar Nicholas I. But the idea of it was maintained at least on a voluntaristic basis with synagogues. The thing that really makes it work, though, is not really placed on the chart, and that is there's no exit. You can't leave. The only way out of the Kehillah is to convert to Christianity. And so, if you didn't like your parnas and you didn't like the taxes you were assessed, well, you can go to the Beit Din and complain there, and maybe you get some traction. Or you just have to eat it. You just have to do it. You could go to a different community, but your transgressions on one would follow you to the next one. Especially when you have a development of something called the Arba Aratzot, the Council of Lands, where all of the Kehillah, an amazing thing, they developed this network that extended from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, where you simply were part of a huge, literally a Jewish state within a state. So it was, what made it work was the coercive power that, coercion on the one hand, I think it irks us as modernists and as Americans, but on the other hand, it's great for maintaining a minority in the diaspora. Make sure that everybody is marching more or less in lockstep. It's only when the possibility of a secular Jewish identity emerges in the 18th century that the Kehillah structure really loses its power. Okay, so let's go back to the Maharam. So, the most tragic part of his life, the last few years of his life, came when the German Emperor Rudolf I, in an attempt to assert the power of the king over the power of the church that we discussed earlier, he made a decree that Jews would formerly be placed in the feudal structure as so-called servi kamara, which means servants of the royal chamber. In other words, if you saw that triangular diagram I showed you earlier, where you have peasants on the bottom, and then knights and nobility and so on, where do you put the Jews? Are they below the nobility but above the knights? Are they below? Where do you put them? So he wanted to say from now on, the Jews report directly and exclusively to the king. They do not distribute, as they had in many communities, their taxes to the local nobility. So let's say, I don't know, in the Bavarian region, and you were a Jew, and you were a money lender, took full profession for Jews back then, and you made X amount of crowns, you would have to pay, let's say, 10% of those crowns a year to the local Duke, and your taxes would go to the official who was more or less in charge of your town. Rudolph I said, no, this has to stop. From now on, the Jews belong to me. They are the king's Jews, and all taxes that are accrued from their activity come directly to the king. So what this meant, it was kind of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, and actually, ultimately, this would be the reality over the next 100 years in Europe. The reality is it meant that the Jews could claim the protection of the crown itself. If they were threatened, they could say, hey, we report directly to the king. You mess with us, and you're ultimately messing with the king. And that was a bit of a protection. But on the other hand, it essentially reduced their function to those of slaves. It says something about their personal status in the medieval feudal environment. And the Maharam felt that this was very, very dangerous for the Jews. And so as a result, in 1286, the Maharam led a massive exodus of Jews from Germany. They said, we can't live here anymore. If the king is really going to do this to us, then we're going to move, let's say, to France. It's not so far away. So he gathered up all of his followers, there were a large number of followers, and they simply left Germany. They made it to Lombardy, and there he was recognized by a Jewish convert to Christianity and was betrayed to the local authorities, and he was arrested. Arrested on the grounds of offending the king and of attempting to avoid taxes and so on. This is from the grave of Rudolph. So he was placed in prison, and he lived there for 7 years until his death. He was never released after that moment. He was not the worst type of prison experience because he was allowed access to his books and a considerable number of visitors, but nevertheless his freedom of movement was curtailed and in fact ended. And the strange thing is that Rudolph was willing to release him upon the payment of a tax of 23,000 pounds of silver, a very large amount of money. As you can imagine, in contemporary dollars, that would be a phenomenal sum. And that sum was available to the Jewish community, and they were willing to pay it. But the Maharam refused to allow the Jews to buy him out of jail. He refused to allow them to give the money to the king. He said it would be more important that I stay in jail than you give up all of that money. So what was his reasoning? Why didn't he want to release himself? Basically, yes, two major issues. The first issue was that he would only allow them to pay it if it was explicitly called a ransom, meaning that he was kidnapped and they ransomed him. That would make the king look pretty bad. He was a kidnapper. But he refused to allow it to be portrayed in any way as a tax. Because if it was a case where, the king argued that Jews were engaging in tax evasion, that he had made this rule, they had to pay the taxes, and they refused to pay it, and now they pay it up. He says, fine, of course I'm going to release your leader, this great rabbi, because you paid the taxes that you owe me. But that would also mean that the Jews acquiesced to becoming Servi Kamara. And they would be, from then on, slaves directly to the king. And the Maharam did not want to give the notion that, in fact, that would be legitimate. So he'd rather stay in jail than have them pay out. The other major issue is the precedent of, what does it mean if you can kidnap a rabbi and get paid 23,000 pounds in silver? That would place the entire European continent's worth of rabbis at grave risk. And so he didn't want to be released on such a high ransom because he didn't want to, escalate the cost of kidnapping. Here in our community, we have so many Jews from Latin America, and I know myself personally people who have been kidnapped when they were living in Latin America, and I even a friend whose brother-in-law was killed when he was kidnapped, even after they paid the ransom. And they tell me that one of the worst things that happens to a person is if the kidnappers learn that you hold kidnapping insurance. Because as soon as they know that you have insurance, then you become more of a target for kidnapping because they know the money is going to be available for sure. So the Maharam refused to allow them to pay such a large amount because he felt that this would just be more of an incentive for kidnapping in the future. He died in 1293, and the king continued to hold his body ransom. It was only in 1307 where a very wealthy Jew named Alexander ultimately was able to negotiate the release of the body. It also involved payment of money as well. And when Maharam was finally interred in the barrack in the graveyard in Florence, you can see his pictures of here. This is his grave, and after the rescue of his body died, he was buried immediately next to him in the cemetery. You can see here that the graves are filled with stones, Jewish custom to leave a stone in the grave. And the pictures that I've seen look kind of interesting. There's a lot of scraps of paper written here. Maybe it's a custom there to write a little bit or a little prayer and leave it at the grave, which of course is practiced among many Jews today. So we wrap up by analyzing the legacy of this unique figure. The man who paid for the release of his body. In many cemeteries, they have a custom of not burying people next to the spouses. It's a way of keeping the peace. No, it is. You do see that every now and then. It's not really a custom in America, but you often see it where customs are. Good lead to mixed dancing, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't know too much about his family, I'm afraid. So the legacy of the Maharam, he's a major figure in the establishment of Ashkenazic practice. Many of the customs we have today, like for example, off the top of my head, do we consider the 2 days of Rosh Hashanah two separate days, two separate holidays, or one long day? So he ruled, we consider it one long day, but nevertheless we say the Shehechianu bracha on the second night, and we also, wear a new article of clothing or have a improvement table, something like that, to mark it. Thousands and thousands of Jewish ritual practices come from the decisions of the Maharam. Secondly, perhaps more significantly than ritual practice, is his jurisprudence and specific focus on how to run a community. How do you make decisions? Do you have an autocratic leader? Do you put a rabbi in charge? Who's in charge? And he argued for the practice of democracy, albeit a limited democracy, but nevertheless the idea that there should be a consensus in the communities. That was extremely important. He temporarily, ultimately he would fail in this regard, but he temporarily held off the imposition of a Serbi Kamarai status to Jews in Europe. The economic forces were so great, however, that he simply could not hold it off after he passed away. And but nevertheless, his willingness to uproot from Germany really sent a strong signal to all the Jews of Ashkenaz, and one can credit the beginning of the ultimately huge exodus of Jews to Poland and Lithuania to the position of the Maharam in the 13th century. So with that, I'm going to conclude. Thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence. We have 3 more weeks left in this series for the fall. We'll meet, God willing, on the 26th, January 2nd, January 9th, and then we're going to have a very short break because it's intercession before college calendar. There are a lot of really exciting Shabbat plan and Young Israel to enjoy the great speakers. And God willing, after those 2 weeks are over and then the break is up, we'll begin again with lectures in February. Thank you again.
Like you listen to it, you're like, holy shit, I sent it to Patrick from the Black Keys, Patrick, and And his answer was like pop music is AI. I had it for a while. Good thing I suck at drums.
Please, gentlemen, why don't you have a seat? Let's get started. To all of you for coming today, after all, it is Era Tag, and people getting ready for Thanksgiving, as they say. And just thinking to myself, you know, there's an old yeshiva joke, and you've probably heard it's not really a joke, it's kind of a witticism. You know, when the Jews first came to this country, they didn't know exactly what to make of the turkey. Because not to make the turkey out, you know, but they didn't. Is it a chicken? Is it kosher? What exactly is it? There are in fact some Jews today who won't even eat turkey because it doesn't conform to the traditional list. So they ended up calling it, and the Hebrew term for turkey is tarnagol hogu, right? Literally the chicken of India. Hogu is India because these were called the Indies, right? They thought they were reaching India. They called it chicken of India. But it just occurred to me, it's kind of funny because it must mean that Thanksgiving is in the Torah because the word hogu vocalizes to mean they praise, they thank, right? So it's the chicken of thanking. So see there. So anyways, here's the joke. That was not the joke, that was just a thought. So the joke goes like this. So the joke goes like this. They're having in Scotland the annual games to determine the greatest of the Scotsmen. And they have the bean throwing event, and they have the bagpipes, and of course they have the lumber cutting event. And they have all these lumberjacks from all around the world descending on these villages north of Edinburgh to determine who in fact is the greatest lumberjack ever. They have the French Canadians, and they have Scots, and they have Northern Germans, and everyone's there. And they're all trying to cut down these trees and have various levels of success. And finally, this little old Jew from Brooklyn, long black capota, bent over, looks like he weighs about 110 pounds. The axe looks like he weighs more than he does. And they don't want to let him compete. He says, please, you know, you got to let him compete all the way. So they say, all right, fine. And they point him out one of these massive Scottish big sequoia kind of trees. And he looks at it, and then he just takes one-handed, mighty swing of his axe, and he slices it in half. And the judges are totally he completely beat out all of the Quebecois and all this Scots stuff. And they went out to him and said, that's amazing. How did you do that? Where did you learn to cut down trees like that? And he says to them, have you ever heard of the Sahara Forest? And they said, no. He says, no, it's the Sahara Desert. Kind of lost it. So did you get that one, Estelle? Wasn't so funny, but I'm actually a little bit sick today, so please forgive me. Okay, today we have an unusual topic. It's a topic of little relevance in the grand scope of Jewish history. It's kind of like an unusual 200 or 300 footnote, and Jewish history is so long that we can afford 200 or 300 years for a footnote. But it's an unusual event, an unusual theme in medieval Jewish history that by its absence, by its lack of continuity with the rest of Jewish history, also indicates what are the dominant trends of Jewish history. In other words, the fact that this movement, the Hasidei Ashkenaz, were largely rejected by the main body politic of the Jewish people, indicates what Jewish people believe to be central to their faith and what things were not central. So we'll look at this exception, which will help us prove the rule of the development of Judaism in the medieval period. Specifically, this group, known as the Hasidei Ashkenaz, were so-called German pietists. The word Hasid in Hebrew is associated most prominently today with the 18th century Hasidim, such as Chabad, Satmar, these various groups that are still very much alive today. And the word originally means pious, or someone who goes beyond the letter of the law, someone who does more than is expected. And a lot of examples we can use for this. The word goes back to the biblical period, obviously. David refers to himself in one passage in Tehillim as a chassid. And it's related to the word chesed, meaning kindness, and so on. Ashkenaz is, of course, Germany. So these group of Jews in 13th century Germany were known as the pious ones of Germany, but they're not at all related to the pious ones, the Hasidim of Poland in the 18th century. The only thing they share is the name Hasidim. So we should get that straight to begin with. They are an interesting and unusual movement, and we'll look a little bit later at the work of Rabbi Chaim Soloveitchik, Dr. Chaim Soloveitchik, a noted historian of Jewish topics, separates three main groups. There is piety, there is the general idea of piety. There is pietism, which refers to a specific set of practices associated with piety. And then there is German pietism, which is the English translation of the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement that we're going to look at today. Where is Ashkenaz? It is, of course, Germany. That's primarily the upper Rhineland region, the towns of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz that have come up so often in the last 3 or 4 weeks. And also the city of Regensburg is quite significant as well as the center of this movement. We're going to look in particular at the work of perhaps the most prominent of the Hasidic Ashkenaz, a man known as Yehuda HaChassid, whose approximate dates are about 1150 to 1217 year of his death. His activity was principally in the town of Speyer, in the Upper Rhineland, and then in Regensburg. In some cases, he's known as Yehuda of Regensburg rather than Yehuda the Chassid. And there are all kinds of legends and stories about him. He's very famous for an overwhelming degree of humility. Look at the ethical standards that he maintained in his life, and also a lot of miracles are associated with him. A lot of fantastic stories and legends, so on, have grouped around his life. He is most well known because he left behind a significant literary legacy, big, thick 2-volume Sefer Hasidim, the Book of the Pious, which is a classic 13th century thought. This is a brand new edition that just came out, critical edition with lots of commentary and so on. And I think we'll read about 2/3 of it today. I think we might leave it over there right now. He wrote several other works, Sefer HaKavod and so on, most of which are completely lost. But the thing that he is perhaps most known for is not this huge work of Sefer Hasidim, which we will see is it's possible he didn't write most of it actually. He's famous for his unusual will. He left behind a will, the Tzava of Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, that was primarily intended for his students. And it has, it's not a typical will, it's an ethical will, it's a hortatory will in which he indicates to his children the kind of behaviors that he would like them to emulate in the future. It's not a will like, I want Shlomi to have my baseball card collection, and Marilyn, you can have my clothes, whatever. This is the will in which he instructs his children as how he wants them to behave. It's a genre of Hebrew literature that's really quite fascinating. We have hundreds of these wills that are written throughout the medieval period, in which we get a sense of what Jews really valued and how they communicated it to their children. I can share with you that in my own family, we have a custom. My daughter here who can testify to this. Testify, will, get it? Definitely not doing well. Where every year on Erev Yom Kippur, my wife and I give a distinct will to each one of our children. And it's a will, it's an ethical will like this. It's a law in which we tell them how much we love them, most of them anyways, and how the characteristics that we really are happy to see they have, and then we really stick it to them with the things we want them to change about themselves as soon as possible, or they won't get the keys to the car, that kind of stuff. So it's really initiated genre. Now I'll tell you one little hint as to where we're going to conclude tonight's lecture. It is in the will of Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, something which has become near universal in Jewish practice. Hasidim, Ashkenazim, Sephardim. It's hard to find a Jew who will not take this as one of the strictest laws in the Torah. Never to marry a person same name as your parent. Okay? It's very so you know, or a parent. If a man marries a man with the same name as his father, we have probably more basic problems that need to be addressed. But so it's always going to be the opposite. Right. So a man cannot marry a woman with the same name as his mother, and a woman should not marry a man with the same name as his father. So that's what we do is, the girl will take on a new name. She'll be Sarachaya, Miriam Basha, whatever. She'll add something to just change the name a little bit. So it's not exactly the same name, Nishka Ferla, but nevertheless it comes from the Tzavah of Rabbeinu Yehuda and Chassid. No other source anywhere in the Torah. It just appears by magic. And there's a lot of other things in there that we'll talk about next time. Okay, so why don't we go on a little bit? My voice is failing me, so I may speak a little faster to see how we go. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid came from a very distinguished family background, the Kalormus family, well known in particular for their work on Kabbalah and specifically in the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement. According to legend, this family came originally from Italy, with Charlemagne to central Germany, and that would have given them about 200 or 300 years of history in Germany before we get to Fear of the Their work, especially when they committed it to writing, and we have quite a few examples of these, heavily influenced by the biblical commentator Abraham Ezra, who we haven't studied much about him, but he's a rough contemporary of Rashi's, and very, very profound and moving biblical commentary that places equal emphasis on painstaking attention to grammar, making sure we understand the verses correctly, and a somewhat pessimistic worldview. He tends to have a very dark and cynical view of the world. He lived himself in great poverty, wandering from place to place. It was a work of surpassing beauty, however, and had a very significant influence on the Kalormus family, many of whom authored works that showed themselves as intellectual heritages. The famous family and students, most of these people all authored works of relevance. Shmuel ben Hieronymus Chassid, and then his son, of course, is the one we're focusing on, Yehuda Chassid. The term Chassid is, of course, not a surname, it is a honorific. It means the pious one. So Yehuda, the pious one. There are very few people in Jewish history who get that honorific. Who else gets the honorific Chassid? The first head of the fire department was a woman, and this lady's a woman. The only person I can think of is Shmuel. Vilna going, no, if you call it, the frontispiece to many of his books that does say, Eliyahu, then his marriage name, and Gaon, and Chassid. They call him the Gaon, the pride, and the Chassid. But as an honorific like this, you don't see it all that. Okay, maybe I'll think of it. Moshe, Hadarshan, Eliezer, Moshe ben Elazar. So we've got 5 generations of literary greatness, and these were really the core members of the Hasidic Ashkenaz. Several other really important disciples, the author of the Arugas HaBosem, and a very important early halachic source, the Oris HaRuach, Yitzchak ben Moshe. They all fall within this group of Hasidic Ashkenaz. If you're not really conversing with all of these major names, it won't mean anything, but if you do study much halacha, many of these names come up quite frequently. The region, as I mentioned earlier, is here in the upper Rhineland, central Germany. These are the 3 towns, Firehorns and Mainz here. Regensburg is a little bit to the east. Just rather than using that, just gives you a sense of where the Ashkenazim moved. I don't really like the arrows because it tends to imply that the size of the migration was different. But the reality is that many of these Jews, the bulk of them moved to Eastern Europe, which were really vastly outnumbered the central Rhineland region by the 19th century. And then you have not so much from Germany, you have a small migration in the 1840s from Germany, but a much larger migration from the former Russian Empire in the late 19th century. So just ignore the arrows, but you get a sense of where these Jews moved from central Germany into Eastern Europe, and later many of them off to America, some down as well to Israel, and so on. Okay, so the Hasidic Ashkenaz, among the many things that are interesting about this movement is they are very, very heavily influenced by the Christian world as well. This is a general principle in Jewish history. It's absolutely clear without a shadow of a doubt that Jews living as minorities are heavily influenced by the societies in which they live. Sometimes it is reactionary, but quite often it is one of Jews who assimilate into their practice things that they absorb from the outside world. There's an expression in Yiddish, I'm sure many of you heard it, as the Christians behave, the Jews also behave. In Yiddish it means to, means to Christianize yourself. The Jews also Judaize themselves. They also absorb what the Christians are doing and incorporate it. That's no longer true today, of course. We don't have anything like, you probably never see something like a Hanukkah bush, for example. It's a joke, right? But it's, or maybe that's the participation rate, right? But it's very common that we will absorb things from the outside world. Sometimes, we can even transform things. There are, a certain number of very much beloved cantorial tunes that really date to like mid-18th century German drinking songs, for example. Jews on Shabbos walking past the Brauhaus, and they hear the Germans in there singing these songs, and say, oh, it's really good, what's up? And so it gets incorporated into something. And maybe they forget the German drinking song, but we keep it in their stuff and so on. So these things happen. So there's clearly among the Hasidic Ashkenaz some strong trends of Christian pietist movements, meaning the tenor of the age is one in which self-mortification, self-flagellation, self-abnegation were very popular among Christians, and the Hasidic Ashkenaz also absorbed many of those ideas. The idea that, for example, we are fundamentally evil, strong influence on the notion of original sin, the Christian notion of original sin, the strong notion of the role of Satan in the world, a distinctly Christian notion in which Satan is an overpowering and evil entity rebelling against God at every turn, and people can be allied to his negative cause and so on. These have very shallow roots in Judaism, but in Hasidim Ashkenaz, they found fertile soil, so many of these ideas are well represented in Christianity. Also, at this time, we should remember that the Hasidic Ashkenaz had just a century before gone through the trauma of the Crusades, which we've spoken about in a couple of classes. But this was really like, for the Ashkenazim, it's comparable to the way the Sephardim felt about the expulsion, the way, in many ways, the Jews of the late 20th century felt about the Holocaust. Very strong parallels there because it represented such a huge break from the traditions of the past, such a huge rift in the fundamental belief in the justness of society and so on. And so this kind of internal negativity, this pessimism, combined with the idea that we have to rectify our sins through flagellation or through other kinds of penance, you see very much in the movement of Hasidic. Sorcery and witchcraft also goes with the idea of the role of Satan. All these things come together in this strange movement. Yes.
You just don't want to ruin it. You don't want to get it, so you need to have replacement, which I know of. Yes. Of guys who have replacements. I mean, I can't believe how many people I know that have had points. I went a little further than that. I brought the kids back the other day. My family, it's like, I got this fix, I got this fix, I got that fix. It was nuts, man, because I know guys that are 40 that have hip
Well, that's that's an excellent question. If I can, I'll rephrase it. There is a prohibition in Judaism, a very strong prohibition to not go in the ways of the Gentiles. Sometimes it's called Darkei Amore, which means the paths of the Amorites, or Chukas Hagoyim, the decrees of the non-Jews. We're not supposed to imitate non-Jews. It's a very basic rule. However, you can only measure that when it comes to actual practice. Like, for example, the Code of Jewish Law describes the wearing of a certain color shoelace on a particular day as Darkei Amore. Or you might want to say wearing green on St. Patrick's Day. No offense, you like to do that. But maybe that's a non-Jewish custom, wearing green on St. Patrick's Day, especially if it's St. Patrick, right? That's not sort of religious. So that might be in the category of a belief practice that can be measured, that the rabbis can legislate against. But when it comes to the realm of ideas, of thinking, it's very hard to say thinking this way is outright prohibited. In general, in my limited understanding of Judaism, there's very few prohibitions on how to think. Lots on how to behave, but very few on how to think. So, in other words, if you want to say that, we're being punished for our sins, think of the Crusades that happened just a couple of generations ago. We're being punished for our sins, and we have to do penance for our sins. We have to atone for them. The way we atone for them is through, for example, repeated fasts. Then that's what we should be doing. It happens that the Christians are also fasting a lot. We're not actually imitating them, we're just thinking it through ourselves. So, I think you could make a good argument for it, but giving Marcus actually persisted right up into the 19th century. That happens even in domestic circumstances, even today. I should get off this. Oh, it's dead. Oh, no, that's not that we're practicing it, but a belief that there is witchcraft, so we invented that. And we have that already in the Torah, that you should not allow a witch to live, things like that. That has very, very old roots in Judaism. It's just that for the most part we ignored it because it didn't seem very relevant. You won't find many 10th century, 9th century sources talking about witches and the word about. Well, actually, maybe I take it back. The idea of the ayin hara, very big in the Talmud. You see that quite a bit here. But the Chassidic Ashkenazis have obviously it's much richer in their literature than most of the other strands of Jewish literature. It's very that's why that guy gets his back and just got pissed off. Exactly. That's what happens. It's the same idea. But they don't like. I think where the prohibition would be is causing yourself to bleed actual wound, because that's the mention. But making yourself uncomfortable, we're good at that. Change the way you interface with the world. Well, I don't know if I would be comfortable saying you copy the I think there's a lot of ways to approach that question, but there's no. I would agree that Rabbeinu Gershom Heragola said, we're living in a monogamous society. It's very difficult for us to maintain polygamy in a society in which it's frowned upon, and then it's going to come from there. It's not so much, I think, imitating the Christians as saying it's very uncomfortable and difficult for business and economic. Yeah. Okay, yes. Okay, Ms. Abramson, let's move on. That's a good question. The question from the back of the house is when Rabbeinu. The answer I have to tell you is I don't know. But the question is when Rabbeinu Gershom Heragola made the ban on polygamy, did he grandfather in all those existing polygamous relationships? And I simply don't. Yeah, probably would be hard to.
give him a double
Oh,
contract
very good.
and ask for
Okay, yes, last question.
he's trying to build
You know,
himself back up.
you say,
GoFundMe, which is absolutely ridiculous that we live in America. You have to have friends and fans.
People go ahead and slug lettuce, chicken, isn't that transferring your sins into that fortune?
Yeah, well,
I
exactly.
think that's one of the same thing.
That's a good question. I'm gonna dodge it right now because it fits in a little better when we talk about something else that's different. So hang on to it. We'll come back. Okay, so what do they have in their literature? What's so special about the literature of this movement? Two main themes. One is a strong ethical tendency. They write a lot of moralistic works, like Sefer Hasidim, at least the first half of Sefer Hasidim, which show a very strong emphasis of Maimonidean thought. Maimonides' classic formulation of morality is one which he adapted from Aristotle, which basically says that for every character trait, for every midah, there is an excess and there is a deficiency. So, for example, we may have talked about this last year when we talked about Maimonides. There is the attribute or character trait of courage. And it's possible, for example, to have too much courage and excess. Like most 15-year-old males, for example, way too much courage. They're all, they're crazy to do stupid things because they have not moderated with too much courage they have. And on the other hand, you can have too little deficiency. It can be called cowardice, where you're afraid to take even the smallest risk. So true courage for the Rambam is the Shvil HaZahav, the golden mean, the golden middle, which is like somehow balance between those things. And so on with every kind of character trait, with love, with mercy, with hatred, with cruelty, with all kinds of ways in which you find the golden mean. Very, very strong influence in the thought of the Hasidei Ashkenaz, borrowing straight from Rambam, and that follows through into, among other works, the Orchos Tzadikim borrows from the Hasidei Ashkenaz, who borrow from Maimonides, who in turn adapted Aristotle. That's one strong trend in the literature. The second trend is Kabbalistic literature, which goes very much along with the richness of the spiritual world. And by the way, when I say sorcery and witchcraft, it's not promoting sorcery and witchcraft. It's rather more affirming that there is a supernatural world that we live in, and there are a lot of legitimate Jewish sources that support this idea. And there's in the Hasidic literature of the time, a lot of discussions of people coming back from the dead in dreams, or reincarnated as animals, or all kinds of Jamie Loki, which are local spirits, all kinds of things like that, which are very profound in the city. Just remind me for a second, I had a fleeting thought. Remember that thought because it's a good point. Forgot it. Okay. So they use Sa'ad Yagon very heavily. However, they didn't read Arabic. These are Ashkenazim. They're reading in Yiddish and in Hebrew. And the translation they had of Sa'ad Yagon was not the famous Tibbin translation, but one that was quite a bit more flowery. And although I think Sa'ad Yagon would be personally offended to be called a mystic, Kabbalist, it was possible to read in this very flowery translation, kind of mystical event. So they sort of changed Sa'ad Yagon's ideas as the basis of their okay. It's probably something to do with spirits and things like that. In terms of the ethical literature, the Hasidei Ashkenaz believes that there were two main standards that a Jew had to be concerned with. The one was the so-called law of the Torah, and the other was the far more stringent law of Adam. And in this regard, they are borrowing from standards that are set in the Torah. There is such a concept, you see it especially in the Talmud, that you can be Yotzei Yidei B'nei Adam, which means you can fulfill your obligation to human beings, or you can be Yotzei B'nei Shamayim. You can fulfill your obligation to God. So I'll give you an example from Bava Metzia, one tractate of the Talmud. Let's say a man is a thief, and he steals $100 from somebody. And then after some time goes by, he decides he wants to make amends, he wants to do tshuva, and he wants to go into Yom Kippur clean of his sins. So there are two things that are required. First, he has to go through his own process of tshuva, which will, involves confession and abandoning the sin and so on. And the second thing is he has to pay back the money. Maybe the first thing should be pay back the money. But okay, so he has to pay back the money. You can't do tshuva completely. You can't get kapara unless you right the raw. So the problem is, though, there were 5 people he could have stolen from, and he does not remember which one he stole from. So the Gemara says he brings all 5 people together, and he says, "Listen, I'm really sorry. Back in 1956, I stole $100 from one of you guys, and I want to return it right now." And each of the 5 guys says, "It was me." Right? So now he's stuck. He's got $100 to give back, but he still doesn't know which one to give it to because each one of the 5 guys says, "Give me." So the halacha, which is the baseline, is what he can do is he can put the $100 on the table and say, "Here," and then just walk away. And they'll fight over it, and maybe the right guy will get the money back. And he will be Yosef Yedei Adam. He will have fulfilled the baseline requirements of paying back his debt. However, says Rabbi Akiva, that's really not good enough. A person should try to be Yosef Yedei Shamayim, meaning fulfill your obligation vis-a-vis heaven. And what he should do is he should take up $500 and give each one of them $100. So this teaches you one very important thing. I was going to say, keep accurate records. You've got to remember who you steal from, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult to give them the money. So this is the kind of idea that's reinforcement of Hasidei Ashkenaz, that, okay, there's a bottom line standard that every Jew has to uphold, but we are striving for a much higher standard in which we're trying to be completely exempt from even the slightest tinge of wrongdoing. In fact, the Talmud says, very close to that same passage, that the temple was destroyed because people observed the Torah. And the rabbis say, "What are you talking about? The temple was destroyed because they observed the Torah?" And the Talmud clarifies, yes, it was destroyed because people only observed the Torah. They walk around and say, "What's the minimum I need to do to fulfill my obligation?" And that's all I want to do. Nobody would step beyond the line and spend a little more money to be righteous. Yes. Exactly. Because he doesn't know. You're right. 4 of those guys are thieves, but nevertheless, he's going to give 500 because he'd rather give away the money than make it possible that the person he stole from would not get replaced. And that's how much you understand. So keep good records. First missionary involvement is different. So the first missionary, the 2 guys struggling over a house. The fact is, actually, one of the things that the Talmud would discuss is, hey, why isn't this like the case in the first mission of Amatzia? And if you're familiar with the Tosfos there's even a better example with the boat that's moored in the middle of the lake, and nobody knows whose it is. And so the Talmud says, just pull down the bar. This is, what we do in Talmud study. Lots of discussion of these kinds of things. And I don't think I'm really qualified to talk about it. So let's go on. By the way, I like this picture of Charlton Heston. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. I like it because a lot of my students say I have a striking resemblance. Is he that old? We need to turn on the lights to see Charlton Heston. Okay, now here's something that is so that element of the thought of the Hasidei Ashkenaz has very strong roots in the Jewish tradition and so on, many Talmudic stories. There is another element, however, which the Hasidic Ashkenaz reveled in, and it had a significant impact for quite some time, even to the present day. This idea of what's called Shuvat HaMishkal, translated perhaps as commensurate repentance, or more literally, the repentance of weighing. What is Shuvat HaMishkal? It's a like when you it is a way of doing teshuvah, of repenting, that tries to take in the totality of the impact that your wrongdoing had on the world, and repenting for all of it, which is a very high standard. Like in the example I gave, so let's say you stole $100 from 105 people, and then you gave back $500. So certainly on a monetary level, you have paid back the money. However, with that $100 that you stole, think about what really went on. First of all, there's the anguish that the person who lost the money felt. Maybe that money would have gone to, let's say, pay the tutors for the children of that man who lost the money. And as a result, those children missed out on some lessons. And as a result, they fell behind in classes. And as a result, they maybe were not able to get as high quality a match later on in life. And as a result, they go on and on and on with the ramifications of what that person suffered as a result of losing $100. And from your perspective, you got $100. What did you get from it? So because of this, you paid the tutors to teach your children not to steal, and your children got the better shit. Your children, went on into business and made more money, and they were better fed, and all kinds of things like this as a result of it. So Tshuvat HaMishkal means you try to calculate all of the ramifications of that wrongdoing, and you do tshuva for the whole thing, which is much, much harder than just measuring in terms of $100 in and out. Even if you want to adjust it for inflation, it's a lot harder. So, for example, if I were to eat a cheeseburger and then I were to repent of it, then I would say, oh my gosh, so I ate a cheeseburger, so the cheeseburger weighed a quarter pound, let's say. I think they call them quarter pounders, right? And that means I derived 1/4 pound of forbidden energy. With that 1/4 pound of forbidden energy, I went to work and I used that energy for, let's say, 3 hours of work, for which I was paid, I don't know, $75 or $100 for it, whatever I get paid an hour. And then because of that energy, I had, I had more time to breathe and enjoy life. And so I put all that stuff together, and then when I do teshuvah for eating that cheeseburger, it's a much bigger deal. It's a lot more to pay for. And I can't pay money. I can't give a donation to heaven. The only thing I can do is I can take it out of my own hide. If I got a 1/4 pound worth of energy, I have to fast and lose a 1/4 pound. This would be a very popular kind of Teshuvah watchers program, maybe Weight Watchers would do. But I would have to fast, or I would have to flagellate myself, or I'd have to endure some other kind of pain in order to alleviate the energy that I had gained through the teshuvah. And would include things like the self-mortification rituals or self-abnegation rituals, all kinds of things that are far more than are normally required. In the edition of Torah's Tzaddikim that we have in the back here, actually, it's the common translation, which, since it's influenced by and it's also in, by the way, Mesilat Yesharim, an 18th century work. There's a discussion of how to do this, and there's actually a warning picture at the back of the book by Rabbi Moshe Feinstein saying, kids, don't try this at home. This is really, you can mess yourself up by thinking of your sins this way, and it's only for people at an extremely high level to actually consider doing it. but it was a deep occupation. See, the Ashkenaz, very strong emphasis on rituals of self-mortification. One last detail, that's your question. Because see, the Ashkenaz also believe that many of these atonements could be effected after death. So, especially in association with the Tahara process, the rituals associated with burial. See, the Ashkenaz would say things like, for example, I want my body placed in the coffin, and then I want it dragged through the streets to my grave. Meaning that the dragging, the suffering that my body endured, the humiliation that it endured through that ritual should help to atone for all the sins I did in my life. And a lot of like really kind of nasty, even after death rituals that the Sina Mass. There are some very interesting shuvos. I'm sorry? Well, at this time, yes. Later on, there's some interesting questions where I believe I saw one teshuva that went, maybe it was the Bnei Yeshua who answered this, but there was someone who asked for this kind of thing after death, that he wanted his body to be like dropped on the floor in the Tahara process. And the Bnei Yeshua, if I remember correctly, like, I have to look it up, he instructed the Chevra Kadisha not to do it, to ignore that request. Well, not on purpose. Oh, placing them on the floor. You know, that's right. They do that. They actually put the body on the floor temporarily, sometimes candles around the body. I never thought of that, but that's probably coming from the ritual. That's a very good observation. Yes.
Placing the corpse on the floor,
I'm ready.
take a large wooden nail, put it next to the head, and bang it into the wooden floor, and holler out, "Welcome to those gates so they can get in."
Wow. The angel of death go back to they don't go to hell. Go to hell. Wow. That's amazing. I've never seen a Kadisha do that. But today, most people never, if they pass away in hospitals, the Kadisha gets the mace, they're already wrapped up in the sheets and stuff.
The rest of life, shoving, is actually I die or we are much more.
And the speed of that.
Oh,
It's like that's the ultimate control now of a person. You give them the sacrifice of a child. Right? I mean, if you're at a kid's park and a kid's in trouble, it doesn't need to be your kid. You run over to make sure the kid's okay. I've done it 1,000 times. But now you have people like, especially like if you look at like what's going on in Gaza, you have people labeling newborns as terrorists. Like that is your programming overriding.
You're asking a great question, and I think this is really taking us to what happened later. We should remember what ends up happening is most Jews, although they observe this with some interest, and there are some elements that carry over, for the most part, nobody else picks this up. You'll recall I began this lecture by saying it's kind of a footnote to Jewish history, so their impact was not felt in the area of self-mortification. I think it'd be hard to say it's forbidden in the Torah to, fast or to whip yourself lightly without causing bruises. But it's not really Jewish, is what it's really saying. Yeah, right. When you cause yourself to bleed and all that. All right, Judith, and then I should go on.
Like I had my buddy's girlfriend on my show, and she's Jewish, and she was telling me, I go, what's it like to grow up Jewish? And she was telling me that her parents would tell her that she has to have 3 kids. One for each parent, and then 1 kid lost in the Holocaust. One for someone lost in the Holocaust. And think about that program.
You're not to cause it bruise. You're not to harm yourself in any measurable way.
These kids in Gaza are terrorists. I mean, newborn babies are terrorists. I mean, that is heavy stuff. I mean, I've heard about the Armenian genocide my whole life to the point I got a tattoo right here about it. That is your program. You didn't go to school.
That's like infiltrated by all these cultural Marxists, and they're just pushing this thing to get you to hate your own country, hate the establishment, hate all this stuff. So you have this entire country where everybody's fighting on each other. And that's all done
There's also, there's a group of the Long River
to manipulate, control, what their anxiety they're going to. I mean, like this whole thing with like taking over Washington D.C. right now, everyone acts like this has just started. This started way back.
last one.
This has always been the goal. It's called pressure from above, pressure from below. You're afraid to go on the streets, and you have no faith that your politicians are going to save you. So you have no hope. So you're completely and utterly lost, and you're just demanding that you make them safe, which is the ultimate goal, which is pushing. That's what they want.
Well,
They want to make it starting in Washington,
they were also starting, they were aesthetic. They also believe in celibacy, so they had to be recruitment drives every so often. These guys were not into celibacy. They didn't do that. So let's look at Sefer Hasidim for a few minutes. Okay, this is the big book I brought here. Now, it's traditionally considered to be a work of Yehuda HaChassid as the sole author, but scholarship from the last century has pretty conclusively demonstrated that it's a work of multiple authors, at least two. Perhaps Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid's father, Shmuel, and perhaps the disciple Eliezer of Worms. But there's internal contradictions in the text. For example, in one place, there's a very strong prohibition against spells, which would be in the first part. And later on, there's lots of discussions of using spells without that strong condemnation. In one part, there's no mention whatsoever of gematria, like numerology. And in the second section, hundreds of references to numerology and its impact. The language, the diction, the syntax, all very different between the sections. So most scholars today conclude it's really two books, almost completely divided in half. If you look at this edition, which is not published by the University Press, but by a traditional religious publisher, it's almost exactly in half. So just one actual paragraph is on the wrong side, according to what scholars say. Now, when we compare, what also makes this more difficult is the fact that we have multiple copies of the original manuscript. It was copied over many times, and we have today extant many copies with really thousands of variant readings. So trying to compare all these multiple copies and determine what's the authentic reading and then how many authors are there has been a bit of a mess. But for sure we can identify two principal groups of authors. One was most likely Yehuda HaChassid, writing the first part, and the second part perhaps one of the disciples or even his father. In this context, we see a huge divide between what is the context of both of those sections. The first section, which goes up to section 152, is your basic Maimonidean ethical treatise. No discussion of gematria, no real emphasis on asceticism. In fact, at one point it says that a person should not fast more than 1 day a month. There's nothing in the Torah that says you're not allowed to fast. In fact, under certain circumstances, you're supposed to fast even on Shabbat. But the first half of Sefer Hasidim says 1 day a month is taka, more is enough for everybody. The second section, however, is very different. The second section has all kinds of discussions of demonology, of shadim, of various types of supernatural beings, their noxious impact on the world, how to manipulate them, how to avoid them, where they hang out, all kinds of discussions of really folk beliefs. I don't want to use the word superstition, that's a little strong perhaps, but folk beliefs that are not really present in the first part, which is much more rationalistic kind of book. A lot of stories about miracles, and a very, very deep reflection of specific incidents in German Jewish life. So it feels very different as we work. There are all kinds of descriptions of it happened to a certain family in Regensburg, this certain thing happened, and this demon showed up, and they got this rabbi, and the rabbi said this, and he took care of the demon. It feels like a totally different work than the first part of Sefer Hasidim. And it reflects really the two main ideas that are extant at the same time within this movement. The high level of piety in the sense of ethical imperatives, and at the same time, this belief in the rich supernatural world and the impact of demons and things like that at the same time. Well, we don't know exactly. They definitely come within, let's say, 2 centuries. Let's say from 1050, let's say 1150 to maybe 1300. Right, the book has lots of stuff in here as well. The possession, demonic possessions in there. What probably happened is that had a great title, Sefer Hasidim, the Book of the Pious, and other people would just glom extra things onto it, like addenda, appendices, perhaps a big chunk from one author, that creates the much larger work that we have today. So, Rabbi Soloveitchik, shown here, is one of the principal scholars who's worked on this in recent times. And what he remarks on is that the second half, the part that really focuses on the magical world and things like the asceticism as well, he says it has little to no cultural resonance. As I think we've explored in our own discussion here, it's very difficult for us in the 21st century to identify with a lot of the things that are going on with the self-flagellation and things like that. Case of praying, stretch the imagination. It just didn't stick. It didn't work for Jews. They said, well, that's really weird. Those Germans, those Ashkenazim left it behind. As it were, and that's what makes it a footnote in Jewish history, that element of self-flagellation just kind of stayed in the 13th century and did not move further. One significant exception, however, is this idea of the Tshuvat HaMishkal, the commensurate repentance, which perhaps because of its internal logic of the quote-unquote wages of sin, the idea of the ramification of transgression, that did take hold in the literary tradition, and we have it certainly up. My last reference would be from the Mesilat Yesharim, in which it is actually a chapter in the Mesilat Yesharim, a very important 18th century work. And that's the only element that really stuck. Yes, I'm sorry. No, please.
Showing us how it goes on kind of of our tour. And he was telling me that in World War I, they found that the guys could shoot. Because they didn't want to kill them. They didn't have it in them to kill another human being. So he says that's when you start to see in movies guns coming out and shooting people. It's programming. And that's when it got real way easier to start shooting people. Now you got these video games where you're just going in somewhere and you're murdering everyone. In movies or video games. Tons of movies, tons of video games. We were just talking about the other day when you see people getting in fights, like in parking lots and shit. It's almost like people think like
that's a very valid observation. And I think that maybe the way we can imagine this is that for a while, Jewish religious thought and Christian religious thought intersected and perhaps borrowed tradition from each other. But after 150, 200 years, the Jews kind of said, well, enough of this stuff, and went off on our own way. But you still see strong elements of the self-flagellation in Christian faith up to today. I would hazard a guess, particularly in Catholicism, but it's outside my area of expertise. Okay, so let's let's go now to the last part. So the will of Rabbeinu Yehuda Chassid. This is a really fun document. It's in the first volume, and right at the beginning here, it's 78 specific demands that he makes on his sons. And it's not clear if he intended these 78 demands to be it's not clear if he intended these demands to be only for his children and their descendants, or if he was writing a document that was for the world at large. It can easily be read as something personal. Like, for example, when he says to his sons, whatever you do, don't marry a woman with the same name as your mother. You know why? Because I married your mother. I know, anyone married to a person named, whatever. Okay, I thought that was funny, but it could be that he meant it specifically like that. We simply don't know. We only have a document. It is, however, a fascinating document because it's not only about how he hopes to behave in business. There's all kinds of fascinating discussions. It starts with burial. In other words, he's writing this before his death, presumably not too far before his death, and he has a lot of discussions of how he wants to be buried. And while he's talking about this, he says, listen, there's some things you should know about burial. For example, never bury two enemies next to each other. That's just, it makes sense, but why does it make sense? Obviously, only if you have this larger spiritual imagination of the spirits of the deceased fighting with one another. He also has some very difficult situations, like it sounds like very strong spirituality, but for example, never a man who kisses his deceased son is bury his other children. Really scary, terrifying stuff. We don't necessarily want to hold it. Then he goes on to marriage, happier topics. There's a lot more here about marriage than just about not marrying a woman with the same name as your wife. A person should not pull on his shoes on the day that he has the intention to go on the road. What does that mean? A person should not sit in a wagon that is standing in a boat. If you're in a ferry, I guess, and you drive onto the ferry, you get out of your tunnel. A person should not slaughter a geese in the month of Shvat. And there are those families who forbid it also in the month of Tevet. But really, Shvat is the important month. Like weird things are in there. I'm No sources, nothing. It's just saying the geese says a person should not write on his book, this is my book. Rather, he should write, it's just his name. In other words, my name here, thank God, I should not write, this is my book. Don't do that. Now, why does he say that? I don't know. Here it is. Look, a person should not get a haircut or trim his beard on Rosh Chodesh. Similarly, he should not cut his nails on Rosh Some things I think we have that, but a lot of things fall out of the sky. And there's no sources whatsoever and no discussion. So that's where we get the, but nevertheless, never marry a woman with the same name as your mother because it's the same category. So I want to tell the last disconnection part. This is the part that shown here is the grave of the incomparable Kutzker. The Kutzker, 19th century Hasidic rabbi, really absolutely devastating witness. He was especially good at cutting down people who fought more of themselves than they deserve. And just thinking about the Kutzker, I have to adjust my time because it really sounds special. So the Kutzker once said about this will, and as we said, there's all kinds of weird things in here. Don't sit on the wagon, what's on top of the boat, or things like no sources whatsoever. And yet people hold to it like it's Torah Misina. It's like, the holiest of the holiest. So what the Kutzker once said is that if Yehuda HaChassid had known how seriously people would read in his will, he would have included the Ten Commandments. Okay, so with that, let's just think about his legacy and we'll conclude for the day. summarizing, the bipartite nature of Sefer Hasidim is complex. Right? There are two basic trends in the literature, the whole seen, especially in the work of Sefer Hasidim. But traditional pietism, right, the idea of the the ethical demands, the higher standards, humility, things like that, popular stayed in the Jewish tradition, has earlier sources, but it continued on through it. The self-mortification elements, however, did not make it through. The self-mortification elements simply got dropped by the Jewish body popular, politic, didn't have a lot of staying power. But the work as a whole gives us an absolutely fascinating glimpse into the rich spiritual world of German Jewry. Thank you very much for your attention and your patience.
Still shredded. But I don't buy that whole thing. I have almost got her son. Come on. Yeah, what do you think happened? Do you think that?
Yeah, okay, we're starting again. Yeah, I went to a bris today. It's a huge, very exciting thing to go to a bris. And, the bris was called for 11 a.m. And, of course, I'm there at 10:55, ready to go. And, nobody was there. All alone. Finally got started at 12:05 when this happened. But I realized that was not in my usual kind of shul. So since we are here, we're starting right on time at 8:30, and let me tell you the opening joke. It goes like this. Joke I haven't told in a long time, so you probably haven't heard it. I actually heard this joke when I was doing my research in the former Soviet Union. So it's an authentic Russian Jewish joke, and it goes like this. There's, if you have any familiarity with the Soviet Union at its close in the late 1980s, when things were falling apart, there was this phenomenon that you would have a queue, what they call a chepat, wherever you went. Any store that had anything for sale, there would be a massive line that could take hours to get through. I mean, it was almost like Floridian democracy. All these lineups everywhere to vote or to buy something. And so there's this joke, there's this huge lineup outside of a cucumber store. And they're all standing in line. Heard this one? Okay, so they're all standing in line outside the cucumber store. And they're waiting. And finally, the shopkeeper opens up the shutters. And he says, "We've just learned that we're expecting a much smaller shipment of cucumbers today. So therefore, all Jews must leave the line." So what can they do? Get up, they leave the line and walk. Then a little while later, he opens up the shutters again. He says, "We've just learned that one of the cucumber delivery trucks has broken down en route. It will not arrive here today. And therefore, all Uzbeks, Tatars, and Lithuanians must leave the line." And all these various, the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union was filled with many nationalities. So all these people with various internal passports had to leave the line. And this goes on and on all day until finally you're left with a line that's pure Soviet citizens of, unadulterated ethnic stuff, going all the way back to Vladimir the Great and so on. And they're standing in line waiting. And he opens up the door. It's already getting dark out. He says, "We've just learned the last cucumber truck has been hijacked by the mafia. It will not be arriving. No cucumbers are coming today. Everybody go home." So Ivan turns to Petro and he says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Okay, so tonight's class is fun. We're going to talk about Rashi, one of the most important figures in medieval Jewish history, and really in all of Jewish intellectual history, a towering figure who is known to some by the acronym of his name. Where's my slide? Moving along here. If we dim the lights, I find that people sleep in the back row. So, meanwhile, I'm trying to just get my computer to react here. Here we go. Rashi is an acronym for Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, or Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, Shlomo the son of Yitzchak. His years are 1040 to 1105, and he was born and raised in Europe, mainly in the Ashkenazic portion. We'll have some time to talk about his travels and various parts of Europe that he visited. Not nearly as much as last week's Benjamin Tudela, but nevertheless very significant for our purposes. His primary contribution to Jewish history was that he was a commentator of unsurpassed genius. He was a commentator principally on the entire Tanakh, the entire Hebrew Bible, and virtually the entire Talmud as well. A massive lifetime achievement, and not only is it a huge corpus of commentary, it is a commentary of stunning clarity and insight that really presents the material in a very clear and lucid fashion that young children and aged scholars can equally share in his brilliance and gain new insights into the text. I'd like to spend some time talking to you a little bit about how he wrote these commentaries and the quality of these commentaries, what makes Rashi so much different from many of his peers, and there were many other commentators in these centuries, and he nevertheless rises to the top and has retained that position really to the 21st century. There are some who say that in order to learn Torah, you must learn it with two fingers, and this is a kind of compliment to Rashi, because the traditional way to study Torah is always to have one finger in the text itself, either the Chumash or the Gemara, the Talmud, and the other text is always firmly placed in Rashi's commentary, printed on the same page, and so you learn the text through the eyes of Rashi. More than any other commentator in our entire millennial tradition, Rashi holds that pride of place of being the first person that Jews turn to understand the text. He is the lens through which we understand the vast majority of our textual documents. There are many commentators who disagree with Rashi's position, including, and perhaps most vociferously, his own children and grandchildren, who often, that's not surprising perhaps, but they often take odds with their father and grandfather's comments and disagree with them significantly, but nevertheless, Rashi is the first stop in any path to understanding the Judaic tradition. Okay. That was good, right? Okay, so let's place Rashi in the periodization first of the of Jewish intellectual history. It's a very important point to understand, especially if you were to delve into the nature of how halakha is decided. One of the basic theological points of view held by traditional Judaism, and today is very much an important part of Orthodox Judaism. There are some debates about it in other interpretations of the Judaic tradition, but let's stick with the traditional for the time being. There's this concept of Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. The notion that the further back in time you go, the closer you get to the revelatory moment, the holier that those generations become. They are not necessarily more intelligent, they're not necessarily more or better versed in the text, but they somehow have an intrinsically stronger connection to the meaning of the Torah, to the sensitivities required for interpersonal relationships and in their relationship to God. This is the concept of the decline of the generations, that the further on you go in time, the worse it gets. Like my father, who lives well, he likes to say, Henry, it only gets worse. That's the kind of concept that it just goes downhill. And the reason why this is significant is because when it comes to impasses in decision-making processes, a later authority may not overrule an earlier authority without the support of another earlier authority. In other words, if two grandchildren are having an argument, and one of them goes to the grandmother for a decision, then whatever the grandmother says is for sure going to be the accepted position. Unless the other grandchild goes to the grandfather, and they're of the same generation, in which case the grandmother will also win, because the wife always wins in such arguments. I can tell you that with my children, we'll probably take this out of the YouTube video, with my children, the funny thing is, especially when they're young, they always, if they're not sure if they can do something, they go to me first, and I say yes, and then they go to my wife. Because I'm just a trial balloon. I'm just a seed ready to fly. If I say no, there's no point talking to my wife. But if I say yes, maybe it's possible. Okay, so here are the major generations from the post-biblical period, and each of these large chunks of generations constitute like one unit of sort of intellectual inquiry, and they're like their grandparents to the succeeding generations. The first are the so-called Tanaim, or the teachers, the reciters, and these are the sages of the Mishnah. We spoke a couple of weeks ago about Yehuda HaNasi, that was his generation. Also, Yochanan ben Zakkai, I think we spoke about a little while ago, also that's the period of the Mishnah, and it dates from the close of the Second Temple of the First Temple period, primarily up to the 3rd century, give or take. Following the era of the Tanaim, you'll have the era of the Amoraim, the Sayers, so to speak, and these are the sages of the Talmud. So in other words, working with the metaphor I gave you earlier of the grandparents, you can have easily two Amoraim arguing, but neither of them can overrule a Tana. Tana has superiority over an Amora, and the only way they can maintain their argument is if they both had two different Tanas that would support this group. Probably something like the modern
There was a time where Eddie Bravo and I got watched this documentary on rods. This is one of the dumb ones. This is a really dumb one. So there's these things that's supposed to be so fast through the sky that you could only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye. Turns out what it was bugs flying quickly, close.
That's interesting, but I think maybe I didn't explain myself well, because we do have this principle also in halakha. It's called halakha k'basrai. The law follows the latter opinion. Sounds like what you're describing. The latest opinion is the one that we go by. However, when it comes to like new laws that have not been adjudicated, and they're trying to find a theoretical precedent, so it's like going back to the Constitution. Like if you can find something rooted in the Constitution, it's hard to overrule an amendment to the Constitution or something like that. Maybe let's abandon it. That won't be too far away from us. So they have the Amoraim, and basically from the 2nd to the 6th century era. Then you have a brief period known as the Yehonim, and this is a period that is characteristic of during the period of Arnan ben David that we talked about a few years ago, when the yeshivas were firmly planted in Babylonian soil between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and so the Yehonim were tribes as it were the principal generation. And then we get to the period we're talking about today, the so-called the Rishonim, the first ones. And one of the most important of the Rishonim was Rashi, and his children and grandchildren established a school called Tosafot, another very famous group of Rishonim, and they constitute an entire generational unit that spans about 500 years. Maimonides is in this category, and so on. They're all within that big chunk. And then finally, beginning more or less with the Code of Jewish Law written by Rabbi Yosef Karo, then you have the Aharonim, or the latter ones, the latter authorities, and they go basically up to the 19th century. I have not yet seen a good term for authorities who lived after the 19th century. I don't think we've actually, in my humble opinion, I don't think we've really coined a term for them. We call them by their names, like Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, for example, or the Aruch HaShulchan, Rav Soloveitchik would be in this later category that I already put down here. But great, they would call it poskim authorities, but sometimes that term is used beforehand as well. Eventually, it may take us a couple hundred years, but we've got a lot of time. We'll find a word for our generation writ large. Nevertheless, each one of these kind of major steps and levels has a huge impact on the way Jewish law is decided. Rashi, as I've stated, is firmly in the Rishon category. And I looked for a picture here that has something to do with Rashi, and I came up with this. It's just a side point, but worth mentioning. This is a table of so-called Rashi script. It's actually a misnomer. There is no such thing as Rashi script. Rashi probably wrote in a cursive handwriting that's not terribly dissimilar from what we use today and what our children and grandchildren learn in grade school as well. It's so-called Rashi script, however, because it's basically an italicized form of the regular block print called the Ksav Ashurit, or the Assyrian script, and it was a manuscript style of writing, kind of like we write in cursive as well as in block print. If you have multiple texts on one page, one text, usually the central text, would be printed in block script, and the secondary text would be printed in a form of italics to distinguish it from the main script. Since Rashi was one of the most important of those secondary texts printed on the page, the publishers, first scribes and later publishers, chose to use this particular italicized script, and that's how it came to be known as Rashi script. So it actually has no specific connection with Rashi himself. It's very intimidating for people who have never learned Rashi script, but it really is not that bad. There are only about 5 letters which are significantly different. If you remember those 5 letters, then you're good to go. Like for example, the Aleph here looks sort of like a chest with a flag on the top, and the shin looks kind of like this 2 flags on a flagpole. Those are the examples, ones that are very different. And the rest of them are actually quite similar. Yes, Sadi is often confused with Lamed. Sadi leans over, Lamed is straight up. Also, the Samed is often confused with Mem Sofit, which is not written here. The final Mem is just a circle. The Samed, which is a circle in regular script, has a little foot on it. But it's a really simple thing. I should have probably logged one of my books where I have a whole section on how to read Rashi script. But you can go online and you'll find my book called Reading the Talmud, where I actually will see if Talmud also has that page in it. So there you go. Okay, any questions about this material?
So you're telling me
Clear as the sun.
1865, yeah.
So, what is it about the Rishonim? What makes this group come together as a cohesive unit of intellectual inquiry? So, there's 5 basic things that were the principal concerns and activities of the Rishonim, the kind of things that characterized their thought, which was distinct from earlier and later thought. Perhaps the most significant adjective I could use to describe the Rishonim is that they were very interested in getting the text exactly right and then systematizing it. So first of all, one of the big problems we have in the literary tradition, to a certain degree with the Torah, but especially with texts like the Talmud, is scribal error. You know, we're talking about a huge manuscript that's almost impossible to decipher without specialized training. And scribes who may not really be following what they're doing, writing these things down by hand, and they often miss words, misspell words, write the same line twice, all kinds of errors creep into these manuscripts. And so when you get to the time of the Rishonim, it's a good 400 or 500 years before printing is established with large standardized print runs. So the Rishonim are very concerned with, let's collect up all these rare manuscripts and let's make sure we have the words right. Never mind what they mean for now, let's just make sure we have the right words on the page and not interpolations of the scribes or errors of the scribes. So many of the great Rishonim were really put all of their energies into just making sure that we have an authentic text. An extremely important scholastic activity that really lays the foundation for future scholarship. I have a very dedicated young woman who's one of my students at Torah College. I'll mention her name. Jessica Sandbrand. She may see this video later. She's not in the room. I'll maybe she can come up. And I'm working on a 16th century manuscript right now. It's actually a printed book, printed in 1588. And there's a few passages in the modern editions that just seem weird to me. It just doesn't make sense. So I've asked her to go back. I actually got the Editio Princeps, the first printed edition, downloaded from JTS, where they have a copy of it. And I asked her to painstakingly go through word by word and compare what's in that first printed copy and the copies that circulate today. And she's finding about 10 mistakes per page. Overwhelming, the kind of mistakes that creep in. And this is even in printed book. And she's going to kill me because there's about, 100 pages that she has to go through, but she's doing a great job finding all those errors. But anyway, that's the first thing that they did. Perhaps the most significant Rishon to be involved in this is Rabbeinu Hananel, who's very much involved in correcting the text of the Talmud, but we have many others who engage in the same thing. Secondly, again, because they want to get the text right, there are a lot of grammarians in the period of the Rishon, Menachem and Saruk, and Dunash and others who try to figure out how does the Hebrew language actually work. There were no written grammars of the Hebrew language before the 9th century, with Saadia Gaon, one of the first authors, one is called from last year, and people just sort of translated Hebrew on the fly, and they didn't have like a clear sense. Even Rashi himself did not, because he didn't read Arabic, he did not have the triglossal consonant model of Hebrew, which is now standard. The idea that every Hebrew word is based on a 3-letter root, and so he even derived words from 2-letter and single-letter roots, which is highly unusual. So many of the Rishonim were just sitting down saying, well, what exactly does this word mean? Are we talking about something in the future tense, the past tense? Is it the intensive, the passive voice, active voice? Just getting straight on what does the word say? How do we translate it? Third, massive amount of energy went into cataloging, just trying to collect all this information and organize it. Maimonides is, of course, the classic organizer with his 14-volume Yad HaChazakah, which encapsulates the entirety of Jewish law. And we have others like the Smag, for example, who was one of the first to actually write down all of the 613 commandments. We have this number that we throw around. There are Taryag Mitzvot, 613 commandments, but no one had actually tried to count them and measure them and identify their source in the Torah until the period of the Rishonim, and that's when they started doing this. Maimonides also wrote one of these and so on. Finally, systemization, the Rambam, that's the one I mentioned earlier, trying to organize all of this material and rearrange it in a Western fashion, meaning with chapter headings and numbered paragraphs, and so you can find things in an index, which is not at all characteristic of traditional Jewish life. And then finally, one of the last things that happens in the Rishonim, and this is characteristic primarily of later authorities, that once we have all this material laid out, we have the correct text, we know what the translation is, then we say, wait a second, what do we do with all of these hundreds and thousands of apparent contradictions? And so that's where you see the school of Tosafot really engaging in, now that we have an authoritative text, how come it doesn't make sense? And so that's the major engine of activity in the last few centuries, and it crosses over into the period of Acharon. So these are the 5 main things that the Rishonim are involved in, and Rashi is involved in several things. Questions, arguments? Yes, Judith.
And then you go, what about the 5G they're cranking out? What about they're spraying in the skies? That now is an acceptable fact that they're doing geoengineering of our skies.
Nayasara and Krayera. That's a good question. I'm not sure, but I would argue that it happened considerably earlier. Rashi definitely, for example, never quotes by chapter and verse. The actual numbering of chapters, the way we have them today, and the numbering of verses, that's a Christian innovation that was later added on. Rashi only refers to them by their parshas, by their names. And he assumes, of course, you know the entire Torah by heart. If he gives you which parsha it's in, you'll know how to find that particular verse. So I would guess, however, that the names of the parshas, which are almost always taken from the first verse of that parsha, probably goes back to the period of the Geonim, when the cycle, the yearly cycle, was finalized. When they go back even further, perhaps the Talmudic era, the Jews of Jerusalem had a different custom than the Jews of Babylon about how they broke up the Torah. I believe we follow the Babylonian precedent. So I would hazard a guess it's from the Geonic period, maybe somewhat earlier. Is that my suggestions? Oh, excellent.
Was either him or the 2 episodes later they talked about how it was 200 years.
Excellent. It's actually very scary. If we could talk about, early 20th century Ukrainian Jewish history, I would know it cold. Because this course is a little bit more extensive than that, it's often straight to area places that I don't know a lot about. Did I see another hand up? Yes. The numbering of the verses? I don't believe so. I believe it comes much later. Yeah, I think it comes perhaps from Roy's translation. I think that would be about 7th or 8th century, something like that. Rashi does not seem familiar with it, although mentioning translation is significant. That Rashi is so, I didn't include this in the lecture, but is so huge a commentator that learned Christians, especially in the 13th century, they start going to Rashi in a very big way to try and understand the Hebrew scriptures. So Rashi had a huge influence on Christian scholarship as well. Okay, let's go on this. Now, where Rashi's activity is, he's the classic Ashkenaz, the figure of Ashkenazi Jew. The term Ashkenaz is biblical in origin. It's a place name described in the book of Genesis. We don't have a specific location associated with it, and as the Jews traveled around Europe and Eastern Europe, they tended to simply attach place names from the Bible to the localities that they visited. There's no apparent reason why one place would be Ashkenaz, another place would be Canaan, another place would be Sarfat or Sepharad, and so on. But Ashkenaz is associated especially with the upper Rhineland region here in central Germany. And that's the heartland of the Ashkenazi Jewish tradition. As you can see from this slide here, it shows you the major migrations of Jews from Germany eastward, which is a phenomenon that begins in the 12th century and accelerates through the 17th century until the massive locus of Ashkenazi Jews is no longer in Germany, but is in Eastern Europe. Poland, Russia, Ukraine, Lithuania, places like that. So that's why most Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi don't even come from Germany back 5, 6, 7 generations. The Jews who actually come from Germany tend to call themselves Yekids, which is not a very nice term, but that's what it is. So the Jews who come from here call themselves German Jews, even though they come from Germany. No, I should say, yeah. What do they call themselves? German Jews, okay, that's right. As opposed to the Ost, right? Yeah, that's right. The Ost people call them Yekids. It's usually an adjective. Okay, so Ashkenaz as a Jewish center emerges quite late. We don't have many Jews living in the Rhineland, or even in France, until about the 9th century. Primarily, Jews are still living in North Africa and in Spain. Slowly, they make their way across the Pyrenees Mountains, they make their way into England quite early, and you only have the real incipient beginnings of the Ashkenazi Jewish community quite late, like the 900s is really when it starts to roll on. Scholars aren't sure exactly why this is. There are some indications that there may have been a global climactic change around the shift of the first millennium that allowed a lot of these regions to become much more arable than they had been before. I'm not very well versed in this scholarship, but there's no question that there's a significant population boom that begins around the year 1000 that affects non-Jews far more than Jews, but attracts Jews into these regions as well. Later, not in today's lecture, but hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll talk about the dual forces that drove the Jews to the east. On the one hand, there was a lot of negative pressure with the intensification of a rather virulent form of anti-Semitism in Germany that expanded significantly through the High Middle Ages. At the same time, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe where the local rulers here were begging to have Jews to come in and to set up rudimentary economic functions such as minting coins, providing the circulation of credit, even small commerce, things like that. So Rashi is right at the beginning of this Ashkenazic growth, and his years are spent either in southern France or in Germany, Russia. His early years, he was born in 1040 in southern France, a city known as Troyes, actually Provence at the time. There are a lot of really beautiful and fascinating legends associated with his birth. Elisa, can I ask you to fill this up with cold water for me? Thank you. This is great. Normally she's off the clock once the lecture starts. Thank you very much. There are a lot of beautiful legends. Now, usually I try in these lectures to stay away from kind of fantastic and amazing agadic materials because they're difficult to get your hands on and to verify how they're sourced and so on. But some of these lectures, these legends are so beautiful. For example, the story is that, and here's a children's book by Beryl Wine, who was actually coming to South Florida. Thank you very much, my love. Beryl Wine was coming to South Florida in February. I hope you'll have a chance to hear him speak. A children's book he wrote. He's obviously a great scholar. He's written many adult books as well. I should say as well. He wrote them principally. These are the as well. So some of the legends are that Rashi and Rashi's father, Yitzhak, and his wife, whose name is simply don't know, typical for the period, they were childless for a very long time. Rashi's father was a jewel merchant, and he once had an incredibly valuable sale. He found an incredibly beautiful whole jewel, and he received a commission to sell it to a particular ruler for a vast sum of money. But as he was on some kind of ship, if I remember correctly, the legend goes that he learned that the ruler was buying this jewel in order to adorn an idol that would be worshipped in his far-off kingdom. And Rashi's father felt that he could not participate, he could not profit from the idolatry of this particular king, so he threw the jewel into the river, and it was lost forever. And as the story goes, a divine voice went out and said, you know, you have given up this simple thing, and God will give you a true jewel, and that, of course, is the birth of his son. His mother, as the story goes, at one point, she was in an alleyway when she was pregnant with Rashi. I guess she was pregnant with Rashi, but so she was pregnant with him, and she was about to be crushed by, if I remember correctly, I think it was a wild camel. These animals are quite common in the Mishnah, crazy camels. Gamal and Shuka, they run around and they cause havoc. And she was going to be crushed by this raging camel. She pressed herself against the wall, and as the legend goes, the wall, as it were, provided an indentation. The stones moved so that she could be protected from the Gamal and the Shuka, if I remember the story correctly. Anyway, there are all these kind of fantastic stories. They're very beautiful to think about. But Rashi definitely lived up to those predictions of the book. His primary education as a young man was in commerce, and his father ensured that he received really quite a broad education. He had familiarity with metalworking, his father, of course, being in the jewel business. He also had significant familiarity with horticulture and animal husbandry. Later, he would have a successful business as a vintner, making wine. He also understood the textile trade and was personally trained in embroidery and in fabrics of all types and so on. And he really, until the age of 25, spent a lot of time just getting a basic, solid, secular education in business primarily. At the same time, he was receiving education locally in Troyes, but things really took off for him after he got married and he moved to the Rhineland. So then he moved to the center of the Jewish world at the time in Ashkenaz, which was these three cities known as Shul, which is an acronym for the German cities Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. And he was educated primarily in Mainz and in Worms, where he had several prominent teachers, really quite famous, who had written books as well during this time. And he imbibed all of their wisdom and brought it back to Troyes with him. These three cities, in particular Shum, were completely devastated by the Crusades of 1096. We probably spoke about them, I think, just last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, with the pogroms following the First Crusade. And this was very, very hard. And Rashi, towards the end of his life, this occupied much of his intellectual and communal activity. But when he came back after marriage, with all of this tradition, he maintained significant contact with the main center of Jewish activity, writing to his teachers often and occasionally visiting them. He actually ended up establishing his own school in Troyes, which eclipsed that of his teachers. And it's hard to even imagine what it was like studying the Talmud before Rashi. I mean, the Talmud itself is such a difficult text to enter without someone holding your hand and explaining literally every second or third word what is going on. There's so many ellipsi, omitted materials, so much material that is simply understood that you have to memorize, so much material that is an allusion to something else, and without the basic apparatus to guide you through the text, it's amazing that anyone can make their way through it. It would be a prodigious intelligence to work through a page of Talmud without Rashi in those days. Rashi, of course, saw the huge lacuna in the scholarship that there was no one to perform this function, and that's what he dedicated his principal activity to. The characters with the Rishonim, it was a way of just explaining to his audience what the Aramaic text of the Talmud actually meant. Literally, every word or 3 words, there is a comment that might only take as many as 2 or 3 words themselves. It just clarifies the text as you go along. Rashi is kind of like, when you have a lawn and there's like a curving walkway up to the front door of the house, and after nightfall, you may be able to pick out the stones on the way out to the front door. But how much nicer is it when they have those little umbrella lights, about a foot off the ground, that just show you, the path curves over here, it curves back over here. That's what Rashi is. He's like those little umbrella lights all the way through the entire Talmud that guides you to your destination. It's very hard to imagine what it would be like to study without Rashi. His family tree, he was married to a woman named Mrs. Rashi. He had 3 and possibly 4 daughters. There's some dispute over a 4th daughter that may have died very young, and there's some passing kind of elliptical references in his own writings that may lead to that. His daughters Yocheved, Miriam, and Rachel, each of them married very significant scholars in their own right, and those scholars went on, and especially their grandchildren. Amazingly, when you look at the incidents of the success rate of his grandchildren, Yitzchak, Shmuel, and Yaakov all formed Talmudic schools of their own, known collectively as the Tosafot, and additions to Rashi. And these schools literally encompass tens of rabbis from England all the way to Russia, who were involved in this activity, although principally in Ashkenaz. Rashbam, for example, completed any leftover manuscripts that Rashi had not finished. So occasionally, there's certain tractates in the Talmud where we don't have Rashi himself. We have his grandson, Rashbam, who's also a commentator of phenomenal note, using much of Rashi's style and his similar genius. So he was able to really communicate in his own genetic heritage that same genius and love of Torah and skills at explicating it. As I mentioned earlier, that certainly did not stop his grandchildren from pointedly disagreeing with his interpretations, and they put it so in writing with respect, but nevertheless, saying that Rashi had it all wrong. Their grandfather had it all wrong, and they should read it a different way. With great level of intellectual integrity. So we don't know much about his wife at all. His 3 daughters were apparently quite exceptionally learned. There are passing references to his daughters in various passages in his text. It appears that one of them may actually have acted as his personal secretary and even scribe. It's not clear if any of them made any halakhic decisions on their own, but nevertheless, Rashi does express gratitude for their help with the transcribing of his documents, and to be able to do that with these very sensitive and difficult rabbinic texts tends to indicate that they must have been quite exceptional on their own. They are the subjects of 3 modern works of fiction, very successful and well-received works of fiction by Maggie Anton. This is book 3 of it, Rashi's Daughters, is the title of this series. She's also gone on to write a new series that's about the daughters of Rav Chisda, another important rabbi. I regret to say I haven't read any of them, but I've heard from people that they are really quite entertaining. There is a widespread legend that Rashi's daughters are worth filling. Very widespread notion that has no roots in any text that would lend any credence to this. This would not necessarily be strictly speaking, not be a forbidden activity, but highly uncharacteristic, particularly for the 11th century, for women to wear tefillin at the time. His grandson, Rabbeinu Tam, actually wrote of women that did perform this mitzvah, and he indicated that if they do, they should say the blessing on it. And included the reference there in case you don't believe me. You look up that footnote there and see that's where he says it. But there's no source whatsoever that says that Rashi's daughters did this. Furthermore, there's another myth that there are several texts that have Rashi's name on them, but anyone familiar with his style, it's very clear that Rashi did not author them. This is a very common phenomenon in the Middle Ages where somebody would write a book, and in order to garner greater circulation for that book, they would put someone else's name on it, a famous person's name, on their own script. Nowadays, we do it the opposite. We write something we would take something that someone else wrote, and we put our own name on it. That's called plagiarism. But this is kind of the reverse plagiarism that was very common really up to the Middle Ages. So a lot of books that circulated in the Middle Ages, they have attributed to everyone from Solomon to Rashi that were actually not authored by the people. So it's very unlikely that his daughters were the authors of those pseudo Rashi commentaries. Questions or arguments? It's very quiet crowd. Yes. That's right. I've seen it. It's in the next book series. Yeah, actually, I haven't had the opportunity to read it yet, though. Yeah, it's amazing. It's 1,000 years old. We're still trying to find out
Right now.
Well, again, you're assuming that it's true that they did. We know that Rabbeinu Tam would have said nothing. We just simply don't know what Rashi would have said. But still, yeah, it's a highly politically charged issue. There is a fascinating psak halacha from Moshe Feinstein, for example, on the question of a woman wearing a tallis, which is very common in non-Orthodox synagogues, highly uncommon in Orthodox synagogues for women to wear a tallis. But she asked Rav Moshe, she said, am I allowed to wear tzitzit and talit gadol, like that? And Rav Moshe psak was very interesting. This is a psak that comes from the 1970s. He said, sure. He said, if you, he says to this woman, if you feel motivated and elevated by the love of God and the love of the Torah, and you want to fulfill this mitzvah, that's fine. He had little bracha, but he had two stipulations. He said, one, it has to clearly look like a feminine garment, so you avoid, because now, since it's so overwhelmingly a male art, specifically in the Orthodox world, for a woman to wear it, it could be a beggar-ish, right, which is acceptable. So it should have, I don't know, music on it or something like that, indicates it's really female. And the second thing, he said much more seriously, he said that it's really important, though, that we're truly doing it for the love of Hashem and the love of the Torah. Because if you're doing it for a political purpose or to advance a political agenda, then it will be a travesty of the mitzvah itself. But the idea of wearing a talit itself, it's not actually forbidden. Again, I'm not a rabbi. Spoiler alert, I'm not a card-carrying member of the rabbinical establishment, and I have no authority whatsoever to make any pronouncements on halachic level. And I'm a guest in this synagogue. I'm very happy to Rabbi Restream for allowing me the space to give these lectures. But he's the Mara Dasra, so theoretically, then select. Primarily, he was a successful businessman working with, in fact, I think I have a slide on that coming up next. A little bit. Primarily, he was a successful businessman running his wine business and several other ventures, but his major energies were in his studies. He was not like, some of the Sephardic greats who were like working 10 hours a day, on their business, and then 10 hours a day on Torah. He was working primarily in Torah, and he had set up his business running along nicely without him, or with minimal involvement in the text, and he really poured all of his energies into these phenomenal achievements of the commentary on Torah. Let me take a few minutes to talk about those two main commentaries, because they are hugely important. So, the commentary on the Torah, he wrote it on the entire Torah. I'm talking about the Hebrew Bible. The first line makes the Moses, which is extremely well studied, all the way through the Second Chronicles and so on. There are a few texts that it's believed he did not author them, but they were authored by his students based on his teaching. So it's possible that not every word in a few of the books, Job, for example, actually belongs to Rashi, but there are texts, for example, the Makon Hofek, which is a new manuscript commentary that's called Talmid Shel Rashi, a student of Rashi, which reads very much in the style of Rashi himself, although we can't attribute to Rashi personally. So his ideas definitely percolated through the entire Hebrew Bible. What is the most wonderful and special thing about it, that really puts it head and shoulders above all the other commentaries of his age, is that his commentary essentially links the oral Torah to the written Torah. Speaking now primarily about the Chumash, first five books of Moses, which is very difficult to learn without a good grasp of all the relevant midrashim that speak to the text. And what Rashi did was he took this massive body of information, the oral Torah, and chose very carefully which sections to present to the reader, and then he put them right there on the same page to read. In other words, the two-finger model is extremely important to Rashi because he allows the reader, for the first time really, to follow the written Torah with the interpretation of the oral Torah. There's a tremendous amount of humility in his scholarship because he personally steps back from it. You don't hear his voice very loudly in the text. He simply acts as a facilitator, presenting, anthologizing, carefully editing, and synthesizing his material, boiling it down, putting in very simple vocabulary so that he allows you to discover the richness of the oral studies. It's a great form of humility and erudition at the same time. His style in writing is anything but verbose. He loves a very short but clear declarative sentence. He doesn't strive for poetry or complex language that has to be unpacked. He just likes to speak in a very clear and straightforward manner without any kind of ambiguities in his language. Studying the specific choice of words of Rashi is actually a major scholarly enterprise, just as it is with Maimonides, but it is a work of great brilliance that you really appreciate when you go to the original sources that he took his commentary from and see how well he edited it into the Hebrew of his day. This has become so significant that in the halakhic literature written after Rashi, there's a very strong imperative, it's not quite a commandment, a very strong imperative that not only should every Jew review the Parsha twice every week in Hebrew and once with the Aramaic translation of English, they should also study it with the commentary of Rashi. meaning that most of the halachic disciples strongly urge all Jews to study Rashi on a weekly basis. Something that really no other commentary has reached that level of prominence. Another way to measure his greatness is to look at the number of super commentaries that are written on Rashi. Remember, Rashi is a commentary on the Torah, and now you have a commentary on Rashi known as a super commentary. And some of the greats of the last 1,000 years have authored super commentaries on Rashi's works, as it is able to.
She says this stuff. So you found out it was a diversion, and it wasn't really that she was going for. It was just to get you to concentrate on that.
Right. How was his manuscript circulated? I love those kinds of questions. You know, they're very tactless oriented. Like, how did this idea get out? So they used to call him Pirush HaKutzos, which means the notebook commentary. So he would himself author a commentary. You know that he went through, by the way, several revisions. He had different layers of his own commentary where he tweaked every word. And then he would have his students write it out. And so they would spend a large amount of their time actually copying out his manuscript and generating, who knows, maybe, it's hard to even measure, but I would guess maybe generating one copy of the entire Torah commentary, maybe every 2 or 3 months, and then providing it for sale or for donation to the synagogue, things like that. Highly prized manuscript versions. Later on, they started to print them, or started to write them out next to the Torah itself. So you could buy, a handwritten Torah, not a scroll, but a handwritten Torah that would be bound, much like a book is bound in signatures, with Rashi on the side. And finally, when you get to the 15th century, then the invention of printing, and it just takes off. And it is rare to find a Chumash printed at that point without Rashi on the side. In fact, if I could just walk off screen for a minute, just keep it facing forward. Here's a traditional printing of the Chumash. This is a Hebrew English version because that's the closest one I had at hand. But they're almost always printed something like this. Just ignore the English side of the page. You always have the Torah commentary in large print. You have Onkelos, which is the Aramaic translation on the side that's mandatory study, and then you have Rashi below. And these three texts are pretty much ubiquitous on Chumashim for 500 years after. So the Gemara is different. Yeah, that's the next slide. But this is Chumash, the commentary on Torah looks like that.
They tried to manufacture grassroots because they know that's what killed Hillary Clinton. Bernie Sanders is doing arenas and Hillary Clinton's putting Sandra members in a cafeteria of like 40 people. So it's the evolution of that. What that shows up, everyone following her. So when they want her out, they go, we can't let this happen again. So we have to
absolutely accelerated it. These things work together, commercial networks, but the genius of the commentary was apparent to all. So he was actually famous in his own lifetime. It's not common. Yes, he had a yeshiva. He established the Beit Rashi. It was not a yeshiva like we have in the 19th century, but he attracted students right after he came from walks and lines. He actually developed a small number of students. Many of them were his own children and grandchildren, and he taught for 60 years in this yeshiva. So he's really involved not only in the business, although that's happening very nicely for him, but he's deeply involved in this management. Not yeshiva like we have today. The yeshivot back then were more like discipleship. There were these small circles of students gathered around a single master, maybe a dozen at a time. Not 200 students in the dorm or the cafeteria. Very small, just like it's much earlier than the first big yeshivas in the established, like 800 Explicate. Did I make up a word? Explicate. I like the way it sounds. It's sort of like explain and complicate. This is a full service lecture. Look at this. I'll change it right here on the spot. You know what? I don't have like a spell check on it, so let's. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Let's try spelling. It's not a no. This is everybody here is so cute. Okay. Let's check spelling. It doesn't like the word posting, but it does like the word explicate. All right. Well, I don't have an. Let's go by turn anyways. So commentary and Talmud. What's different about this Talmud commentary is much larger. We're talking about a document that takes in the documentary cycle about 7.5 years to study the entire text, and he went through the entire document. So again, a few masechtot, a few tractates that he may not have authored, but the vast majority of them are under his name. And the same kind of approach as you have in Chumash, but the distinction is since the Talmud is oral Torah itself, he did not have to anthologize the written Torah to insert in there. Instead, his task was more like holding your hand and guiding you through the text step by step. In modern times, he was only in a very small way challenged for that supremacy by, let's say, Rabbi Steinsaltz, who wrote a Rashi-like commentary in the 20th century. And in fact, many people found that it's very controversial because, how could you somehow rewrite Rashi? It's only been 1,000 years. I mean, come on, we don't need a new version yet. But nevertheless, his style is monumental for its clarity and simplicity, and above all, accessibility. I forgot to mention, in terms of his humility, some of the most beautiful passages in Rashi are those passages where he admits ignorance. And he simply says, I don't know what this means. You're so used to Rashi knowing everything and helping you with all these bizarre things that when he finds it necessary to tell you, I don't know this, he could have just omitted it, and then you feel stupid for not knowing it. How come Rashi isn't helping you? But he says, what? Don't feel bad. I don't know this either. It's an amazing thing for someone to say. Going back to this, so we have the same kind of thing that's going on in the Talmud, although less with the oral Torah, because the Talmud itself is oral Torah, more in terms of the hand-holding through the text. Again, exceptionally valuable commentary to help you read through the text itself. His final years, unfortunately, were periods of great tumult because as an older man, he had to deal with the devastation of the Crusades in Speyer, and massive dislocation of Jews. It was something like, that was the center of Ashkenazi Jewry, and they were so devastated. He's essentially living in a far-off suburb. He's living way out of town, to use that New York expression. And here, New York, Lahavdil, would be devastated. It was a very difficult thing for all of Ashkenaz to bear. Besides the tremendous loss of life, there was the demographic displacement, with families broken up and wandering throughout the region. There was the very difficult theological question, and a life question, related to many Jews who chose to take their own life rather than submit to baptism by the Crusading forces. And then later, they had to decide, they had to find their way back to the Jewish community. And many of the communities that they wanted to go back to were not so welcoming to Jews who had escaped the sword by choosing the cross. Rashi universally defended, however, those opinions that sought to bring those Jews back into the community, and he always took a very lenient position with regard to those Jews who converted to avoid death and wished to enjoy the community as a whole. And this was the principal activity that he was involved in the waiting years of his life. He died in the year 1105, still quite active as a scholar, still working on his commentary. According to tradition, the last word he wrote immediately prior to his death was on tractate Makot, page 19b. The last word he wrote was the word tahor, meaning pure. It's often associated with a person who dies in full life without a taint of sin. Yes, sorry. So he's born in 1040, died in 1105, so 65. His legacy, of course, is us. We are overwhelmingly the product of Rashi's activity. He virtually single-handedly made the Torah and the Talmud relevant for a large percentage of the literate population, and virtually single-handedly made it possible for Jews to access these central texts of our tradition. We are deeply indebted to his scholarship, even though he himself tried to stay behind the scenes and not present his own personal ideas, except when it came to the situation where Jews needed intervention, such as in the case of the Crusades. And it was this humility, combined with his erudition, that allowed him to make such a lasting mark on the Jewish people and their intellectual heritage. Thank you, as always, for your attention and your support. And I look forward to some
but also matches up with so many descriptions of people have had encounters with beings, including the James Fox movie Contact about Varginha, Brazil in the 1990s. They describe things that look exactly like this, very small, like 3 feet tall, 3 fingers, 3 toes. That's what these things are. Like, they might have been another form of human that we just don't even know. Like Denisovans, they just found recently. I think it was in the last decade, right? And then there's those new people, what is it called? December of 2024, when they released this paper, found another type of human. The Flores people, the Hobbit people of Flores, and that's like, I think they're 90s. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's like there's a bunch of stuff that we're just now finding out. We want to be rigid and pretend that we know the entire landscape as far as like what different type of humanoids exist. What the fuck is that? If that really is 1,700 years old, that's George 700 years old. If that really is that, and that's a real being, and then there's more than one of them has a fetus inside of it. That thing also has 3 fingers and 3 toes. So they're trying to get better scans of this thing, but it has a fetus inside of it. Like, if that's a hoax, like I want to know who carbonated it, what's the results? Have they done it more than once? Okay, do we know for sure how old it is? Yeah, one of them has like an implant on the back of its head. Yeah, I can't recommend this episode enough. Alien Mummies Found in Peru, and it's on Jesse Michael's channel. American Alchemy, great fucking show. And he goes deep, and he actually went to Peru to see these things and get them studied and scanned. And there's biologists that look at this, and they're saying this is a real creature. Whatever this is, we need to do more tests and find out more. And they're very suspicious about the actual location in which the guy said that he found them, because basically these are like grave robbers that find these things. Yeah, they found more than one. And the crazy thing is, show me the ancient art from Peru that shows 3-fingered, 3-toed beings. Because they look just like that. 100%. This ancient art is hundreds of years old, man. Like, fucking 3 toes and 3 fingers. This is all Jesse's episode. Just go watch that episode. My theory on our reality is every movie you've ever watched growing up going on the same time. All of these movies just kind of what's really going on. Aliens, 3-fingered fairy persons, really hanging out too. It's very interesting. I heard an interview with a guy named American, and he was on my show, and he's talking about basically religious beliefs is what I see. So when I see angels, and all the measures, right? You see angels, and you come down the cryptids and all that stuff. It's like, so it's like, you only see what you want to see, and it shows up in the form that is acceptable to you. And so I think, yeah, so you guys got 100%. 100%. One of the craziest stories ever told to me was by a guy I met at a show. You want to know why? He did a show where people would send in their eyewitness stories. And you know why it was good morning. And they pull him for a second, and the dog takes off. So he goes and chases him through the woods. And he looks at his dog's getting up, he looks up, there's like what seems to be a giant green screen with something crawling on it. And they're just staring at it. And then the thing stops, noses him there, camouflage stuff. He looks down his dog, and I ran back and abandoned him. And he ran back and his girlfriend saw him. They're like, let's get the fuck out of here. And that gets into like, kind of like the whole, again, missing for one is that it's almost like Grand Theft Auto. You ever drive to Vegas and Grand Theft Auto has to render itself forever. So the whole theory is that these people go missing because the simulation doesn't want to render for just one person, and that's why they disappear. That's possible. Let me give you another possibility. Getting lost in the woods is easy. Getting out of the woods is hard. You can easily starve to death trying. You can easily break a leg, get injured, and no one would ever find you. That is not the odds of you. No. Well, listen. The odds of you getting found if you die in the deep wilderness are not very high. They might find your clothes, but your body will be scavenged. All kinds of animals will eat you. They'll drag your bones away. There'll be nothing left. If there's bears in the area, there might literally be nothing left. If there's pigs in the area, there'll be nothing left. Nothing. They'll eat your bones. They'll eat everything. There'll be nothing left. So if you're just a person and you go missing, and you're in the deep woods, like miles in, you're in a bad place. And they might not ever find you. That's just a fact. There's too much acreage to look over. There's millions of acres of public land that people can just go into. And people go missing. You can't find them. Have you ever heard of missing 411? Sure. Yeah. And how they these people disappear and then they're found totally somewhere else and they can't remember what just happened. That's the transformer school. Yeah, I just saw that one. That is a crazy story. Yeah, it was one of the more interesting people to talk to that have had experiences. Because see, I'd say the same about Bob Lazar. They don't seem like they're lying. They don't seem at all like they're lying. Lazar seemed like he was telling me, this is gonna sound crazy, but here's a story. That's what it seemed like. Like it did not seem like a guy making up a story. And then you go back and see him talking about it in the 1980s. He's talking about the same plan, the exact same time. I think the more time goes on. That's the meeting with Eisenhower, where he makes a deal with them, with the aliens. That they want to be able to test and kidnap and all that stuff. But he makes a deal that you can only do it in the forest. You can't do it in the regular places, so that's why people go missing in the forest. Now, obviously, bad things happen to people. Never get here from that yet, but supposedly these people disappear and then they're found a couple days later in a totally different place and they can't remember what just happened. Well, if I was going to do it, I mean, I had a bit in my act. That's what I would do. I wouldn't have a White House. I'd find some dude cooking meth. Just snatch him up and go tell somebody, you're not going to know yet. Just believe you. Yeah. That's if you're just looking for biological studies, if you're just doing tests on people. A lot of people have talked about hybridization programs and they're exposed to their children. Like they had been multiple times they had visited and they were shown like a human alien hybrid that they were told was their child. Shoot, that is crazy. Yeah, guys are getting fucked by female aliens. Female aliens like holding down right their dick. Like actually having sex with them. Trannies are for the future. No, I don't think they're trannies. I think they're aliens. They're just a different kind of whatever the fuck we are. I think we're a combination of whatever some intelligent advanced species, whatever, the God ultimately for the whole thing, for the whole wax. But I have a feeling, just like we've done weird shit and created poodles, I think someone might have come here and, for lack of a better term, monkeyed around with our genes and added some good shit. And that's in a lot of ancient texts, man. It's in a lot of ancient depictions of how the gods created men. And that's how the Nephilim's come. Fallen angels, the daughters of God. It's weird. That is where it gets weird because nobody wants to even consider the possibility that we have been genetically engineered. No one wants to consider it because it's kind of crazy. But also, guys, look how different we are than everything else. Yes. I mean, it's kind of weird. Yes. They can't explain the jump from a monkey to man. Yeah. There's no link to that. Well, there's links. I mean, there are transitionary fossils, but you can see, like Australopithecus, you can see the different ones. But there's a lot of weirdness in there that it doesn't cover. And one of them is the doubling of the human brain size over a period of, between, I think it's somewhere around 1 million or 2 million years. The human brain size doubled. And it just, they're like, what happened? Maybe it's mushrooms. want to microdose during jujitsu. That's what I'm talking about. I would love to. Did you just hear that one politician I'm talking about? The book of Enoch? Oh, yeah, Anna Paulina Luna. Yeah, that's a super, you bring up Gnosticism, Christians go really upset. I don't know what the answer is. I'm a spiritual man. It's like, oh God, Jesus is my savior. That's what I'm into right now. Makes me happy and vibrate at a higher level. But if you study Gnosticism, the whole story of the demiurge is very interesting. That's where fallen angels meeting with the daughters of men come from. And that's where the original feminist was. The first ever feminist was Sophia, who was the feminine energy of the universe. And literally, she was like, I don't need a man, right? She literally said, I don't need a man. And she creates life. And she instantly knows she made a mistake, which sounds like every single mother to me, right? So she creates the demiurge. And the demiurge doesn't understand about the higher table of God. He thinks he is God. And a lot of people believe the first God of the Testament is the demiurge. And his whole thing is about just basically he wants to destroy humanity. That's kind of what everyone talks about in Satan. But Sophia gave us the spark of life. She gives us a spark of life. Go back to the time when they were writing the Bhagavad Gita. I would love that. What do you know? Yeah, I think about that all the time. Yeah, what are these flying crafts you're talking about? Yes, dude, and Vedic texts. So you talk about fallen angels. A lot of people might think that's Christian mumbo jumbo. I don't believe it is at all. Because the Vedics talk about it and the Hindus talk about it, about God trapping entities in this realm that we live in. So I think the Vedics were for the Hindus, I think, are 2 or 3, and then we have the 33%, which is the fallen angels. And then they come down, they get trapped here, and that's the whole thing about transhumanism, is that they're trying to figure out how to get out of here. Have you ever seen someone talk about the weirdest shit that you heard? Is that this one? No, what was it? The weirdest shit was they said they had a very thick file that was about religion. And basically what it boiled down to is, at least what this file was saying, was that they view us as containers. Yes, and he wasn't specifying containers of what, like containers of souls, like I don't know, but that's the terminology they use. They view us as containers. Can you imagine if like a soul is an energy that you have to farm, or that you have to extract, just like how we extract oil from the earth, and souls are things you extract, and so you need to grow a bunch of them. So you need people just fuck up a storm and clutter up a planet. And really what you're doing is just farming souls. Yeah, that's so imagine you think that you're an OnlyFans model, and you're a DJ at a strip club, and you're a football player, and you're a top scientist, and you're this and you're that, and everything. But really, on the highest level, you're just in a farm. You're in a farm, and there's a super intelligent entity that's above and beyond anything you could ever comprehend. And the only thing it doesn't have is souls. Souls are a real element. It's just like you need cobalt to make a battery. Yeah, that's so you can actually need a soul. Or the battery that runs the simulation. So deep, dude. Why is that weirder than black holes? Why is that weird? I was watching this thing on Twitter yesterday. I still say Twitter. I do too. They were discussing this black hole that's as big as our galaxy. That seems weirder. That seems even weirder than we were genetically engineered. We were genetically engineered. Seems like some shit that we would do. Like I met I've had Ben Lamb and Beth Shapiro on from Colossal. Those are the people that brought back the dire wolves. Yeah. Like, what are we doing? By the way, you know what else that guy did? That guy created it so that you can store files in DNA. You can actually store files. So I had a guy on, he's like, you know where the Epstein files are? They're in somebody's DNA. That's what they get. You can look it up, Jimmy. The guy literally created that you can put files in people's DNA. That is the one who did the dire wolf. They're doing a bunch of stuff. That's Ben Lamb. They're doing a bunch of stuff. And, they're eventually going to bring back the Mammoth. And they're going to, don't know. It seems like some Jurassic Park shit. What does that do? I said, this is like the beginning of the movie. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Weird shit you're bringing back. The thing is, if it gives a purpose of it, though. What's your thought on why we should be bringing this back? Because it's cool. That's it. Sometimes that's simple answers, right? Yeah. Sometimes you bring things back just because it's cool. Should you bring back dire wolves and let them loose? No. They're bigger than regular wolves. They're super powerful. You're making a mistake. Like, regular wolves are hard enough to deal with. Dire wolves might very well like to hunt people. It's like super possible. Yeah, it's like introducing those anacondas or boas into like the Florida Everglades. Yeah. It's like they're just dominant. Just bring regular wolves and no place fucks everything up. What's going on in Colorado? How about the cute animals? Can we bring back cute ones? Yes. That's not like cutie pies. Bring back the cutie pies. But then they're going to get eaten. Because you're going to have to eventually let them go, and then something's going to fucking prey on them. And then you're going to have a disaster. Or they're going to wind up eating a bunch of shit that they're not supposed to eat, and they're going to kill some species off. That happens a lot. It's like Australia's like got multiple cases of like different animals they brought in to combat different animals, and now they have like feral cats everywhere. Jeez. Have you ever heard of orphan trains? Have you ever heard the orphan trains? This reminds me of orphan trains. I remember when I was a kid, I would see cartoons, and they're like, this orphan train's gonna go off the tracks. And I'm like, why are there a bunch of orphans in the trains? And then you start getting into what that really is. This is where Cabbage Patch Dolls come from. Genetically, yeah, what the fuck are you saying? Orphan trains, dude. What is an orphan train? The theory is, they kind of did this in Canada with the indigenous, where they sent them to other parts of the country so they couldn't learn any of their culture. And basically, the thought is that either they brought kids from where they were born and brought them to the other parts of the country and gave them to the elites to raise as children and do whatever they wanted to do with the neighborhood. Okay, it says orphan trains with large-scale social experiment in the United States where orphaned abandoned homeless children were transported from crowded eastern cities to rural areas in the Midwest to be adopted or placed in homes. Between 1854 and 1929, an estimated 200,000 to 250,000 children were relocated primarily by the Children's Aid Society, and its founder, Charles Loring, raised this movement is considered a precursor to the modern foster care system. So that's a very clean version of it. But the whole belief is that these are the children of, I'm just going to throw a name out, Tataria or stuff like that, and that they're the children of this to kind of erase history. Well, it's even crazier to Cabbage Patch Dolls, right? These Cabbage Patch kids, and they had these world fairs where they would literally sell like incubated children. Have you heard of that? And Jerry Seinfeld says both his parents were those type of kids. Well, he wasn't incubated children. Because if you look up World Fair Cabbage Patch Doll kids, basically almost like science laboratory children. What are you saying? What? I can't hear you, Jerry. What is it? So, Cabbage Patch is in the history of repopulation postcards. And Seinfeld says his parents are orphans, and they would have displays at World where you could go and get a kid. Wait a minute, what do you mean his parents? Wouldn't you say his parents were made in a lab? Is that what you're talking about? I think he said his parents were either orphan trained kids or Cabbage Patch kids. And a lot of people think that's where the NPCs come from. Orphan trained kids would mean that his parents were orphans and they were shipped off to another hand, whatever they were being West. But that's what he said. That sounds like a century crazy. I have to make sure that's right. Okay, that sounds crazy. But well, still, I don't understand what the Cabbage Patch thing is, though. What are you saying? That is, they were cloning kids. Well, when was cloning even possible? When did it first become possible? Years. There's a thumbnail that lists all three things he's talking about. I don't know where this is. Bro, you go down the long Reddit threads, don't you? No, dog. I'm reading on like Cabbage Patch babies, so they're growing them in a Cabbage Patch, and then World's Fair incubator babies. Look at that guy over there holding two babies up. These are incubator babies. So what is an incubator baby? Is it raised entirely in an incubator? Like, what does that mean? Boardwalk attractions save thousands of premature babies' lives. Oh, okay, so it's premature births. That sounds like, I don't know, man, because supposedly you can get a kid at the World Fairs. But I do know that people do that when a child is premature, right? They put them in an incubator. That's but the word is that you can get a kid there. So you can buy a kid. Yeah. So someone would have this premature birth and then put the kid up for sale. Maybe. I mean, that's what this is trying to tell us. I don't know if that's real though, but that goes back to the World Fairs that we talked about before. It's just like technology beyond what we understood and what we know now. And they wiped that all out. Why would they do that? Do you think they wiped it all out, or do you think they're hiding in secrecy? Well, they probably still have it, but they don't want us to have it. Like, what do you think happened with all of Tesla's notes when he died? Whatever organization. I don't know. Trump's uncle. Yeah, Trump's uncle got him. Well, that's right. They went in there early because he was and they grabbed him all before. And that gets into that little bear Trump book and all that stuff. That's like time travel stuff, which I think is totally possible. I think time is this. I think time is bliss. And everything's going on at one time. And it's like a book. Like if you're reading a book, you read at page 46 and 46. That's the reality of the time. You can jump to page 320, and now that's reality of time. Then you go back to page 18, and that's reality of time. I think that's. So do you think that will eventually be able to manipulate that, or we can? We already can. Who's we though? The masses of mankind. The masses of mankind. The 13 families. The 13 families make deals with fallen angels. That's my own power. That's the power structure of the world. And what method are they using to travel back and forth through time? Whatever technology they got. So do you think that if, let's say, they back engineer UFO in 1947, and these companies get involved that know how to make technology, all these different contractors, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, whoever it is, they manufacture a time machine. They manufacture a time machine based on what they have learned and they start to use it, and they go back and forth. Do you think eventually they want to tell somebody? I think they know. Again, it goes back to data. They know who's crazy enough. You can keep a secret. You can do all that stuff. That's what they always say about if they fake the moon landing. Wouldn't somebody in there say something? Well, people do say something and they end up going missing. But most of them understand that they're in on it. The only people in that room are the ones that they know are in on it. Have you ever seen when India landed on the moon? Have you ever seen that video? It's just a probe, right? It's not even a probe. It's like an Atari graphic. People had better graphics than that. And they're all cheering in the room. They're all high-fiving each other. I don't think India landed on the moon. Can I see it? I want to see it. See if I believe it. I've had so many people that this guy full of shit. What happened? Alright, let's see it. No, I can't be. Yeah, that's what they're landing. We're seeing just flashes of it. Okay, right. Well, I want to see what happens when it actually touches down. Wait a minute. That's it. Hold up. Okay, everyone needs to go to jail. You guys all need to go to jail. You guys all need to go to jail. It's so big. What did you do with the money? What did you do with the money? You got their own island, bitches. Yeah, how dare you. Imagine how much money they spent on that probe. But that's everybody in the room. So if you look at the JFK assassination, right? So he goes into that plaza. They're all assassins in that plaza. Yeah. Like, everybody's in on it. And there was a lot of people. Yeah, they all go missing and they end up dead. You know, my friend Evan, he had a good point about that. My friend Evan Hafer from Black Rifle Coffee, he that coffee. When they told Kennedy about it, and he didn't allow the airstrikes, he didn't allow air support. Yeah. That fucked everybody. The beach is Harden. No, that was different. Operation Northwoods was the when they were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack. Well, that was all part of how to pull Cuba to war. Right. So, but with the Bay of Pigs thing in specific, those guys had a plan based on air support, and then they didn't get that air support. A bunch of people died that shouldn't have died. It's like those are the types of people you could have got to kill Kennedy. Yeah. I got fortunate. That would matter in the other video. No. I was looking to see if there was. It did like two things at the same time. Whatever that was, it's clearly not supposed to be. There's no way. Looked like it to me. And the guy standing up and he's like, I just did that. That's nice. That's nice. I don't think that's what's supposed to be. It's like a distribution of the show. Like, so they don't have actual video of it, which makes more sense. Right. The third thing, which is, the moon landing from the 60s when it did it, you always saw it from inside the lunar module, that beautiful aluminum foil craft. Yeah. With a golf cart that's like almost twice his size. I think the golf cart, how'd you get enough power to get off the Earth, or get off the moon, rather? Yeah, and there was the camera to pan perfectly and catch it. How'd you get the signal, the video footage from that camera and send it up into space in 1960 fucking 9? And how'd you talk to Nixon from space? How are you calling Nixon from fucking space? Stop! But here's the thing, oligarchies help oligarchies, so they're all in on it. A lot of it, they're all in on a lot of shit, which is good, because that's what keeps us from going to World War III for real. So recently, we're being told there's this giant AI race with China. Okay, and they want to pass a law. I'll tell you why. But so, I'm very serious. But the point is, so they tell us there's this giant race of AI, and if you let China to just get a fraction ahead of us, it's over. So to the point where they pass a law where you cannot, and no state can pass any laws that get in the way of technology with AI. And everyone's really upset about it because 10 years of AI is an insane amount of time. So who knows what will happen with it. So we're being sold that we're in this AI race with China. Well, just about a month ago, we sent China a bunch of AI superconductors. And I go, hold on, we're like in a race with these guys and we're sending them superconductors? The United States government. So what did they send? They sent a bunch of, we looked at some superconductors or something like that to the people we're supposed to be in a race. And it reminds me of when I was a kid. I'm going to need those specifics. Okay, that's why Jamie's here. I'm just reminds you of when you were a child. When I was a kid and we were in the Cold War with Russia and we were in a nuclear arms race. I remember being a kid and seeing on the news that we were sending aid to Russia. And I always go, why are we sending aid to these people if we're in a Cold War with them? And I realized because Russia was never going to be able to keep up with us. That was just used as a smoke screen to get us to be, hey man, spend all the money you need to build all these weapons because we have to be in the lead. This isn't where we're paying off the Taliban. 20 mil in a week. First of all, how many people are in the Taliban? And how many more they're recruiting because they're making 20 million a week. I remember when Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, I was like, oh, dude, great, kid. I wasn't a Biden fan, but when somebody does something you like, you gotta kind of give them their props. And he's like, yeah, we're leaving all the weapons there. But have you ever seen the video of the plane leaving? You want to look at something that's just a complete joke. People are falling off of it. They're trying to hang on to the wheels. Now watch when it's coming out on the runway. It looks really weird. If you look at the planes make, it's got painted windows. Okay. And people are running along. It's the weirdest video I've ever seen. It makes no sense. There's a 911 on it or 119 on it. it's a very weird, but it did happen. Like, people did like take off on the last planes. People did. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but I'm saying that video is super weird. You know, sometimes video just looks like shit. Have you ever seen an NH crash? Have you ever seen that video? Yeah, listen, one thing at a time. Okay, well, this is a cargo plane, right? So it's an enormous plane. And it doesn't have any windows, so there's that. Well, the windows at the top, the black ones. Well, that's for the pilots, bro. But the rest of the plane is all solid. So it's a cargo. It looks like a giant cargo ship. And these people are trying to climb in. Like, look at this, man. They're trying to get inside that cargo ship. That is nuts, man. And the thing is moving along on the ground. Yeah, you can see. That's a regular cargo ship, right? That's a giant military cargo ship. But it's weird how these guys are like laughing and cheering. Yeah, it just looks weird. But like the whole thing was crazy. First of all, they felt like they defeated America and sent them home. You know, so there was that. And then there was the fact that we left behind all kinds of crazy shit. Black Hawk helicopters, tanks. And then they do parades. Well, they parade on the street over Russia. I mean, you get into Afghanistan. It's the same thing. The reason we went into Vietnam. Yeah. Nobody knows about Vietnam. Everyone thinks it's about stopping communism. If you watch the Fog of War, he says like they were never going to. Vietnam hated China. They were never going to work together. When you sell it as we got to stop communism, now you go in and you get all the poppy fields, the Golden Triangle. Well, the most transparent. That was when Fox News had Juan Rivera talking to one of the generals on the ground. Yeah, he was like, "Sir, one of the military leaders, and that was the general. Why do you have military people guarding the heroin fields?" It's like, well, we need to get the trust of the farmers. On our side against terrorists. Like, literally, like fucking U.S. armed soldiers guarding drugs. And then the production goes through the roof. Yep. And it becomes like 94% of the world's heroin is produced in. Or where we go now, Iraq, the first things we go to are the museums. And we're grabbing artifacts. Unlucky shit. Knows it's in the Star type shit. 100%. They think that's the weapon of mass destruction they were talking about. What's the Stargate in Iraq? That was a weapon of mass destruction. I thought it was a gateway. Well, that's what we're talking about. Well, that they want control. That would be the weapon of mass destruction. Go into the future, get some awesome weapons, come back, fuck everybody up. Like, everybody watching the game about, like, the Revolutionary War, running around in muskets. You just imagine, bro, that's just storming in there with a tank. Just fucking everybody. They didn't know what a tank is. Yeah. Just helicopters. Shooting them at helicopters like, you know, that's what you think of when you think of like modern weaponry. Now imagine applying that times 1,000 years, getting that modern weaponry, bringing it back to this timeline. Do you think that you can travel back and forth through timelines? Or do you think once you travel, once you're stuck there? It's like you travel back to a time there's no time machine. You might be fucked. Yeah. Or it's like, you know, you see movies about this all the time where like you gotta go exactly to the place, get it right, or you go to a dimension you don't even know what it is. What was that article you just pulled up, Jimmy? Iraqi Stargate Conspiracy: A Modern Perspective on an Ancient Mystery. That building, bro, what were they doing? 4,100-year-old massive tiered shrine lined with giant staircases. How weird. Dude, our timeline is way more interesting than anyone even understands. It really is. It really is making it to ancient history. Yeah, it's so strange, especially when you read their stories and, you know, like all the Anunnaki, Nephilim stuff, and then you see the buildings they were creating. Or the doors that are so huge, or the steps that are too big for people to go up. Put it back up, Jim. It says, mysterious military bases near ancient sites. U.S. established military zones near ancient Mesopotamian ruins, such as Nineveh and Babylon. Some speculate this was to prevent independent researchers from accessing the sites. Control the information. The alleged time warp incident. Some claim that strange time anomalies and electromagnetic disturbances were reported by soldiers in Iraq further supporting the idea of an active portal or advanced technology buried underground. Is there any scientific basis for a Stargate in Iraq? How could there be? Lack of physical evidence, no concrete proof, you don't have access. Mythological misinterpretations, sparing text describing Anunnaki as deities, but scholars believe these are mythological representations rather than historical accounts of extraterrestrial beings. Okay, but that's just someone's opinion. And scholars are notoriously poopy pants when it comes to notoriously poopy pants when it comes. Yeah, they don't like to change their opinions on shit. No confirmed technology retrieval, despite years of military presence in Iraq. No official reports have suggested that any advanced technology was discovered. But if it was, where would it go? Defense contractors, right? The same thing is like the UFOs. Like if they really did have a crashed UFO, and I'm in the middle of a great book, Richard Dolan has a, let me find what the name is, so I'll fuck it up. It is UFOs for the 21st century mind. I can't there's a lot of stuff in there that I'd never considered before. One of them, when they were talking about the crashed UFOs, they did a bunch of like high altitude explosions of nuclear bombs in the 1950s. They like just shot them up 150 miles in the sky and blew them up. They did it a bunch of times. Like, you could have easily fucked up a UFO if they didn't know you were doing that. They had no reason to believe. They just hovered there watching Earth. And all of a sudden, it's interesting to me because you remember when we had the balloon? What is this, channel? These are CIA reports. I don't know how accurate they are, but it's a report nonetheless. Creation date 2016, document release date is 98. Read the first paragraph. I think if you can. It's not great. It's weird. Where should I read it from? The third line, whether probable. It says something about whether rainstorms be a problem in the southern area in 3 to 5 days. Some heavy equipment movement is anticipated in near term in Kuwait. Within 1 to 3 days, Iraq will launch missiles into Saudi Arabia areas. Frontline troops will not advance. Future potential strikes may occur in areas B, where Iraq with 2 special weapons, some type of interference device that causes electronic or mechanical freeze up, some type of energetic beam type of device may be located in the same area. See figure 1. Preemptive action is not anticipated until February 91, so there's technically occur any time from Kuwait. Whatever energetic beam under the stand that's raised. Plus, the activity in the vicinity back just like this is a straight-based document of the UFO. Is this a legit document? Yeah, who knows, right? Yeah. This is a FOIA document. Such an intro. Also, if I had a print in paper, some shit that's like super top secret that no one's supposed to know that we have, I would say Iraq has it, so we could use it on and say, oh yeah, Iraq had some beam weapon. Yeah, that was it. And it was destroyed. We destroyed it. Especially if you're putting it in a paper where you know people could read it later on because of the FOIA request. Well, I probably didn't anticipate that, right? But then on top of that, it's like, I mean, they overestimated the Iraq Army's capabilities as it is, right? Like, that was one of the things about it. It's like they were always, like Hicks had a joke about it. It's the 4th largest army in the world. It's like, yeah, well, after the first 2, there's a real big drop off. You know, for the Salvation Army's number 3. I loved him. But that was a great joke about that because, like, that was a cakewalk, that first Iraq war. They went in, fucked everything up. The war was over really quick. So, imagine how disgusting a human being could have to be to invade another country, find secrets that changes the way human beings would view our history. Yeah. The history of technology that has existed here, like completely remaps the entire landscape and they're going to hide it. Yeah, well, that's the whole Vatican library. Look, what's in there? I want to know what's in there. Do you see that Tibetan one? It's crazy. There's this ancient Tibetan library, and there's this video of this guy walking past these texts, thousands of years old, these texts, and they're all in these bound books on these shelves, and nobody's touching. See if you can find that. Why isn't anyone writing? What's in there? What about the Library of Alexandria, which all the secrets of Egypt were in there? All the probably depictions of how they built the pyramids, who did it, when it happened, erasing whether or not they found them already built. That's a real possibility. Claim of 10,000-year-old Tibet library, find not one paper it's written on. But there is some sort of a Tibet library. I'm not saying it's 10,000 years old. I think it's 1,000 years old. It was just, there was a library of these ancient books. Is that real? Is that bullshit? That's bullshit. Oh, okay. That's not exactly the one that I saw, but it was just like that. It wasn't. I probably took that photo and animated it. I think we'll oh, no. Yeah, but this is like at least a year ago. What I'd seen. But it might have been bullshit then. It might have been a different kind of bullshit. Not AI. AI bullshit's going to make everything possible. Have you ever heard that most wars are about erasing history? Like, most of them, like a lot of wars are about erasing our history, destroy areas that have like a connection to the past. And that's a big part of World War II, was just destroy all this old history so nobody learns about it. Knock it all down and rebuild it. I think this is exactly the video that I saw. It's so crazy. Okay, so this is a Tibetan Buddhist library, and this is pretty big. I just kind of thinking, even reading a piece of paper that was handwritten by someone 1,000 years ago. What's that, Jill? Look at 10,000 books. Imagine if they decipher it. It's all full. It's all just like, she took on 5 guys. It's all just like 50 Shades of Grey, written over and over and over again. It's crazy out there. What's going on in the world right now is nuts. It's just like, I think something, I think what's going on in Gaza is crazy. I think prophesized that. So, I want to tell you about this. So, I have about 8 guys from high school that I'm on text thread all the time. We talk all the time. It's kind of where I got my ability to kill hecklers, because we just shit talked each other forever. Like, we stopped fighting at one age and we just started annihilating each other. So then it's just like natural to me. Like, what's trauma as a kid sometimes becomes your strength as an adult. So I got really good at it. Every time I fly home, they just light me up. It feels so good, right? So I go to college. My friend Tony, he goes to Alfred, he comes back, he gets religion, right? And he is, every summer I go home from college, we'd sit down, we'd talk spirituality, and he'd always tell me the things he learned. Well, one time, like in the late 90s, they bring me out to, their church is having a band, guys in the church are in the band. Hand to God, dude. They're singing songs about, in the late 90s, about 2 towers coming down. Hand to God. I remember hearing that going, that's kind of crazy. And then 9/11 happens. I go, well, that's a prophecy. So, Tony always tells me, building the World Trade Center towers. It took a long time. When did they build them? When were they officially opened? 60s. And, dude, there's a great video I have on Instagram that breaks down the whole 9/11. It's this animation. It's so fucking good, dude. So do you think that those planes were remote controlled? I would take it. I would take they were missiles that look like planes over passenger planes, yes. Because so you think that they disguised a missile to make it look like a plane? Yeah, you saw the way that it was flying. Yeah, it flew like, man, you can't fly like that. But if you talk to pilots, it's impossible to go at that speed in a passenger plane that low, that fast. It's just, and you talk to people who, you talk pilots, they say they could never have done that. There is technology for them to take over the plane because it's supposed to stop a hijack. They can take over the plane, the cockpit from the flight. That's definitely possible. But I think they were military missile planes. If that's what hit the planes. If that's what hit them.
So what happens to the actual planes themselves? Not to your theory.
I mean, everything could be just a story laid down. I think the story of the 19 hijackers is just another layer of deceit. You know, that they set a foundation for the story they want us to buy.
Yeah, but Sam, the people did die and the planes did crash.
I'm not saying they did.
If it doesn't make any sense because it looks like a plane, it flies like a plane, it leaves the exact airport, they track it, they know where it's going, it flies to the town.
Operation Northwood, they literally tell you what they're going to do.
I know that.
Which is what they fly
I know that Operation Northwoods, they had a drone plane and they were going to blow it up and blame the Cubans. I know that. And so what that tells us is they had drone planes in 1963, which is kind of crazy, right? That is kind of crazy. And that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff and vetoed by Kennedy. Well, why would you think it's a missile and not just a drone plane?
It's possible it's a drone plane, but I think
it's flying like a plane. Like, what makes more sense to me is that they took over a plane and remote control whoever they is, whether it's terrorists or whatever demonic entities, took over the remote control plane and flew that motherfucker into those towers.
I don't necessarily know. I mean, yeah, that's definitely possible.
That makes more sense. The thing that didn't make sense to me was like the box cutter thing is weird. It's just a mass of people. You're gonna take a chance. There's not some big guys on the plane that are gonna overwhelm you. You're gonna get access to everything with box cutters. Maybe you would. Maybe if with the right plane, you know. But with the wrong plane, I can see you getting fucked up by a group of armed men. Yeah, you know, if you gotta see that on the planes now, yeah.
People like the crazy older guys jumping up.
You just catch the wrong fucking plane. Like the fact that you would just take a chance like that your plane involved being able to control people with box cutters. There's only a few of you, right? How many guys are on each plane?
Yeah. I mean, there's 4 planes, there's 19 hijackers. I mean, break it up into 4 or 5 guys every plane.
It's hard.
And then there's just numerology.
5 guys with lasers. It's harder.
You study the numerology in 9/11. It's all astrology, occult rituals, the plane numbers, how many floors, how many feet the Pentagon is.
You go deeper in the rabbit holes. I like to go like 3/4 the way down and go, yeah, this sucks. And then I get out of it.
Yeah, I know, but
I go all the way to the bottom, which I don't know is always accurate.
But it's the world's ran by sorcerers. And once you start to realize that, everything's a rich man's trick.
Listen, just because the guy who's the head of the World Economic Forum looks like a wizard, just because he dresses like a wizard in a fucking Hobbit movie, doesn't mean he's in a dark.
I mean, study Michael Jackson dresses exactly like how I would dress, except for when he's at the beach.
Dark arts.
Have you ever seen him at the beach? Yeah. You've never seen him? You're not going to believe he's going to. No, he's not. He's in a. What? He's in a bride lingerie and a hat.
No.
Yes.
Listen,
He's in a real. Dude, it looks exactly like. You're not going to believe it, but I totally think that's it.
this is one of the images that you found online because I think I've seen this one. And I said, oh, that's
He's in a Dick Gage. I think he's walking in a Dick Gage. Come on, look at it, dude. Tell me that's not him. Tell me that's not him.
not what I'm
Dude,
saying.
you're that weird shit.
It's a fake photo, I thought.
What? What do you mean? How do you know? You just looked at it.
Reuters says.
Okay, and then Reuters says because they made
Let me see the photo. Let me see that photo.
That's it right there. That's pixelated, dude. You find a good picture of him, it looks exactly right. That guy is into the weird. You're the head of WEF. You're into the weirdest shit.
Yeah, but he's not.
Come on, dude. No, he is.
That looks like a younger guy.
Look at that. You're telling me that guy. That's right. They're the exact same guy.
No, it does not look like him. That guy's a different chin, jaw structure. Go to the other guy. That's different.
This guy has a lot more jowls. No, he has a lot more jowls. He looks a lot older. This guy looks like a 60-year-old freak. He looks like an 80-year-old. Look at that Derek, he's young. No, he's not young in any of these photos. But in that photo, that's a different guy. That's a different human. Someone's just being funny. It's like, that ain't him either. Imagine your doppelganger is that weird and that gay, and there's just pictures of him doing weird shit on you. Yeah, one of my favorite characters in the Biden Chronicles was that one bald-headed guy with lipstick that was stealing women's clothes. That guy. Like, who would have thought someone who dresses like that would be fucking weird? Now he steals the clothes. Wears the clothes to like China events. Where people get back. One lady's like, that's my dress. She's a designer. It was a one-off. It was a one-off dress. Like, it had to be her dress. This guy would just steal luggage. But imagine, like, seeing that guy and going, I think he's got shit together. He should be able to run the government. Be like, you know what this security system needs? Trans. That's what was his job. What was that guy's job? I thought he had something to do with the FAA or something like that. That's so crazy. That's Rachel Levine. Oh, she was another one. Like, what is this? Yeah, craziness. Well, that's why I always say, like, it's like everyone about Trump right now and all the stuff going on with him. Like, the difference between Trump's cabinet and Kamala Harris's cabinet is Trump's all closeted neo-cons, and Kamala's would be BLM, the fat feminists, and trans. That would be the difference between the standing behind them. It's all the same shit. It's two wings of the same. No, I like Trump more than I like Kamala. These people who are just absolutely ridiculous. Thinking it would be anything different. It's a completely corrupted system. It's 100% completely corrupted. And no one in like 6 months, whatever Trump's been by now, or 4 years, or even 8 years, is going to totally uptake him. No, it's so deep, and it's at every single level. Every single level, dude. And that's what the internet did. Took our eyes off the here. Took our eyes off the guy. I bet it'd be a great podcast. That guy should be in the U.S. government. That's what I've been saying. Take a plea deal. What's that? Oh, yeah, that's what I want to run the power. Check out that windmill, son. Look at that, dude. We're lipstick, and then sending him to represent us at all these, like, international conferences. I wouldn't care if he was good at his job and didn't steal women's clothes. I wouldn't care. But if you want to show up for work, I'm going to wear a job. Yeah, but, I don't want either one of those things. But, I mean, if you just show up and you work hard and you want to wear a dress, okay. Like, that's wearing dresses. I don't care. And why would I care? I wear shorts. Yeah, it's kind of the same. It's not much different. There's this little piece of cloth that tucks under your tape. Yeah, so much different than a skirt. I would wear pajamas if people would let me. I'd go out. I'd work this job, and you have a regular job, and you wear pajamas. He's wearing going somewhere to pajamas to do stand-up. Isn't it weird that, like, you expect certain jobs, like, you expect if you wear a suit, you're going to behave differently. More professional. I've got a suit on, I can't be bothered with normal talk. Right? Like, if you showed up in shorts and t-shirt, like, it's not even serious. Look at that. You dress like a fucking idiot. Yeah. Like, you dress a certain way. They think of you as a different kind. Yeah, 100%. So I was watching this video the other day, and it was about how actors way back in the day looked so much older. Like, the guy from All in the Family was 46, and then actors today are 56 look like they're kids. And they were talking about it because everyone smoked all the time, and they all wore like suits and proper clothes. I mean, it all worked out. Yeah, it all worked out. Yeah, no. So when you hit 46, it was like, we're as a nation, we're getting fatter and fatter, but there's also a segment that is getting more jacked and jacked. The jiu-jitsu guys, the CrossFit guys, the Thai boxing dudes, they're all getting more and more fucking shredded than ever. Yes, there are a lot of fat people, but there's also, in my opinion, way more in shape people too, because they're just more people. I would agree there's more in shape people now than ever before, but I think the average person is in worse shape. The average. There's like outliers, people that work out all the time, and there's more of those than ever before. But we're getting fucking poisoned. Our food is terrible. This is one of the more never. The RFK Jr. thing is one of the most important things in this administration. I thought, get in there and find out. How do these companies have this grip on what they're putting in the American diet? How do these companies have this grip on what medications they're making sure that you take every year? And how many, and they're not responsible at all for the adverse effects. And this is crazy. Like, him getting in there and just trying to at least untangle some of that fucking evil octopus mess. Just all the different tacticals and controls. The fact that they're telling you, oh, we know these dyes cause cancer, you can't use them anywhere else in the world, but we have to use them here. Yeah, that's crazy. It's the same company that makes stuff that they send to Canada that does other dyes. It's nuts. It's crazy. Or how, I saw Ian Carroll talking about this, how they have a drug that causes hair loss, and the same company sells you stuff that'll help your hair grow back. Yeah, well, there's companies right now that are working on drugs that help people that have heart inflammation, myocarditis, issues with heart repair. There's a particular NBA legend in Kareem Abdul-Jabbar during the whole COVID stuff was like he was going after LeBron James really hard about not getting the shot. Now when I listen, because I'm old, I still listen to sports talk radio, he's doing commercials for heart problems. Like, that's the craziest storyline I've ever seen in my life. The guy who was guilting everybody. And this was a guy who was a civil rights leader who's doing commercials for heart problems and one of the commercials. Heart fitting. Can you look up what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar heart commercials? He's talking about how he's AFib. He is, yes. But this was a guy who was on in the civil rights movement, who understands, would have a great understanding of the black community's relationship with pharmaceutical companies and what, that famous Thanksgiving, everybody had syphilis forever, and then they sent like black nurses to convince them, AFib. So he was a guy who was pushing everybody. Oh, dude, that's so crazy. He's with Pfizer too, and he was a guy who was pushing everybody to get hit the jab. He was like really going after LeBron James, who didn't want to do it. And then now he's doing these commercials, which is so crazy to me. But did he have that before he got jabbed? I never heard of that. It's possible, but I never heard of it. But it's crazy that he's on both sides of that. It is kind of crazy, but a lot of old people got real scared. That's one of the things that happened. A lot of old people, when COVID came around, got real scared and they wanted to believe that the pharmaceutical drug companies had an answer. They didn't want to hear any nonsense from the anti-vaxxers. Well, you saw they rolled it out, right? Like it started with China, and we saw these videos of people falling down, even though it never happened when everybody got COVID here until what? They got the jab, right? And then we started seeing people, God, So, you watch how they will slow roll these psyops out. The crazy thing is watching the compilation of all the newscasters doing that. When they see something and they freak out and then they fall down, that's the weirdest thing. It's all weird. It's all weird. It's weird that we don't watch it in real time. The Heather McDonald video. It's almost like the universe had a script, right? The Heather McDonald video in particular. She's like, I got all the jab. Black. It was nuts. It was like the perfect punchline at the right time. If you want to have evidence of a simulation like that seems fake, that's so crazy. On camera, crazy. And then she falls back, and something's going on because she doesn't try to brace herself. It was so bad. I feel for her. I like her. Well, that was a bad fall. Scary fall. But it's just crazy how it lined up that way. And crazy how it brought to you by Pfizer. You see those commercials, those compilations, rather, of all the different newscasters falling over. It's like, wow. And no one got suspicious other than these weirdos online. All of the newscasters got suspicious. No media people got suspicious. New York Times didn't get suspicious. How many soccer players are dropping dead? What's going on? Healthy athletes having heart attacks. How many people are just having heart attacks? 18 years old, which never happened before. What the fuck is going on? And no one wants to admit that they made a terrible mistake and that they got duped. So they continue to do the work of the people that duped them. They're like, They got bit by the vampire and they're trying to bite other people. It's weird. Yeah. And have you ever heard of this is really weird conspiracy? No, from you. No fucking way, Sam. I don't believe you. The Chinese population, have you ever looked into that? Oh, that the population is actually a lot lower than it is. Yes. And that there's all this data that kind of lines up, like the amount of funeral homes have quadrupled. China's lied about the amount that they made all these fake kids going to school that aren't really going to school. And the weird one is the amount of salt that they've imported from Japan has gone down half. So all these people go to China, all these guys, tourist vloggers, and they're like, there's nobody around. There's nobody here. Where is everybody? This is because if you go to India, right, we saw them, how many people they packed in there to see that cartographic land up there. Look how many people are in there. But we see this over and over again. When people go to China, they're like, there's nobody around here. Well, there's parts of it that are very unpopulated. But you know what has always been the weirdest conspiracy for me with China is the Great Wall. Weird faces. Yeah. The turrets where they shoot arrows from, that's facing inward. Inward. Not outward. Not like to guard people from coming over the wall that way. It's the other way. Yeah. It's like, okay, who designed this? What are you doing? What are you trying to accomplish? Why would you have it turn towards the country? So that like you're China. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's kind of like when you look at like a camp or a prison. The people that want to keep in, they put all the wire and stuff this way so you can't call them out. Yeah. So it's the same thing with that. Did you see how long it is too? It is pretty sad. That is the full length. I think it's 14,000 miles. Imagine 14,000 miles of stone wall built by hand over hundreds of years, and you have the openings for arrows pointed towards the people. Yeah. Have you ever seen old pictures of like it being built? People building it are like demons and shit like that. It's like very weird. What? Yeah, I'm talking about old drawings. Yeah, drawings of the Great Wall of China being built. It's almost being built like by demons. You know, turrets on all sides. Multiple sides, not just facing. But sometimes they're just facing it. I don't know. Because this guy did a whole video on this whole stretch of the Great Wall where it faces it. What is the thing on that? What's what is it? Talking about YouTubers sensationalizing stuff. Yes, it's also, again, 14,000 miles, right? And so some of it probably territories change. Right. Sometimes, you see that because, like, I'm Armenian, I'm from the village of Van, not Russia. And at that time, it was in Turkey, probably was 13,170 miles. That's so crazy. How long was it taking you for you to build that? Imagine you can live forever, and like Sam, you can live forever, but you have to rebuild the Great Wall of China. But if you do, don't worry, you'll live forever. It's going to take you a long time, but once you're done, you'll be free. Does it say you'll live forever? Would you do it? No, I don't want to live forever. No, I don't think we're meant to live forever. I think we're meant to come here, finish a task, and wrap it up. Yeah, I think so too. And this whole thing about extending life forever sounds miserable. It is weird that all these techno people are about to grasp the ability to do something that has never been done before. It's very strange. Like if you can change a human body and you can enter some sort of chip into that person's brain that gives them entire access to the internet instantaneously, telepathic language. Who knows what kind of ability to control electronic devices, all kinds of different things. And someone gets to decide whether or not that happens to the human race. Because once it happens, you're not putting that cord back on the boat. It's out. It's going to give an advantage to people. So everyone's going to want to do it. You don't want to be a regular ape when all these fucking geniuses are around here reading your PIN number from your mind. They're doing that. They're doing that with babies now. They can test IQs already. They're doing genetic tests because these really rich people want super smart kids. So they're making sure that the IQ of the baby is at a super high level. It was also a thing in China they did where they altered the baby's genes to make them smarter. Yeah. We're going to have genetically modified human beings for sure. And if they're not already here, I mean, they're going to be like Thor. Everyone's going to look like Thor. Everyone's going to look like, fill in the blank. Well, whatever you're into, too much tits and ass up here. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be such a good time. There's going to be no sexes. Yeah. It's just going to be, initially, it'll be adopted by the rich. Then it'll just be like cell phones. In the beginning, fucking Mike Douglas had that big ass fucking stupid thing on the beach in Rio. That's a joke, right? Now everybody has a phone. We go to the jungle, people have phones. There's fat homeless people with iPhones. iPhones. Like, we're going to have a revolution when you have fat homeless people with iPhones. They're fat, and they have no money. And they're still fat. Yeah, and they're living the best life. That's how comfortable it is. We're just comfortable enough not to get upset. Sam Tripley, we're going to wrap this up. I love you to death. I don't agree with everything you said, though. Everybody. I'm always right. Last thing I want to tell you is that Gaza, Europe will go in and regulate it, and that is the prediction I want to give you. That is a prophesied. Gaza. Yes. That's prophesied. Yes. It's basically going to be it's been prophesied there will be a war between the pagans and the lost tribes, and you go through this. Someone go to research this further. Let me just tell you. You need to be able to. We gotta wrap this up. Just tell me what it is. I just got an hold of my paper for 5 minutes. I appreciate you, dude. I'll give you the name right now. Here we go. You can go to the Living Church of God. It's YouTube and Tomorrow's World. It's all been prophesied. England, the United States, and Israel versus the pagans. The pagans will be led like before the Assyrians, who are now Germany. If it turns out to be true, I'll bring it back. That will be my third prediction I've got. I love you so much. Thank you so much. Always great to see you. Always do it again. Bye, everybody.
And also from African for Isaac, one of the patriarchs. These are people who are made remember. Memorial prayer for the dead, recited on Yom Kippur and festivals. Yom in Hebrew for individual. In Chassidut refers to one soul as unique mission. In Hebrew slang for great or nice. For Hebrew for Day of Atonement. Holiest day of the year, fast and repentance. Yom Tov Hebrew for good day. Refers to biblical Jewish festivals Pesach, Shavuot, Sukkot, Rosh Hashanah. Yom Kippur in Hebrew for day of blowing the shofar. Biblical name for Rosh Hashanah. Yom Yiddish pronunciation of Yom Tov. Yossi Common Hymn for Joseph. Yom Hebrew for Jubilee. 50th-year cycle of the East. Yom Elef, Nisan Shabbat, marking the Rebbe's birthday 11th of Nisan. Yom Shabbat Day, marking the passing of the previous Rebbe and the start of the Rebbe's leadership. Yom Kislev Rosh Hashanah of Chassidus. Celebration of the altar Rebbe's release from prison in 1798. Yom Urban Yiddish for married men studying Torah usually in Kolo. Young late Earl Hockey Enterman. Young married scholars. Young Bell Yiddish for holiday money, usually Hanukkah points for gifts. Young Yiddish slang pejorative for Jesus. Used dismissively in Jewish tradition. Zine Yiddish for grandfather. Often used affectionately for older chassidim. Zachar Hebrew for remember. Refers to mitzvah like remembering the Malach, Shavuot, or the Exodus. Zachis Zecha Hebrew for Herod. In Chassidic speech. In the Zechis of Upinsta. Zadik Hebrew for righteous one. In Shabbat, Ariva is considered a Zadik, one who channels divine light to others. Zadik Yesalamam Hebrew for a righteous one is the foundation of the world. From Proverbs, doubly emphasized in Chasidus. Zadik Hebrew for the letter Z, seventh letter. Al-Sabu for weapon. Zadik Nehemar Hebrew date of Moshe Rabbi expert and passing, observed with special customs. Zecher el-Turban Hebrew for remembrance of the destruction. Customs like leaving a square, unnamed in a house for breaking a glass at a wedding. Zecher in Hebrew for remembrance. Related to Zecher commandments. Zechisimus Hebrew forebears of the forefathers. Often cited in prayers. Zech Hebrew for this. Prophet in verses, e.g. Zech Elohim. This is my God and I will glorify him. Thy is unfinished for me well. Common farewell phrase. Thy beard is unfinished slang for me, healthy for me, affectionate. Thy friend finished slang meaning go be sick, say to me or dismissing you. Thy finished for watch yourself. Zecher Hebrew for remembrance. Famous pronunciation debate in Parshat Zecher whether to say Zecher or Zecher Amalek. Even Hebrew for time. Inclusion refers to time-bound mitzvah or Imani Pelagic times. Imani Hebrew for times. Used for Pelagic calendars. Iman Pentelos, Iman Kriyas Shabbat, etc. Leviros, Demiros, Demir Hebrew Yiddish for songs. Refers to Shabbos fable songs. Zemer Hebrew for song. A single Shabbos fable hymn. Zimmer Hebrew for community or congregation. Used in Tekla BT Zimmer praying with the Torah. Silver Yiddish slang for silver. Often used as nickname or jokingly for something flashy. Timid Hebrew for invitation. The introduction to communal work comes on when three or more coming in together. Zimzim Hebrew for contraction. Holistic concept of God concealing his light to allow creation. Zion Hebrew for Jerusalem or the land of Israel. Zion is a modern movement for Jewish return to Eretz Israel. Sometimes debated in Shabbat and broader Judaism. Yar in Hebrew Arabic purposes. Refers to pilgrimage to graves of Tzaddikim. Zidam Hebrew for caring or match. Refers to marriage or mystical unions. Iman Siddiqu Hebrew for the time of our joy. Another name for Sukkot. Iman Turku Hedr for the time of our freedom. Another name for Pesach. Iman Magen Torku Hebrew for the time of giving of our Torah. Name for Shavuot. Iman Bezai. Here's in blessings like Shevi and Ian and Unik and Mesnekeza. Iman is the Pelagic term for rabbinically ordained time obligations. Zaksha Hebrew for merits. Someone who earns merit through mitzvah. Zohar Hebrew for splendor. Foundational modalistic text central in Shabbat thought. Zongtai Hebrew Yiddish for elder. Term of respect for elderly and for sages. Zol Gezamne Yiddish, blessing meaning they needed be healthy. Zora Hebrew for winnowing. One of the 39 Melachit prominent labors on Shabbos. Zora Lila Zora Hebrew for sowing planting. One of the 39 Melachit on Shabbos. He rises Hebrew for electric appeal. Chassidic and mustard herb. Moving things up quickly and with energy. Zulan Hebrew for, except for other than. Found in liturgy like I Hamil Ano, Zuladisha Idiloki. Zusha Yiddish diminutive nickname for names like Meshulam Zusha. Famous Chassidic Tzaddik. Grand Zusha of Anatoly. Zion acronym for Hebrew Zecher Tzaddik, literature made the memory of the righteous be a blessing. Said after mentioning Tzaddikim. Abel double Hebrew for friend or neighbor. Second son of Adam and Eve. Known for offering up using sacrifice to God, murdered by by his brother Cain. Genesis 4 represents innocence and the fleeting nature of life. Abraham offered all Hebrew father of many. Originally the brand exalted father. Forefather of the Israelite nation, central covenantal figure Genesis 12:25. Considered a patriarch in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Absalom Hebrew for father of peace. Son of King David who rebelled against him to Samuel 13:18. Famous for his beauty and tragic downfall filled after leading a revolt. Adam Hebrew for man or earth from active ground. First human created by God Genesis 2. Symbol of humanity, responsibility, and the fall. Acheron Aaron Hebrew for mountain of strength or possibly Egyptian origin. Brother of Moses and Miriam. First high priest son in Jacob. Helped lead the Exodus, spokesman for Moses' Exodus. Numbers. Ahasuerus and Shashper in Hebrew rendering the Persian Payday to Xerxes. King in the book of Esther, husband on King Esther, central in the third story. Amalek Hebrew for dweller in a valley or people that live. Descendant of South Genesis 36:12. Enemy nation of Israel, symbol of perpetual opposition to God and Israel. Amos Hebrew for burden or carry. Prophet 8th century BC, author of the book of Amos. Known for calls to justice and righteousness. Asa Hebrew for healer or physician. King of Judah 1 Kings 15. Remembered for religious reforms and reliance on God, altering later. Asher Hebrew for happy or blessed. Son of Jacob, founder of tribe of Asher Genesis 13. His descendants settled in northern Israel. Philip Hebrew form again, possibly meaning not of the near Dinar. Non-Israelite prophet in Numbers 22:24, prior to cursed Israel but compelled to bless them. Known for the talking donkey episode. Barak Hebrew for lightning. Military leader under the prophetess Deborah Judges 4:5. Helped the king and General Sisera. Bathsheba Bathsheba Hebrew for daughter of Evo for daughter of 7. Wife of Uriah, later of King David, and mother of Solomon to Samuel 11. Central in David as moral failure, but also in the Davidic lineage. Benjamin Hebrew for son of the right hand or son of the south. Youngest son of Jacob and Rachel. His descendants formed the tribe of Benjamin Genesis 35. Known as Hebrew for intended strength. Wealthy man of Bethlehem who marries from of Ruth. Ancestor of King David and symbol of kindness and redemption. Cain Hebrew possibly meaning acquired or smith. Firstborn son of Adam and Eve. Known for murdering Abel Genesis 4, archetype of jealousy and fratricide. Caleb Caleb Hebrew for dot symbol of loyalty or wholehearted. One of the spies sent by Moses. Stood firm in faith and declared in Numbers 13:14, Joshua 14. Cyrus Korash Persian gave meeting son for throne. Even Persian Ronaldo Jews to return and rebuild the temple Ezra 1. Considered the divinely appointed figure in Isaiah. Daniel Hebrew for who is my judge. Prophet and statesman in Babylonian exile, 6th CBG. Known for interpreting dreams, the lion's den, and the apocalyptic visions, book of Daniel. David Hebrew for beloved. Second king of Israel c. 1000 BG. United the tribes, made Jerusalem capital, wrote many psalms. Central figure in Jewish and Messianic tradition. Deborah Hebrew for Eve. Prophetess and judge who led Israel to Delilah Hebrew, possibly delicate or nice. Woman who betrayed Samson to the Philistines, Judges 16. Symbol of seduction and betrayal. Dinah Hebrew for judge for vindication. Daughter of Jacob and Genesis 34. Central to the story of Shechem. Elijah Hebrew for my God is WH. Prophet in 9c. Eugene Kukus, Baal worship, called down fire, Mount Carmel, ascended to heaven in a fiery chariot, 1 Kings 17. 2 Kings 2. Elisha Hebrew for my God is salvation. Successor of Elijah. Performed miracles, healed damage, multiplied oil and food, 2 Kings 2. 13. Ebenezer Hebrew for God is my help. Abraham's trusted servant, Genesis 15. 2. Possibly Nehemiah Metzger in Genesis 24 precedes Rebekah for Isaac. Also later figures with same name. Ephraim Hebrew quadruple. Son of Joseph and Messina, ancestor of tribe of Ephraim, Genesis 41. 52. Central northern tribe in Israel. Esau Esau Hebrew meaning Terry or Rab. Elder of Jacob, ancestor of Edom, Genesis 25. Sold his birthright for stew. Symbol of worldliness versus Jacob as spirituality. Esther Hadassah Persian star or Hebrew little Hadassah. Queen of Persia herald the current story book of Esther. Save the Jews from Haman as God. Eve Chaka Hebrew for life or living one. First woman, created as partner to Adam, Genesis 2. 4. Mother of all humanity. Ezra Hebrew for help. Priest and scribe who Levish returned from Babylon and re-established Torah observance book of Ezra. Gad Hebrew for fortune or truth. Son of Jacob and Hilda, ancestor of tribe of Gad, Genesis 30. 11. Tribe settled east of the Jordan. Gideon Jerubbaal Hebrew for viewer or cutter. Job who delivered Israel from Midian with only 300 men, Judges 6. 8. Called Jerubbaal for pulling down Baal as altar. Goliath Philistine 8, possibly meaning exile. Giant warrior slain by David with a sling, 1 Samuel 17. Archetype of arrogance defeated by faith. Hagar possibly Egyptian for fugitive or stranger. Egyptian maidservant of Sarah. Orange wheel with copper hand, Genesis 16, 21. Ancestor of Arab tribes. David Persian name. Undivided villain of Book of Esther. Tribe genocide offense, defeated through Esther and Mordecai. Central villain of Europe. Hannah Channa Hebrew for grace or favor. Mother of Prophet Samuel 1 Samuel 1. 2. Known for her heartfelt prayer at Shiloh. Hezekiah Chistodia Hebrew for my strength, I CWH. King of Judah 8 CBG, known for religious reforms, resisting Assyria, and miraculous healing to Kings 18. 20. Hosea Pasha Hebrew for salvation. Prophet 8 CBG, author of Book of Hosea. His marriage to Gomer symbolized God's relationship with Israel. Isaac Yitzchak Hebrew for he will laugh or laughter. Son of Abraham and Sarah, second patriarch. Found in Genesis 22. Father of Jacob and Esau. Ishmael Hebrew for God will hear. Son of Abraham and Hagar. Ancestor of Aaron tribes. His story reflects divine care for outcasts, Genesis 16, 21. Israel Yaakov Jacob grew for one who struggles with God. Jacob renamed Israel after wrestling with an angel, Genesis 32. Patriarch, father of 12 tribes. Issachar Hebrew for there is reward. tribe of Issachar, Genesis 30. 18. Tribe associated with war and study. Jabez begins Hebrew for sorrow or pain. Minor biblical figure who prayed for God as blessing 1 Chronicles 4. 9. 10. Jacob Yaakov Hebrew for field rapper or subminder. Patriarch, son of Isaac, son of Esau. Father of 12 tribes. Renamed Israel Genesis 25. 49. Jared Hebrew for he will enlighten. Subject of Israel Judges 10. 3. 5. Also other figures share this name. Japheth Yepeth Hebrew for expansion. Son of Noah, ancestor of Indo-European nations Genesis 10. Jeremiah Yermiyah Hebrew for WH exalts, or appointed by WH. Prophet during final days of Judah 7. 6 CBG. Wrote book of Jeremiah and Lamentations. Jericho not a person but relevant Hebrew for fragrant or moved city. First city conquered by Joshua. Walls fell by God as miracle Joshua 6. Jericho Hebrew for Bethlehem golden priest. First king of the northern kingdom 10. CPG. Introduced golden calves 1 Kings 12. Jerubbaal Gideon Hebrew for Nabal 10. Alternate name of Gideon. See Gideon above. Jesse Bishai Hebrew for Gideon. Father of King David 1 Samuel 16. His lineage is central to Messianic hope. John Michael Hebrew meaning the David enemy, persecuted, or returning. From Agnes the book of John, tested by suffering but remains faithful. Joel Yol Hebrew for WH is God. Prophet author of book of Joel. Preached repentance and foretold the day of the Lord. John Youngman letter for God is gracious. Several post-biblical figures, but not in Hebrew Bible proper. Jonah Yonah Hebrew for dove. Prophet swallowed a great fish, later preached to Nineveh book of Jonah. Symbol of repentance. Jonathan Union Hebrew for WH as given. Son of King Saul, royal friend of David 1 Samuel. Died in battle against Philistines. Joseph Hebrew for Mahiat. Son of Jacob and Rachel. Sold into slavery, rose to power in Egypt, saved family from famine Genesis 37. 50. Joshua Yehoshua Hebrew for WH is salvation. Successor of Moses, led conquest of Canaan book of Joshua. Josiah Yoshiyama Hebrew for WH Hills. Kingdom Judah 7 CBG. Instituted major religious reforms to Kings 22. 23. Judah Yehudah Hebrew for praise. Fourth son of Jacob and Zia, ancestor of tribes of Judah, Davidic dynasty, and Messianic line. Leah Hebrew for weary. First wife of Jacob, mother of 6 tribes and Dinah Genesis 29. 30. Lot Hebrew for covering or veil. Nephew of Abraham, life in Sodom, rescued before destruction Genesis 13. 19. Malachi Hebrew for my messenger. Last of the 12 minor prophets 5th CBG. Author of book of Malachi. Manasseh Menashe Hebrew for causing to forget. Son of Joseph, ancestor of tribes of Manasseh Genesis 41. 51. Also King Manasseh of Judah to Kings 21. Miriam Hebrew for bitter or beloved. Sister of Moses and Aaron. Prophetess, led women in song after crossing the sea Exodus 15. Mordecai possibly from Persian Marduk is my warrior. Hero of Purim, uncle guardian of Esther book of Esther. Moses Moshe Hebrew from Egyptians that were drawn out. Greatest prophet, led Exodus from Sinai, guided Israelites 40 years. Naomi Hebrew for Pleasant. Mother-in-law of Ruth. Later called Mara Bitter after hardships book of Ruth. Nathan Hebrew for he gave. Prophet during reign of David. Confronted him over Bathsheba to Samuel 12. Nebuchadnezzar Akkadian gave meaning that would protect the crown. Babylonian people destroyed the first temple 586 BC. Nehemiah Hebrew were comforted by WH. Leader to rebuild Jerusalem's walls after Babylonian exile, Book of Nehemiah. Noah Hebrew forest for comfort. Build the ark, survived the flood, ancestor of all post-flood humanity Genesis 6. 9. Obadiah Hebrew for servant of WH. Prophet, author of the Book of Obadiah, shortest book in the Bible. Pharaoh Egyptian title for the Great House. Supposed Moses during Exodus 1. 14. Mindless Ninjas Hebrew for oracle or Egyptian origin of Judean. Grandson of Aaron. Zealous priest, stopped plagued by slaying sinners Numbers 25. Rachel Hebrew for you female sheep. Beloved wife of Jacob, mother of Joseph and Benjamin. Symbol of maternal sorrow ending Genesis 29. 35. Jeremiah 31. 15. Rounded possibly Hebrew West Semitic for broad or spacious. Woman of Jericho who sheltered Israelite spies. Later an ancestor of King David Joshua 2. Matthew 1. 5. Rebecca had referred to Kai or Vine. Wife of Isaac, mother of Jacob and Esau. Played a role in securing blessing for David Genesis 24. 27. Rehoboth Richmond Hebrew for the people at large. Son of Solomon, king of Judah during split of the United Monarchy 1 Kings 12. Reuben Hebrew for seed, custom. Firstborn of Jacob and Leah, founder of tribe of Reuben Genesis 29. 32. Lost firstborn rise due to mistalking Genesis 35. 22. Hebrew for friendship. Moabite woman who converted to Judaism, married Boaz, and became great-grandmother of King David Book of Ruth. Samson Shechem Hebrew for little son. Judge of Israel known for immense strength. Defeated Philistines but fell due to Delilah Judges 13. 16. Samuel Message Rule Hebrew for heard by God. Prophet, judge, and anointer of Saul and David 1 Samuel. Central figure in transition to monarchy. Saul Shaul Hebrew for asked for. First king of Israel, chosen by God through Samuel. Ultimately lost favor for disobedience 1 Samuel 9. 31. Senator of Akkadian name Sidney God has replaced brothers. Assyrian king besieged Jerusalem in 701 BC, but failed to keep Spain. 19. Shechem were appointed or granted. Son of Adam and Eve, put in place of Abel Genesis 4. 35. Ancestor of Noah. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego Babylonian names given to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Survived being thrown into fiery furnace for refusing idolatry Daniel 3. Shemai Hebrew for my faith. Relative of Saul who cursed David during his flight from Absalom to Samuel 16. Shifra Hebrew for beautiful or fair. One of two midwives who defied Pharaoh has ordered to kill Hebrew in Exodus 1. Shelamite female figure in Song of Songs. Possibly meaning peaceful from Shalom. Symbol of love and beauty. Simeon Shimon Hebrew for birth. Second son of Jacob and Leah, ancestor of tribe of Simeon Genesis 29. Created from Berthologman on Genesis 11. Tiglath Pileser Akkadian name, thrust in the son of Hesher and Temple. Assyrian king, exiled Israelites in 18 CBG to Kings 15. Uriah Hebrew for WH is my life. The night warrior in David has army, husband of Bathsheba. Betrayed and killed by David to Samuel 11. Uzziah Azariah Hebrew for my strength is WH. King of Judah 8 CBG. Prospered until punished with leprosy to Kings 15. Zechariah Hebrew for WH remembers. Prophet, author of book of Zechariah 6 CBG. Also name of several kings and priests. Zebulun Hebrew for holy or honor. Son of Jacob and Leah, founder of tribe of Zebulun Genesis 30. Friendly. Zedekiah Hebrew for WH is my righteousness. Last king of Judah before Babylonian exile, 2 Kings 24. 25. Zephaniah Hebrew for WH Fashion. Prophet, author of book of Zephaniah 7. Zerubbabel for so in Babylon. Leader of Jewish returnees from exile, rebuilt temple foundations Ezra 3. Haggai 1. Ziphon Hebrew for birth. Midian wife of Moses, mother of his sons Exodus 2. 4. Zophar Hebrew for journey for weeping. One of Job's friends, dated of Job 11. Genesis Hebrew name. Narration in the beginning. Number. First book. Covers creation. He descended into Egypt. The gods. Timeline. Creation till 3760 BC in Jewish reckoning through death of Joseph till 1450 BC. Exodus Hebrew name. Shema names. Number. Second book. Israelite slavery, plagues, Exodus, Sinai, Tabernacle. The tribes. Timeline. Till 1450. 1310 BC. Leviticus Hebrew name. Omicron and Ebal. Number. Third book. Priestly laws, sacrifices, purity, holiness food. The tribes. Timeline. Till 1310 BC at Sinai. Numbers Hebrew name. Omicron in the wilderness. Number. Fourth book. Census, wanderings, rebellions, Malin. The tribes. Timeline. Till 1310. 1272 BC 40 years in desert. Deuteronomy ever name. Memory words. Number. Fifth book. Moses farewell speeches, Shema, blessings, curses, Moses death. The crops. Timeline. Till 1270 BC, plagues of Moab. Joshua Hebrew name. Yehoshua the Lord is salvation. Number. Sixth book. Conquest and division in Canaan. The crops. Timeline. Till 1272. 1245 BC. Judges Hebrew name. Shocking Judges. Number. Seventh book. Cycles of sin oppression and deliverance. The crops. Timeline. Till 1245. 1000 BC. Samuel Hebrew name. S.H. Rule his name listed. Number. 8th book. Rise of monarchy, Saul, and David. The crops. Timeline. Till 1070. 970 BC. Kings Hebrew name. Elohim Kings. Number. 9th book. Solomon, divided kingdom, prophets, exile. Purification. Number 10 Code. Prophecies of Judgment and Code. Across. Timeline. Till 740. 700 BC Assyrian era. Jeremiah Hebrew date. Yermiliah the Lord will uplift. Number 11 Code. Prophecies before and during Babylonian exile. Across. Timeline. Till 626. 586 BG. Ezekiel Hebrew date. Yet still God strengthens. Number 12 Code. Excellent prophet with visions of restoration. Across. Timeline. Till 593. 571 BG Babylonian exile. The 12 minor prophets Hebrew date. Ramai 12. Number 13 Code. Collection of 12 prophets, spanning till 750. 450 BG, covering Assyrian, Babylonian, and Persian periods. Psalms Hebrew date. Temple of Praises. Number 14 Code. Prayers and hymns, attributed to David and others. Across. Timeline. Till 1400 BG. Proverbs Hebrew date. Fish-like caramels. Number 15 Code. Wisdom sayings, mostly attributed to Solomon. Across. Timeline. Till 950. 700 BG. Job Hebrew date. I updated persecuted. Number 16 Code. Wisdom literature on suffering. Across. Timeline. Debated, possibly till 1500 BG. Song of Songs Hebrew date. Shir Song of Songs. Number 17 Teenage Code. Love Poetry, allegory of God and Israel. Across. Timeline. Till 950 BG attributed to Solomon. Hebrew date. Run and Look Pray. Number 18 Code. Story of Ruth as loyalty and ancestry of David. Across. Timeline. Till 1100 BG Judges era. Lamentations Hebrew date. Micah Halalas. Number 19 Code. Colors warning destruction of Jerusalem. Across. Timeline. Till 586 BG. Ecclesiastes Hebrew date. Philip the Secular Preacher. Number 20 Code. Reflections on meaning of life, attributed to Solomon. Across. Timeline. Till 950 BG. Esther Hebrew date. Esther Star Hidden. Number 21st Code. Story of Perth in Persia. Across. Timeline. Till 480. 460 BG reign of Xerxes and Ahasuerus. Daniel Hebrew date. Daniel God is my judge. Number 22nd Code. Narratives and apocalyptic visions in Babylon. Across. Timeline. Till 600. 530 BG. Ezra. Nehemiah Hebrew dates. Ezra helped and Nehemiah comforted by God. Number 23rd Code. Return from exile, temporary bills, reforms. Across. Timeline. Till 538. 400 BG. Chronicles Hebrew date. 99 words of the dates. Number 2048 Code. Retelling of Israel mass history from Adam to Cyrus Many nations, Gen. 17. 5. Origin. Hebrew adapted into Yiddish German form. Cyberman occupational, German Yiddish for plow and for farmer. Nominal High German hacker equals field. Not specifically Yiddish, but adopted by Jews in German-speaking lands. Tyler German Yiddish meaning eagle. Chosen as an ornamental name for strength and majesty. Sometimes also linked to rabbiting families. Filter algorithm derived from Yiddish German mountain, i.e. from the mountains. In Slavic areas, suffix of it equals synonym. Ashkenazi Hebrew. German. Used to designate Jews from Ashkenaz, the Middle Hebrew term for Germany. Appears in rabbitic writings, e.g. Rabbi Yitzhak ben Asher Halevi, Ashkenazi. Auerbach place derived from towns called Auerbach in Germany. Bach equals street in German. Bacharach place derived from the German town Bacharach on the Rhine. Jewish families often took the town name when leaving. Parish acronym in Hebrew Yiddish. Ben Rabbi SH. Equals son of Rabbi beginning with SH, e.g. Shlomo. Root. Hebrew Ben equals son. Baron German Yiddish for nobleman, baron. Some Jews adopted this when governments forced surnames in AD 19. See Austria, Germany. Balin Vincent from Yiddish male name, Baal musical, from Slavic Bela equals Y. Patronymic. Son of Baal. Berenson patronymic son of Earth. Earth Yiddish for air was often paired with the Hebrew name Dom, same meaning. Earlier geographic from Berlin. Jews moved in when migrating. Bernstein German Yiddish, Amber. Ornamental surname, popular after 1787 surname decrees in Prussia. Long place derived from Lotto found in Central Europe. Sometimes used for a person with palm leaves in German life equals pale. Blue German Yiddish, flower. Ornamental, associated with beauty. Pom-pom German Yiddish pom equals green. Used symbolically or as ornamental. Russian place derived from Rudy Militia, Ukraine, a major Jewish center. Kempcom variant of Cohen. Hebrew Cohen equals priest, descendants of Haran. Priestly families. Keter from Latin Keter Sigar, by Yiddish German. Refers to synagogue Cheslon Keter. Kaplan German Yiddish chaplain, but in Jewish usage often linked to rabbis or Levites. Cohen ancient Keter's rare name equals priest. Descendants of Baron X. 28. One of the oldest hereditary surnames in the world. Nephew from the city of Danzig, now Dansk, Poland. Jews often named after towns they lived in or left. Deutsch German Yiddish, Scott German. Used for Jews who had migrated eastward. Grape is from the city of Trier, France in French. German. From Trier. Rucker German Yiddish occupational name, printer. Common in early modern Jewish communities Est. Prague, Amsterdam. Emerson from Hebrew ever biblical ancestor of Abraham, Gen. 10. 24. Root equals the other side, crossing over. Patronymic equals son of ever. Edelman German Yiddish, nobleman. Sometimes ornamental. Heisenberg German Yiddish iron mountain. Ornamental. Elkena Hebrew Elkena equals God has inspired, created by Sam. 1. 1. Patronymic surnames formed from this. Epstein from Epstein, I found in Germany. Widely spread rabbinic family name. Harvard Yiddish German occupational name equals Dyer of Thought. Fight about German Yiddish Siegfried. Salvador name, symbolic of prosperity. Belgian German Yiddish occupational game, field-man farmer. Equals mean German Yiddish, scarred stone flint. Ornamental. Fisher German Yiddish occupational equals fisherman. Not originally Jewish but adopted. Franco diminutive of Frank, i.e. person from Franconia region of Germany. Greek and German Yiddish, land of peace from free equals peace or free land. Widely adopted. Yeller from Yiddish German gel equals yellow, pale, or blonde. Sometimes applied as a nickname for appearance. Gershon patronymic, from Hebrew Gershon son of Levi, X. 6. 16. Name means expelled sojourner. Variants common in Ashkenazic communities. Ginsberg from the town of Ginsberg in Bavaria. Often attached to rabbinic families. Goldberg German Yiddish, Gold Mountain. Ornamental surname. Gold in German Yiddish, land of gold. Often symbolic of prosperity. Goldstein German Yiddish, goldstone. Ornamental. Gottlieb German Yiddish, who loved the God. Sometimes parallel to Hebrew name Yedidia. Greenberg German Yiddish, Green Mountain. Ornamental surname. Roast in German Yiddish, large or great. Sometimes Hafnigus nickname. Grunberg German Yiddish, Green or Green Mountain. Ornamental. Halberin from Heilbronn, found in Germany. Common rabbinic surname. Hamburger place name from Hamburg. Hammerstein German, Hammerstone. Ornamental or place based. Color place derived from color found in Germany or from Hull equals light bride. Lernsmerksman from Yiddish Berger equals heart. Sometimes parallel to Hebrew name Zegul, since first was paired with Zeg. Herzog German Yiddish. Adopted in surname degrees. First Yiddish German for deer. Paired with Hebrew names Deer Gazelle. Forovitz from Forovitz, Czech Republic. Rabbinic family name. Isaac Sixtowitz patronymic, son of Isaac. Hebrew means Czech equals Eagle Lab Czech. 17. 19. Name for Sarah and Schlachter. One of the oldest biblical names. Israel's from biblical patriarch Jacob, who named Israel who struggles with God, Jen. 32. 28. Used as Lebanon and later surname. Jacobson Yankelovich patronymic, son of Jacob. Hebrew Yaakov equals heel holder or survivor Jen. 25. 26. A central biblical patriarch. Jonas Jonasson from Hebrew Yana equals dove. Biblical prophet of Jonah. Symbol of peace and divine vision. Joseph's patronymic, son of Joseph. Hebrew Joseph equals, equal Hachet. 30. 24. Joseph, son of Jacob, became viceroy of Egypt. Joshua Hebrew Yehoshua equals God saves. Biblical successor to Moses, conqueror of Canaan. Often used as surname in patronymic form. Younger than German Yiddish equals young. Sometimes used affectionately for a young scholar younger than equals married yeshiva student. Kainovich London variant of Cohen, meaning priest. Indicates priestly descent from Aaron. Common in Eastern Europe. Imane Katana Arame in form of Cohen, same priestly root. Chaplain German Yiddish, chaplain. Among Jews, often used for Levite or rabbi. CATS acronym for Hebrew Cohen equals righteous priest. Crawl from German from equals Roman or possibly place base. Run through your German, jump Morgan keeper. Occupational. Regal pebble nickname from Yiddish people cooking casserole. Sometimes affectionate surname. Lamb German Yiddish, lamb. Often paired with fruit name tasty here. Landau from the city of Landau, Germany. Rabbinic family name. Landsman Yiddish for countryman, meaning someone from the same hometown or region. Master Lasky from last Poland. Laser Lazarus Laserson from Hebrew Laser equals God has help. Biblical priests of Aaron, done. 3. 32. Leibowitz Leibowitz Patronymic, son of Leib. Leib Yiddish equals lion paired with Hebrew area. Levi Lemon Rubens equal includes in dry vowel name. From Levi, son of Jacob. Meaning equals attached, joint gen. 29. 34. Denotes Levite lineage. Lieberman German Yiddish, beloved man. Sometimes found for Hebrew Yehudi, beloved of God. Lieberman in German, from Lin equals infantry. Ornamental. Liebman expanded in from Yiddish name, Liebman, linked to Hebrew, or from Greek, Venus equals bride. Lowenstein German Yiddish, light. Often parallel to Hebrew area or Judah. Luria place name from Luria Italy or El Lviv, Ukraine. Prominent rabbinic family e.g. Limari, Rabbi Isaac Luria, father of Lurianic Kabbalah. Mendel Bau German Yiddish, Amen or Amen free. Ornamental. In Hebrew, shape equals, Amen, symbol of watchfulness turn. 1. 11. Archivage patronymic, son of Mark. Mark derives from Latin Marcus from Mars, god of war. Adopted in Slavic Jewish communities. Marmorstein German, marble stone. Ornamental. Mendelson Mendelowitz patronymic, son of Mendel, a diminutive of denominative equals comforter of messianic name. CF. Map. 1. 16. Meyer Iovix patronymic, son of Gear. Hebrew Gear equals 1, is life. A rabbinic imitate from Talmud of Saint Rabbi Gear. Milkman German Yiddish, milk or milkman. Occupational. Milstein Milner German Yiddish, Miller, 1, rhymes grave. Occupational. Interphosphate from Mainz, Germany. Thirsty place name, from near Belarus, site of Main Yeshiva. Mizrahi Hebrew, Eastern. Refers to Jews from the Middle East, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, etc. Moritz German, Yiddish form of Moritz, from Latin Moritz equals word, dark skin. Nakmanovich Nakmanites patronymic son of Nakman. Hebrew Nakman equals comforter. Famous. Rabban Rabbi Moshe ben Nakman. Nodel Nahomic German Yiddish, needle or needle maker. Occupational. Naval maker German Yiddish, nail or nail maker. Occupational. Human demon German Yiddish, men, covered with out. Nussbau German Yiddish, nut, tree walnut. Ornamental. Oppenheimer place name from Oppenheim, Germany. Famous banking family rivals of Rothschilds. Ornstein German, Eaglestone. Ornamental. Ostrovsky place name from Ostrov, Slavic for island. Paul Rowitz Paul Row patronymic from Hebrew Paul equals God is my deliverance. Appears into Sam. 3. 15. Perhaps in Hebrew for its equals breakthrough. Son of Judah and Tamar Jen. 36. Yiddish, rose, rose mountain, valley of roses. Ornamental. Rosenzweig, German, rose branch. Ornamental. Rosenberg, German, red mountain. Place-based ornamental. Steam, German, Yiddish, ruby gemstone. Ornamental. Sakha, Hebrew, Sakhar equals wages, reward. Also Slavic surname forms. Sandler, sandals in German, Yiddish, shoemaker. Occupational. Sapphire, sapphire, German, Hebrew, sapphire. Ornamental. Sacrifice, Hebrew, joy, happiness. Famous Magnani family. Shepherd, Yiddish, ritual slaughterer. From Hebrew, Shoshay. Ship, shipper, German, ship. Occupational or ornamental. Schlesinger, place name, from Suffix Schlesien. Stage, in German, stick, metal worker. Occupational. Schneider, SH, German, Yiddish, tailor. Occupational. Schwartz, Schwartz, German, Yiddish, black, dark. Descriptive. Siegel, Siegel, acronym, Siegel, Located equals assistant to the priests. Shapiro, Spirit from Speyer, Germany. Prominent rabbinic family. Schulman, Schulman, German, Yiddish, synagogue man, or caretaker of a shul. Sieber, German, Yiddish, Sieber. Sometimes tied to liturgical tender. Solomon, 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 acronym, son of Solomon. Hebrew Shlomo equals peaceful from Shalom. Biblical King Solomon. Serpent, serpent from female human name Sarah equals princess. Spiegel, German, Yiddish, mirror. Ornamental. Stein, Steinberg, Steinman, German, Yiddish, stone, stone mountain, etc. Ornamental. Stern, Sternberg, German, Yiddish, star. Ornamental. Strauss, Strassman, German, street or river. Place-based. Tannenbaum, German, fir, tree, Christmas tree in German, that for Jews just ornamental. Teitelbaum, German, date palm tree. Prominent Hasidic family Safar. Tischler, German, Yiddish, carpenter. Occupational. Trachtenberg, place name from Trachtenberg, Poland. Elben, Elben, German, land from Ulm city in Germany. Upper, upper, a German place name from Hungary. Nodel, Nodel, in German, Yiddish, bird. Ornamental working name. Dol, Dol, Yiddish, Slavic, Dol. Often linked to Hebrew Zek. Waldman, Waldman, German, forest men. Wild, wild from wild German towns. Weinberg, Weinman, Weinstein, German, Yiddish, Wine mountain, wine man, limestone. Ornamental. Winer, leader from Vienna, Weisbach, German, Yiddish, wine. Descriptive. Wertheimer, place name, Wertheim, Germany. Prominent rabbinic family. Wiesel, German, Wiesel. Famous. Valley Wiesel. Roll in German, well-being, prosperity. Wallowitz, German, Yiddish, rule. Commonly paired with Hebrew Zek. Jacobson, patronymic, son of Jacob. Hebrew Yaakov equals sublander or heel grabber. Yitzchak Isaac's patronymic, son of Isaac. Hebrew Yitzchak equals equal lab. Yonah, Jonas, Hebrew Yonah equals them. Prophet Jonah. Zaxman from Hebrew initials, Zaren Kodesh Shebo equals his name is holy seed. Often rabbinic. Zeitlin, German, Yiddish, middle time or from Zeit equals olive. Possibly from Hebrew Zeit equals olive. Zuid Yiddish, blessed, happy. Paired with Hebrew name Asher. Zelman is variant of Solomon, Shlomo equals peace. Silver, Steve, German, Yiddish, silver, silver man. find the name of space that now will be in mining. Symbolizing divine wisdom paired with spiritual elucidation. There is the first tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, blessings, prayers, Shemona, grace after meals, rules of worship. Amorahic discussion, see 300 key. 64 folios. Shabbat, second tractate on Babylonian Talmud, laws of Shabbat. 39 categories of labor, prohibiting allowed activities, rituals. Amorahic period. 157 folios. Arabic third tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, laws of Arab loining domains, carrying on Shabbat. Amorahic period. 105 folios. Hasidic fourth tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, laws of Passover. Shabbat's beautiful, Urban Pesach, Seder night. Amorahic period. 121 folios. Shekel fifth tractate. Rabbi Max Gemara, studied by Yerushalmi half shekel temple tax, annexes, communal offerings. Yerushalmi edition use. 22 folios. The sixth tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, temple service on Yom Kippur, fasting, repentance. 88 folios. The seventh tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, Sukkot. Second instruction, Ekron, festival rituals. 56 folios. Binding Marco 8th tractate of Babylonian Talmud, laws of work and preparation on Yom verses. Shabbat. 30 folios. Rosh Hashanah 9th tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, year festival, calendar sanctification, shofar. 35 folios. 10th tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, public fasts, prayers for rain, tragedies, and generations.
Yeah, okay, we're starting again. Yeah, I went to a bris today. It's a huge, very exciting thing to go to a bris, and you know, the bris was called for 11 a.m. and of course I'm there at 10:55, ready to go, and you know nobody was there, just all alone. Finally got started at 12:05. The bris happened, but I realized that was not in my usual kind of shul. So since we are here, we're starting right on time 8:30. Let me tell you the opening joke. It goes like this. It's a joke I haven't told in a long time, so you probably haven't heard it. I actually heard this joke when I was doing my research in the former Soviet Union. So it's an authentic Russian Jewish joke, and it goes like this. There's, you know, if you have any familiarity with the Soviet Union at its close in the late 1980s, when things were falling apart, there was this phenomenon that you would have a queue, what they call a chetpot, wherever you went. Any store that had anything for sale, there would be a massive line that could take hours to get through. I mean, it was almost like Floridian democracy, all these lineups everywhere to vote or to buy something. And so there's this joke, there's this huge lineup outside of a cucumber store. And they're all standing in line. Heard this one? Okay, so they're all standing in line outside the cucumber store. And they're waiting, and finally the shopkeeper opens up the shutters, and he says, "We've just learned that we're expecting a much smaller shipment of cucumbers today, so therefore all Jews must leave the line." So what can they do? Get up, they leave the line, they walk. Then a little while later, he opens up the shutters again. He says, "We've just learned that one of the cucumber delivery trucks has broken down en route. It will not arrive here today, and therefore all Uzbeks, Tatars, and Lithuanians must leave the line." And all these various, you know, the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union was filled with many nationalities, so all these people with various internal passports had to leave the line. And this goes on and on all day until finally you're left with a line that's pure Soviet citizens of, you know, unadulterated ethnic stuff, going all the way back to Vladimir the Great and so on. And they're standing in line waiting. And he opens up the door, it's already getting dark out, and he says, "We've just learned the last cucumber truck has been hijacked by the mafia. It will not be arriving. No cucumbers are coming today. Everybody go home." So Ivan turns to Petro and he says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Okay. So tonight's class is fun. We're going to talk about Rashi, one of the most important figures in medieval Jewish history, and really in all of Jewish intellectual history, a towering figure who is known to some by the acronym of his name. There's my slide moving along here. If you dim the lights, I find that people sleep in the room. So, I'm trying to just get my computer to match here. Here we go. Here we go. Rashi is an acronym for Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, or Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchak. Shlomo, the son of Yitzchak. His years are 1040 to 1105, and he is born and raised in Europe, mainly in the Ashkenazic portion. We'll have some time to talk about his travels and various parts of Europe that he visited. Not nearly as much as last week's Benjamin Tudela, but nevertheless very significant for our purposes. His primary contribution to Jewish history was that he was a commentator of unsurpassed genius. He was a commentator principally on the entire Tanakh, the entire Hebrew Bible, and virtually the entire Talmud as well. A massive lifetime achievement, and not only is it a huge corpus of commentary, it is a commentary of stunning clarity and insight that really presents the material in a very clear and lucid fashion that young children and aged scholars can equally share in his brilliance and gain new insights into the text. I'd like to spend some time talking to you a little bit about how he wrote these commentaries and the quality of these commentaries, what makes Rashi so much different from many of his peers, and there were many other commentators in these centuries, and he nevertheless rises to the top and has retained that position really to the 21st century. There are some who say that in order to learn Torah, you must learn it with two fingers, and this is a kind of compliment to Rashi, because the traditional way to study Torah is always to have one finger in the text itself, either the Chumash or the Gemara, the Talmud, and the other text is always firmly placed in Rashi's commentary, printed on the same page, and so you learn the text through the eyes of Rashi. More than any other commentator in our entire millennial tradition, Rashi holds that pride of place of being the first person that Jews turn to understand the text. He is the lens through which we understand the vast majority of our textual documents. There are many commentators who disagree with Rashi's position, including, and perhaps most vociferously, his own children and grandchildren, who often, that's not surprising perhaps, but they often take odds with their father and grandfather's comments and disagree with them significantly, but nevertheless, Rashi is the first stop in any path to understanding the Judaic tradition. Okay. Sounds good, right? Okay, so let's place Rashi in the periodization first of of Jewish intellectual history. It's a very important point to understand, especially if we were to delve into the nature of how halakha is decided. One of the basic theological points of view held by traditional Judaism, and today very much an important part of Orthodox Judaism. There are some debates about it in other interpretations of the Judaic tradition, but let's stick with the traditional for the time being. There's this concept of Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. The notion that the further back in time you go, the closer you get to the revelatory moment at Sinai, the holier that those generations become. They're not necessarily more intelligent, not necessarily more or better versed in the text, but they somehow have an intrinsically stronger connection to the meaning of the Torah, to the sensitivities required for interpersonal relationships and in their relationship to God. This is the concept of the decline of the generations, that the further on you go in time, the worse it gets. Like my father, he should live with me well, he likes to say, Henry, it only gets worse. That's the kind of concept that it just goes downhill. And the reason why this is significant is because when it comes to impasses in decision-making processes, a later authority may not overrule an earlier authority without the support of another earlier authority. In other words, if two grandchildren are having an argument, and one of them goes to the grandmother for a decision, then whatever the grandmother says is for sure going to be the accepted position. Unless the other grandchild goes to the grandfather and they're of the same generation, in which case the grandmother will also win, because the wife always wins in such arguments. I can tell you that with my children, we'll probably take this out of the YouTube later, with my children, the funny thing is, especially when they're young, they always, if they're not sure if they can do something, they go to me first, and I say yes, and then they go to my wife. Because I'm just a trial balloon. I'm just a seed waiting to fly. If I say no, there's no point talking to my wife. But if I say yes, maybe it's possible. Okay, so here are the major generations from the post-biblical period, and each of these large chunks of generations constitute like one unit of sort of intellectual inquiry, and they're like their grandparents to the succeeding generations. The first are the so-called Tanaim, or the teachers, the reciters, and these are the sages of the Mishnah. We spoke a couple of weeks ago about Yehuda HaNasi, that was his generation. Also, that's Yochanan ben Zakkai, I think we spoke about a little while ago, also Tana. That's the period of the Mishnah, and it dates from the close of the Second Temple, of the First Temple period, primarily up to the 3rd century, give or take. Following the era of the Tanaim, you'll have the era of the Amoraim, the Sayers, so to speak, and these are the sages of the Talmud. So in other words, working with the metaphor I gave you earlier of the grandparents, you could have easily two Amoraim arguing, but neither of them could overrule a Tana. Tana has superiority over an Amora, and the only way they could maintain their argument is if they both had two different Tanas that would support disparate positions. Probably something like the way modern law works in precedent. Do you think that's correct?
That's true. By the way, a lot of people
the opposite.
necessarily go to look up that information, but you can actually look up the declassified reports from Look. What's also interesting, though, is when we're talking about tech, right? The ability for this tech, proving that it exists to change dependence for entire governments on things like fossil fuel, etc. You know, it's look, I think everyone has a motivation to do what they think is right. Okay, and so if you're in a position of
that's interesting, but I think maybe I didn't explain myself well, because we do have this principle also in halakha. It's called halakha k'basroi. The law follows the latter opinion, which sounds like what you're describing. The latest opinion is the one that we go by. However, when it comes to like new laws that have not been adjudicated, and they're trying to find a theoretical precedent, so it's like going back to the Constitution. Like if you can find something rooted in the Constitution, it's hard to overrule an amendment to the Constitution or something like that. Maybe, well, that's a bad thing. I don't think you follow it. So the Amoraim were basically from the 2nd to the 6th century era. Then you have a brief period known as the Yehonim, and this is a period that is characteristic of during the period of Anan ben David, we talked about a few weeks ago, when the yeshivas were firmly planted in Babylonian soil between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, and so the Yehonim were the tribes were the principal generation. And then we get to the period we're talking about today, the so-called Rishonim, the first ones. And one of the most important of the Rishonim was Rashi, and his children and grandchildren established a school called Tosfot, another very famous group of Rishonim, and they constitute an entire generational unit that spans about 500 years. Maimonides is in this category, and so on. They're all within that big chunk. And then finally, beginning more or less with the Code of Jewish Law written by Rabbi Yosef Karo, then you have the Acharonim, or the latter ones, the latter authorities, and they go basically up to the 19th century. I have not yet seen a good term for authorities who lived after the 19th century. I don't think we've actually, in my humble opinion, I don't think we've really coined a term for them. We call them by their names, like Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, for example, or the Aruch HaShulchan, sorry?
pertaining to things like
Soloveitchik would be in this later category that I have you put down here. But great, they would call it posthum authorities, but sometimes that term is used beforehand as well. Eventually, it may take us a couple hundred years, but we've got a lot of time. We'll find a word for our generation writ large. Nevertheless, each one of these kind of major steps and levels has a huge impact on the way bourgeois society. Rashi, as I've stated, is firmly in the Rishon category. And I looked for a picture here that has something to do with Rashi, and I came up with this. It's just a side point, but worth mentioning. This is a table of so-called Rashi script. It's actually a misnomer. There is no such thing as Rashi script. Rashi probably wrote in a cursive handwriting that's not terribly dissimilar from what we use today and what our children and grandchildren learn in basic school as well. It's so-called Rashi script, however, because it's basically an italicized form of the regular block print called the Saba Shurit, or the Assyrian script, and it was a manuscript style of writing, kind of like we write in cursive as well as in block print. If you had multiple texts on one page, one text, usually the central text, would be printed in block script, and the secondary text would be printed in a form of italics to distinguish it from the main script. Since Rashi was one of the most important of those secondary texts printed on the page, the publishers, first scribes and later publishers, chose to use this particular italicized script, and that's how it came to be known as Rashi script. But actually, it has no specific connection with Rashi himself. It's very intimidating for people who have never learned Rashi script, but it really is not that bad. There are only about 5 letters which are significantly different. If you remember those 5 letters, then you're good to go. But for example, the Aleph here looks sort of like a chest with a flag on the top, and the Shin looks kind of like this 2 flags on a flagpole. Those are examples of ones that are very different, but the rest of them are actually quite similar. Yes, Sadi is often confused with Lamed. Sadi means over, Lamed is straight up. Also, the Samed is often confused with Mem Sofit, which is not written here. The final Mem is just a circle. The Samed, which is a circle in regular script, has a little foot on it. But it's a really simple thing. I should have probably blogged one of my books where I have a whole section on how to read Rashi script. But you can go online and you'll find my book called Reading the Talmud, where I actually the Sea of Talmud also has that page. Okay, any questions about this material? Clear as the sun at noonday. So, what is it about the Rishonim? What makes this group hold together as a cohesive unit of intellectual inquiry? So, there's 5 basic things that were the principal concerns and activities of the Rishonim, the kind of things that characterized their thought, which was distinct from earlier and later thought. Perhaps the most significant adjective I could use to describe the Rishonim is that they were very interested in getting the text exactly right and then systematizing it. So first of all, one of the big problems we have in the literary tradition, to a certain degree with the Torah, but especially with texts like the Talmud, is scribal error. We're talking about a huge manuscript that's almost impossible to decipher without specialized training, and scribes who may not really be following what they're doing, writing these things down by hand, and they often miss words, misspell words, write the same line twice. All kinds of errors creep into these manuscripts. And so, when you get to the time of the Rishonim, it's a good 400 or 500 years before printing is established with large standardized print runs. So, the Rishonim are very concerned with let's collect up all these rare manuscripts and let's make sure we have the words right. Never mind what they mean for now, let's just make sure we have the right words on the page and not interpolations of the scribes or errors of the scribes. So many of the great Rishonim really put all of their energies into just making sure that we have an authentic text. An extremely important scholastic activity that really lays the foundation for future scholarship. I have a very dedicated young woman who's one of my students at college. which her name is Jessica Sandbrand. She may see this video later. She's not in the room, I'm waiting to the camera. And I'm working on a 16th century manuscript right now. It's actually a printed book, printed in 1588. And there's a few passages in the modern editions that just seem weird to me. It just doesn't make sense. So I've asked her to go back. I actually got the Editio Princeps, the first printed edition, downloaded from JTS, where they have a copy of it. And I asked her to painstakingly go through word by word and compare what's in that first printed copy and the copies that circulate today. And she's finding about 10 mistakes per page. Overwhelming the kinds of mistakes that she's in. And this is even in printed book. And she's going to kill me because there's about, 100 pages that she has to go through, but she's doing a great job finding all those errors. Anyway, that's the first thing that they did. Perhaps the most significant Rishon to be involved in this is Rabbeinu Hananel, who's very much involved in correcting the text of the Talmud, but we have many others who engage in the same thing. Secondly, again, because they want to get the text right, there are a lot of grammarians in the period of Rishon. Menachem and Saruch and Nash and others who tried to figure out how does the Hebrew language actually work. There were no written grammars of the Hebrew language before the 9th century. With Saadia Gaon is one of the first authors. One is recalled from last year. And people just sort of translated Hebrew on the fly. And they didn't have like a clear sense. Even Rashi himself did not, because he did read Arabic, he did not have the triglossal consonant model of Hebrew, which is now standard, the idea that every Hebrew word is based on a 3-letter root. And so he derived words from 2-letter and single-letter roots, which is highly unusual. So many of the Rishonim were just sitting down saying, well, what exactly does this word mean? Are we talking about something in the future tense, the past tense? Is it the intensive, the passive voice, active voice? Just getting straight on what does the word say? How do we translate it? Third, massive amount of energy went into cataloging, just trying to collect all this information and organize it. Maimonides is, of course, the classic organizer with his 14-volume Yad HaChazakah, which encapsulates the entirety of Jewish law. So we have others like the Shemag, for example, who was one of the first to actually write down all of the 613 commandments. We have this number that we throw around, the Taryag Mitzvot, 613 commandments, but no one had actually tried to count them and measure them and identify their source in the Torah until the period of Rishonim, and that's when they started doing this. Maimonides also wrote one of these. So, finally, systemization, the Rambam, that's the one I mentioned earlier, trying to organize all of this material and rearrange it in a Western fashion, meaning with chapter headings and numbered paragraphs, and so you can find things in an index, which was not at all characteristic of traditional Jewish law. And then finally, one of the last things that happens in the Rishonim, and this is one is characteristic primarily of later authorities, that once we have all this material laid out, we have the correct text, we know what the translation is, then we say, wait a second, what do we do with all of these hundreds of thousands of apparent contradictions? And so that's where you see the school of Tosafot really engaging in, now that we have an authoritative text, how come it doesn't make sense? And so that's the major engine of activity in the last few centuries, and it crosses over into the period of the Afro-Roman. So these are the 5 main things that the Rishonim are involved in, and Rashi is involved in 7 of
these contractors and allegedly have this
them.
entire frame.
Okay, lots of stuff.
So in talking with him, again, not a skit,
Yes,
we were able to actually flesh out that prior to him testifying that he actually received very real threats against his life and his wife's life. He's a sound guy, and then shortly after he testified,
That's a good question. I'm not sure, but I would argue that it happened considerably earlier. Rashi definitely, for example, never quotes by chapter and verse. The actual numbering of chapters the way we have them today, and the numbering of verses, that's a Christian innovation that was later added on. Rashi only refers to them by their parshas, by their names. And he assumes, of course, you know the entire Torah by heart. If he gives you which parsha is in, you'll know how to find that particular verse. So I would guess, however, that the names of the parshas, which are almost always taken from the first verse of that parsha, probably goes back to the period of the Geonim, when the cycle, the yearly cycle, was finalized. It may go back even further, perhaps the Talmudic era. The Jews of Jerusalem had a different custom than the Jews of Babylon about how they broke up the Torah. I believe we follow the Babylonian precedent. So I would hazard a guess from the Geonim period, maybe some of the
movie that you're discussing, which is the Age of
That might
Discovery.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Have you seen it?
It's very good.
Oh,
It's very good. It's very good. And it doesn't even have any like UFO footage. Maybe a little bit.
It's just
It's
testimony.
just testimony. And at the end of it, you kind of draw this conclusion like,
it's actually very scary. If we could talk about,
what they're essentially saying is
early 20th century Ukrainian Jewish history, I would know it whole. Because this course is a little bit more expensive than that, I stop straight to area places that I don't know a lot about. Did I see another hand up?
Apparently, although you know, like, is Congress going to do anything about it? Because it's not the first time. Like, we have the ability.
The numbering of the verses? I don't believe so. I believe it comes much later. Yeah, I think it comes perhaps from the Roman translation.
You would think that they'd bring you in
So that would
and
be
they'd say,
about
okay, this is how you
7th or 8th
No,
century,
you get elected.
something like that.
You show up to kind of a crash course for
Rashi does not seem familiar with it. Although mentioning translation is significant, that Rashi is so, I didn't include this in the lecture, but is so huge a commentator that learned Christians, especially in the 13th century, they start going to Rashi in a very big way to try and understand the Hebrew scriptures. So Rashi had a huge influence on Christian scholarship as well.
that's kind of crazy.
Okay.
Well, they tell
Let's
you
go on.
basically there's like a true world.
Now, where Rashi's activity is, he's the classic
Yeah,
Ashkenaz
it's just like, you know, you're supposed to
figure of
represent your
Ashkenaz.
constituencies. So you get people
The term
from around who don't
Ashkenaz
vote for
is
this, then you
biblical
vote
in
against
origin.
it.
It's
like,
a
people
place
forget that
name
you're supposed
described
to
in the book of
represent,
Genesis.
right,
We
represent
don't
it
have a
instead of
specific
just doing
location
what you want.
associated with it.
But,
And
you know,
as
there
the
is-
Jews
there
traveled
are
around
mechanisms that have
Europe and Eastern
existed
Europe, they tended to
since Thomas
simply
Jefferson
attach
wrote
place
the
names
rule manual
from the
that enabled
Bible
us to
to
actually
the
pass
localities
legislation
you
and
visit.
actually hold
There's no
agencies and
apparent
people
reason
accountable
why
for
one
making
place
it
would be Ashkenaz,
perspective.
another place would be
And
Canaan,
I don't know
another
if
place would
you
be
were tracking,
Sarfat
like
or
I brought a
Sepharad,
vote
and
on
so on.
former
But
Attorney General for
Ashkenaz is
basically
associated,
refusing to testify
especially with the upper Rhineland region here in central Germany. And that's the heartland of the Ashkenazi Jewish tradition. As you can see from this slide here, which shows you the major migrations of Jews from Germany eastward, which is a phenomenon that begins in the 12th century and accelerates through the 17th century until the massive locus of Ashkenazi Jews is no longer in Germany, but is in Eastern Europe, Poland, Russia, Ukraine, Lithuania, places like that. So that's why most Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi don't even come from Germany back 5, 6, 7 generations. The Jews who actually come from Germany tend to call themselves Yekids, which is not a very nice term, but that's what it is. So the Jews who come from here call themselves German Jews, even though they come from Germany. No, I should say, oh,
General public, how they feel this should go.
what do they call themselves? Civilized? German Jews, okay. That's right. As opposed to the Post-Jews, right? Yeah, that's right. The Post-Jews call them Yekids. It's usually an adjective. Okay, so Ashkenaz as a Jewish center emerges quite late. We don't have many Jews living in the Rhineland, or even in France, until about the 9th century. Primarily, Jews are still living in North Africa and in Spain. Slowly, they make their way across the Pyrenees Mountains. They make their way into England quite early. And you only have the real incipient beginnings of the Ashkenazi Jewish community quite late. Like the 900s is really when it starts to roll on. Scholars aren't sure exactly why this is. There are some indications suggestions that there may have been a global climactic change around the shift of the first millennium that allowed a lot of these regions to become much more arable than they had been before. I'm not very well versed in this scholarship, but there's no question that there's a significant population boom that begins around the year 1000 that affects non-Jews far more than Jews, but it attracts Jews into these regions as well. Later, not in today's lecture, but hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll talk about the dual forces that drove the Jews to the east. On the one hand, there was a lot of negative pressure with the intensification of a rather virulent form of anti-Semitism in Germany that expanded significantly through the High Middle Ages. At the same time, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe where the local rulers here were begging to have Jews to come in and set up rudimentary economic functions such as minting coins, providing the circulation of credit, even small commerce, things like that. So Rashi is right at the beginning of his Ashkenazic growth, and his years are spent either in southern France or in Germany. His early years, he was born in 1040 in southern France, a city known as Troyes, actually Provence at the time. There are a lot of really beautiful and fascinating legends associated with his birth. Elisa, can I ask you to fill this up with cold water for me? This is great. Normally she's off the clock once the lecture starts, but it's really me. Thank you very much. There are a lot of beautiful legends. Usually I try in these lectures to stay away from the kind of fantastic and amazing Haggadah materials because they're difficult to get your hands on and to verify how the source and so on. But some of these lectures, these legends are so beautiful. For example, the story is that, and here's a children's book by Beryl Wine, who was actually coming to South Florida. Thank you very much, Michael. Beryl Wine was coming to South Florida in February. I hope you'll have a chance to hear him speak. And a children's book he wrote is obviously a great scholar. He's written many adult books as well. I should say as well. He wrote them principally, these are the as well. So some of the legends are that Rashi and Rashi's father, Yitzchak, and his wife, whose name he simply didn't know, typical for the period, they were childless for a very long time. Rashi's father was a jewel merchant, and he once had an incredibly valuable sale. He found an incredibly beautiful whole jewel, and he received a commission to sell it to a particular ruler for a vast sum of money. But as he was on some kind of ship, if I remember correctly, the legend goes that he learned that the ruler was buying this jewel in order to adorn an idol that would be worshipped in his far-off kingdom.